Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world, it's always time to enjoy some good Dota 2 as we've got Tundra Awaken taking on Fnatic here on the B stream. Lacoste, coming into this one, expectations?
I had high expectations for Tundra Awaken in this tournament until I saw that Dark Mago, he's not with the team. You know, I think for a lot of people out there who did watch the Stockholm Major, they would agree that Pakaz was one of the standout, if not like the best player of the tournament, because like people were hyping it up. You and me, we were covering South American scene, and like we know where he's coming from and how good he is, but I think he showed what good Dota he can play.
Absolutely.
On the other side, Dark Mago, I think he's the one that ties this team together. Like he's also like very experienced player, I would say, where he does make all these moves and makes Pakaz's life much easier.
Yeah, and there we just saw the stand-in alone as he has left Infamous and joining, of course, as a stand-in here at the tournament for Dark Mago in that mid lane. And I would absolutely agree with you that Dark Mago, the first, you think about Pakaz, he's the carry player, but Dark Mago is the guy that keeps things going for the first 20 minutes and gets the ball rolling for the squad. And on the other side, you know, we can't get away with talking about Fnatic without talking about stand-ins as well, right?
This is the team that has the most stand-ins, Fnatic TSM. This is the team. I mean, they also had issues with visas, so they have 3 TSM members, and they're doing much better than people expected. Because, you know, it's literally TSM with 2 Fnatic stand-ins, if you want to call it that way.
Yeah, because Tundra Awaken down at the bottom of the table. Fnatic have got themselves, you know, a couple of wins, a few decent results as well with the stand-ins they've got.
Yeah.
And I think Tomato, he continues to surprise me. You know, watching him back a few years ago, I think, hey, he's a solid player, he's a good carry player, but on TSM and now standing in for Fnatic, similar story to Pakaz, you know, he gets in these high-pressure environments, and he performs.
Yeah, he does. I think both him and Pryle, both heavy working Dota players where they just grind it. Like that's just the way it is. They've been always solid, but with each game, with each tournament, they are getting better. And we're into the draft, so...
Oh, we are?
Yeah, Dazzle plus a Pangolier opening from Tundra Awaken. I know you're a big fan of Dazzle, Gary, because this hero has been super popular lately. As an opener, like stabilizes a lot of lanes. His shard is really good. And also having that Grave, it's one of the tools that was countered before by Axe, but I don't think I've seen a single Axe pick. He just doesn't seem to be a hero to be able to dunk him and get stuff done. On Fnatic, we have Tiny plus Puck. Standard combo.
Yes.
A lot of the times it's Puck plus either Tiny or Marcy, where you have ability to snap the coil, so that's always going to be a very good combo. And Puck, the hero with the highest win rate in this tournament so far, I believe, for a good reason.
Yeah, having a great time. You know, it's over like 60 games or something, still has a 60% win rate. Doing a great job on the puck. And yeah, something about that Dazzle, which may have gone unnoticed by some people, has had a few changes over the past couple of patches, right? You have that heal amplification per HP % missing when you're graved up. And we've seen a few teams kind of exploit this with, you know, healing buffs, IO, with mechs and stuff like that, where you can almost full HP one of your cores after the grave does end. Incredibly strong hero. And like you said, with a shard, kind of block picking some of the illusion heroes, which are quite popular still, of course.
And Bristleback is gone. Also, we see Tundra Awaken protecting their Pangolier. No Bloodseeker this time around. Even though, like, he's going to be playing into Puck, so a bit of a difficult matchup, but at least he does have Dazzle behind him to back him up.
You don't want to be dealing with that. Night Stalker out. Tundra Awaken. What do they want to try and target bans against here? Do you look at like Timado heroes, get rid of your TBs and stuff like that? Get rid of the Templar Assassin maybe? Because he is an incredibly good flash farmer from the POS 1.
I think Templar Assassin's gonna be contested in this one, especially because we're talking about Pakaz, right? One of the better TA players out there, and it also stands for TA. TA, Thunder Awaken, Templar Assassin. Now
Coincidence?
It all makes sense. I think not.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Pakaz, you're right. He was one of the first, if not to do it, but definitely popularize it, the safe lane Templar Assassin, which of course then bled out into other regions and scenes as they take out the Bane, one of those heroes that does counter the Pango to some extent, just through the Fiend's grip, the ability to stop him during Rolling Thunder.
It's also very good against Dazzle, because you can sleep that target while he's being graved. Yeah, this Templar Assassin that we just mentioned needs to go. It's also a very good matchup against Puck. You could play it potentially from the mid lane against the Puck, even though I've seen Pucks do better than I expected from the mid lane.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple of times. The Tiny matchup as well. You know, I've heard a lot about Tiny should be doing well against Puck throughout the game. You know, laning stage into mid game, getting the ability to catch that slippery devil. But we've seen some Puck players even out or even win their laning stage against the Tinies and get them that platform to launch into the mid game.
I think this matchup, I know I talked to some of the players, they still favor Tiny in that matchup, but it's an extremely skilled matchup where Puck can be the one to get on top. We're talking about like 10 minutes into the game.
Especially if we have some of these players, like you always think about RNG and LGD, right? With the rune control coming into those water runes, allowing your mid laner to get one and then denying the other from the opposing mid laner.
Even though they have Dazzle, they still decided to go and ban Faceless Void, which is okay, I would say, considering that Fnatic have two heroes that can jump into backlines, Tiny and Puck. This is not an easy Dazzle game by any means.
He's going to have a difficult challenge ahead of him, and a Rubik coming out. That's a Matthew hero.
It's instant stun against Puck. It's not like that silence, you know, Dragonite stun, anything like that, but still very good. Avalanche, one of the better spells he can take right now. I don't think you want to steal anything from Puck. Maybe a Dream Coil, but most of the time it's not going to happen.
And as you get later into the game, it's another save, right? With the Shard, you've got Grave and the Telekinesis to maybe reposition people.
Yeah, reposition people in Coil, another way to snap it.
Yeah, you're right. That is true. Warlock for Fnatic, one of my favorite heroes. By the power of Goroth, comes out with his chaotic offering. There's a lot of damage amplified here by the Fatal Bonds with Puck and Tiny being able to lay out some serious DPS.
Both teams going with the healing position 5 to be able to stabilize the lane. And also Warlock's Golem. He can stop Rolling Thunder for a second, give you that little bit of time to reposition, potentially not get connected with another stun and Nature's Prophet. This is going to be, well, when I started to watch second day of the tournament, I'm like, Nature's Prophet is going to be the hero of the tournament. Besides, like, the obvious one, you know, we were talking about the Pucks.
The Dawnbreaker.
Dawnbreaker, Night Stalker, Zeus. Yeah. We've seen them for quite some time in all DPC tours, but Nature's Prophet is the one that can be flexed. And I think here it's going to be played by Tomato. I think this is going to be, even though Warlock, Nature's Prophet, it's a lot of harassment, but there's not much synergy between these two. Because Nature's Prophet can TP back, heal up, come to the lane again. So what they can do is maybe have like Nature's Prophet plus Tiny, if this is a safe lane Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I guess also the question mark is over this Tiny and Puck, right? Because we expect the Puck to go mid. That leaves Tiny in the position 4, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then the 5 Warlock, and then Nature's Prophet is theoretically flexible between the 1 and 3. We'll see what they get up to, though. As Thunder Awaken do have a couple more bans remaining, and this last pick in the second stage. Do they want to lock in their Pakaz hero? Because it's probably going to be a lone Pango, Matthew Rubik, Dazzle for Panda, and it will be Kunkka.
It's a good catch, but I don't see like the real follow-up for Puck. You need to execute perfectly to be able to catch Puck, or you need to have Rubik to lift him, and then the combo lands. But gotta be good against Nature's Prophet at every single stage of the game, especially pre-BKB, where you have some, like you do buy phase boots, you do get a Quelling Blade as well, so that means you will be able to get out the Sprout.
Okay. Not sponsored, are we?
Get out of the Sprout when Nature's Prophet picks up that shard, and they will get rid of Alchemist now. Alchemist, one of the heroes that we've seen quite a lot in European region, especially at the start of the third DPC tour, and then it kind of fell off.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of Pakaz's heroes that are remaining. You know, we do, of course, still have heroes like Chaos Knight out there. They banned the Monkey King themselves, having Kunkka and Pango. That would have been a pretty decent grab for Fnatic to win one of those lane matchups. And with the Kunkka coming out, it kind of shifts the Pango into the hands of Sacred in the 3, give alone the Kunkka, but they do have that technical flexibility. Who would you prefer against a Puck, though? Pango or Kunkka?
Kunkka, definitely.
Okay.
I do prefer Kunkka, but also I'm a big hater of Pango 3. I feel the hero just doesn't...
You want levels?
Absolutely. And it's a completely different hero when played from mid lane and the off lane. You still, and a lot of the times, you want to get that Diffusal Blade to be able to scale. Very annoying, especially against these like squishier heroes like Warlock, Puck, Nature's Prophet. Like even Tiny, you get one Swashbuckle with the Diffusal Blade. You know that he's not going to have enough mana for a second combo. Maybe not even for one combo if he's joining the fight with not full mana.
And there goes that TB that we did mention about Pakaz. So his hero pool getting smaller and smaller. Well, no Bloodseeker, no TA, no Alk, no TB. They banned the Spectre. Is that an indication of anything here that they want to pick, or is that just we don't want more global power from Fnatic?
Seems like they're having a different read, that Fnatic is going to go with the safe laner here. Some like traditional Agi carry and have Nature's Prophet plus Tiny on the offlane.
Okay.
But yeah, having global presence, Spectre has been on the rise, especially because there's Dawnbreaker, Zeus are very popular, and like I don't think you can get more old school than Warlock Spectre lane.
Oh man, unkillable Spectre in lane, just weather the storm and get her through that first 10 minutes or so. The other one here for Pakaz is like a Luna, but I just haven't felt that hero being relevant or good in any regard the past couple of months. It can flash farm and get you up and running quickly. And Thunder Awaken currently do a pretty good fighting lineup in the first 20 minutes with Rolling Thunder, the Boat, the X, lots of short cooldown teamfight ultis that they can keep utilizing. Maybe something that scales quickly like that. You know, Luna Weaver are the two that come to mind just because Pakaz is so adept on those heroes.
You need to start thinking about the Juggernaut matchup, and now this Terrorblade ban makes even more sense. They don't have any abilities that go through magic immunity, so looking like a very good Juggernaut game. He doesn't care about Kunkka. He's one of the heroes that can kill Pangolier during the Rolling Thunder.
Just with Omnislash,
Yeah, and the Thunder Awaken, they're out of time. They already used all of their reserve time.
What is this? Wait, hang on.
I think it's a safe lane Kunkka, off lane Pango, and Zeus and mid.
Okay, safe lane Kunkka. Pakaz going for one of these tanky heroes. Very interesting.
Yeah, he's picking up that Kunkka alone. We'll be playing Zeus. A bit of a different way to approach the game.
I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever seen him play Kunkka. You know, I've cast the last 5 tours of SADPC, and I don't think I've seen Pakaz play Kunkka.
I think it's about having the matchup against Nature's Prophet, where you do have a cleave against the Treants, but not something that I would expect them to pick. I was leaning more towards something with the BKB piercing ability, because Juggernaut Timato's going to have a really, really good time.
Well, Pakaz did play Kunkka a month ago in the SADPC against Wolf Team, and it was a victory. 3 months ago at Stockholm against Liquid, it was another victory there. So he has played it a couple of times, not completely out of his comfort zone. And yeah, you're probably right there. That matchup against that Prophet going to be very handy for them. Fnatic looks pretty classic. DJ Dubu, the support duo, going to be on the Tiny and the Warlock. Brile mid Puck, Jabs Prophet, and Tomato Juggernaut.
Dubu, one of the better Warlock players out there. I think I would rate Y as the highest from PSG.LGD. He always knows what's up, great positioning, but Dubu is definitely out there.
Yeah, I think Insania makes it into my top 3. Though, you know, why Dubu, Insania, like 3 players I would look at replays about Warlock for.
Most definitely. This lane, safe lane for Fnatic, Warlock plus Juggernaut, a lot of sustain. Also playing into Pango plus Rubik. This is not a strong lane. Like, they have way too much sustain, and I'm a little worried for Pangolier. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get much out of this lane.
It's going to be incredibly difficult. So, with a ranged hero as your support as well, are we going to see lane dragging? Because usually that's the job of like a Tusk or an Earth Spirit, where they get boots first. If the lane is challenging, they do some manipulation of the creep wave and they drag things around. Is that something Rubik can do as well?
Yeah, most definitely. I don't think they can win the trade in this lane, because Juggernaut, like especially at the early levels, he's going to be using that spin to harass, and his base attack time is much better than Pangolier's. So you got to be careful, and he doesn't care. Look at the Dubu Chad. He's
Well, look at the Shagbark.
He's starting with the Null Talisman.
Oh, beautiful Courier. Is he really Warlock with a Null? What's that about then? Instead of buying regen and mangoes and stuff, Null Tally?
He knows that he can trade against Rubik. Rubik not a strong laner, and if you look at what Rubik has as his starting items, that's Boots of Speed, so what you just said makes even more sense, where Rubik's going to be pulling the second wave, and that means that he can't trade, so Dubu's going to be bullying. Do bully.
Well, I do like it when it makes sense. It's not often that happens, but occasionally.
Yeah, you get it right.
Get it right, you know.
From time to time.
Broken clock, correct twice a day. Good old saying. Fnatic going to come out across the map. Bryle, of course, just orbing and jaunting to get this early Observer Ward down. But look at Matthew, smoked and with the boots, gets the vision that little bit faster and unspotted as well. Alone sitting in the mid lane. I assume they saw that dire obs being placed as well, so they could get this sentry to come out, get the D ward quickly. There it is on Dazzle already. Panda mode. Can do that at a moment's notice. And Matthew has one too. No sentries on the dire.
Position 4 starting with sentries. We've seen a couple of times position 4 starting with even 2 sentries. So they try to get the 1 D ward and also block the small camp.
Well, a nice tribute to Armel in the middle lane. Some beautiful sunglasses there, looking real cool. Timar now going to sit up at the top bounty rune. Matthew and Sacred, they will charge forward, push him away. But Jabs has equally invaded that bottom jungle. It looks like Tomato and Dubu not really wanting to have a scrap with Thunder at level 1. We'll hand over a couple of the bounty runes there, but we get the 2 for 2. Alone on that Zeus. Yeah, Arc Lightning level 1, Bottle Arcanes, we've seen this story before.
Pretty standard stuff coming out from Zeus, and yeah, gotta be careful. He hits that level 6, you know that there's gonna be some kind of aggression on the side lanes. They do have some sustain, especially on the top lane from Warlock and Juggernaut. And they also have Nature's Prophet, so he might TP back, and we'll see. But definitely gotta be careful. Like, thinking about that 5-minute mark, set the alarm, starting right now, 5 minutes, maybe even less, because he's gonna be getting that level 6.
Yeah, incredibly threatening global presence. So far doing decently, 4-1 against Pucks 2-0. Alone getting the upper hand in this early laning stage. And here's that lane that we assume is going to be difficult for Thunder as Sacred loses his courier to Dubu. And Matthew will lane drag just to try and get the levels that they desire. We'll watch it. So is it also because Dubu, you talked about the trading, right? Dubu is also knowing that Rubik's going to be doing this. He's going to come across and get fatal bonds, yeah.
Yeah, and look at the right clicks. Matthew, he doesn't have much. He needed to bring some extra regen, healing salve, and a couple of tangos, but yeah, very difficult. Dubu, heavily focused on harassing, forgets that he's using the courier.
Yeah, and I like the fact that Sacred drops that chat line as well, because Dubu killed the Pango's courier, which I believe had no items on it, whereas Dubu's courier dies with a bunch of regen, which will be removed for a couple of minutes.
Dubu's fine, full HP. There's not going to be too much harassment coming out from Pango and Rubik anyway.
Yeah, nice deny on the range creep there. Matthew doing a good job dragging that dire wave to pull the range creep, deny some extra experience away from Tomato. And so far, laning stage, pretty damn good from Thunder. The one big downside, of course, is Pango's last hit count, but with...
As expected. Like
yeah. But Rubik's 5 and 3, right? So, you know, with the 4 plus the 5, you've got 9 and 3, which is equal to the puck, better than the Prophet. Overall, the lane doing pretty well.
He's slowly catching up. Now he's at 7, so still not gonna have as much as Juggernaut. Pango from the offlane, as we said, not really a strong laner. It's all about surviving and then hitting that level 6, making a move.
Wow.
Dropping very low.
Oh, yeah, has to pop the water rune. He's got stick and a fairy fire, so it should be okay to withstand some of that burst damage from the Zeus. And then we see, you know, Dubu not needing to use the Shadow Word defensively, uses it offensively against this Pango and the Rubik to just keep even more damage going in towards them. And he'll also block the rule. Brile. Oh, water. Get the bottle. Yeah, fairy fire as well. Alone taking a lot of tower hits there. And he's completely out of mana now.
He's pinging it. And we can see Matthew trying to make something happen. Does have a lift. Only one ability, though.
Oh, does he not have level 2? No. He's got level 2. He's got
Zeus
Faithful, but no mana.
It's not enough.
Yeah, they can't go for it, really, can they? I mean, maybe zone Brile away from the lane. TP's going to come in. As Dubu's Warlock will give the heal across to the puck.
Give him Tango as well.
No bottle refill, though, because he didn't come from Fountain.
Imagine if you could refill the bottle by TPing.
From anywhere. But what do you mean?
Yeah, from anywhere.
Yeah, just TP there, refill it.
I hope no one from Valve is listening.
Well,
this is pretty stupid.
Yeah, they're not going to do that. They've done.
Not gonna lie.
We were talking about it in the makeup room, right? We were talking about bottle crowing back, 15 years ago. A bunch of the Filipino players doing that, and Ice Frog and Valve have nerfed the heck out of it, slowing couriers down, making sure that if your bottle's empty, couriers are crawling. You can no longer bottle crow. Now it's all down to that Fountain rejuvenation aura, which you need applied to yourself to refill the bottle from a TP from Fountain.
Both supports from Fnatic securing the water rune for Brile. They understand how important it is for Puck to have a good game. Juggernaut on top of CS 24 and 9. Sacred trying to catch up, has a casual bracer. For now, it's all about survivability.
And
Matthew.
He stuck around mid lane. He was hoping Alone would return a little bit faster. First blood going to DJ with that rotation into mid. That's left Sacred all alone top. And no real attempt on Jabs' life so far. He's getting tapped out by the poison touch of Panda. But Kunkka, has he got X mark yet? Because I feel like that's going to be, level 4, level 5. Yeah, he's got it level 4, nice. So they do have that ability to X Torrent and maybe get a kill down in this bottom lane now.
Zeus is about to hit level 6. He needs one extra creep wave, and then they're going to try to make a move. DJ needs to be careful. X mark into Torrent, he's dead.
Tomato with his healing ward up top, just perfectly sustained in that lane. Very little they can do to force him and bully him away. Good deep ward there, and down bottom, Jabs will get X-torrented, cleared out by the Tidebringer. So even before the Zeus ulti is ready, you see the green light came up in the middle of that scrap.
You know he was ready to KS, just in case. Dubu in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, shield crash towards him, goes for the TP, but there's the Zeus ulti. Alone secures the kill from across the map.
Not so fast.
Fnatic's win condition is Tomato, and he's off to a really good start. 36 and 11, having a completely free game here. Not really threatened. He knows that Zeus ulti was just used. Kunkka will not be making any rotations anytime soon, and he can always spin TP out, so he's in a really good spot.
Yeah, what do you do about that? If he's having a free lane with 1 or 2 heroes there, does Thunder start thinking about moving the Pango to play aggressively elsewhere? Panda gonna get comboed down. Oh, Brile's Puck's arrived as well. A quick and easy one on the Dazzle.
That's Arcane Rune on Puck, didn't even use the coil, so they will still have it for the mid lane.
Yeah, maybe go on this Zeus, who is out of mana. Alone, he's got raindrops, but yeah, he's gonna have to heavily jump back towards Fountain again. Oh yeah, what's the plan for Sacred? Like, do you bring heroes here to fight into Jug, or do you put your focus onto the Puck and the Prophet instead?
He's going to be farming whatever he can farm in this lane, but I don't think he's going to be making any rotations unless Fnatic is the one making a move underneath the tower.
And he'll react.
Yes.
Radiant's middle tower
That makes sense.
under attack.
Matthew still lurking around mid, trying to get some stacks going for themselves as well around that triangle. There's also one down in the bottom jungle, which Pandamu has also placed an observer ward next to just to keep tabs on it. Royals move up to top though with a coil there. Will allow Tomato to spin on the Pangle there. Fatal bonds from Dubu help out, and a very simple, straightforward kill for Fnatic. Even though no Fnatic team members were involved in that kill. Dubu gonna walk up to the triangle, trying to scout out some stacks. Alone and Matthew zapping back into the Warlock, but the Omni Slash clears through the Matthew Rubik, and Alone still gonna get chased down here by Bryle and Tomato. Oh, I don't know, they can't dive under tier 2. He's got enough of a gap between him and them.
They need to let him go. Even Natus Prophet did TP, summoned the Treants, now is going back to bottom lane. Fnatic playing very well in this first 8 minutes of the game, very efficient. Meanwhile, while all this is happening, you have DJ getting some necessary XP on position for Tiny.
Yeah, Kunkka up at the top of the net worth though, phase boots and well on his way to Armlet. Pakar's one of these players that is just so exceptionally good at abusing flash farm mechanics. We talked about the TA earlier on, of course. He's always loved his anti-mage, his battle furies. It's kind of interesting, honestly, with South American Dota, the position 1 player has always been the key aspect. You know, you talk about K1 on beastcoast,
yes,
the farming god, HFN, the Brazilian player that was always very popular and famous for his farming. But I think Pakar's now has overtaken both of them and really has pipped them to a top spot.
Yeah, I'd say Pakar's is the best position 1 in South America, without a doubt.
He's going to get run out by DJ.
And cursed.
And he's
snapped the coil.
Yeah, thrown back into the puck. Pretty tanky on this Kunkka, and with a boat over the top, maybe he can slip away. But that Wrath of Nature going to zap him down. Pakar's a few more hits here from Bryle's puck should finish him off. The Coco's run is not enough. Pandamu might get jumped on by this Bryle puck as well. Courier flying overhead, but DJ with an avalanche and a toss should finish him off, and a double kill for Bryle. Get the Courier as well on the way out, while Tomato just going to spin TP away from top lane.
I'm going to call this one, Gary. I think Tomato might end this game with 0 deaths. This is how good of a juggernaut game this is.
Yeah, this is fantastic. And like you said in the draft, right, nothing to go through the spin. Nothing really to catch him. There's again, telekinesis is the real primary form of initiation and catch they have. X-Mark is there, sure, but it's that instant jump that Matthew has as he is caught out, graved up. Pandamu trying to save his buddy, but Matthew body blocked by the Treants as they do Thunder God's Wrath in towards the Tiny and the plug. Bryle about to die, and the Rolling Thunder catching the TP, cancelling, jabs his maneuver away. Finding the Prophet in a 1-for-1 trade. Pandamu and Pakaz join the fray, while Alone from the back end walks into Tomato, but you see that, right? 4 heroes from Thunder. Okay, we're just going to let the Juggernaut run away.
Yeah, you see Juggernaut, not much they can throw at him. In terms of Rubik, how good of a game he needs to have, like, there are not many good spells. Sure, there is, like, Fatal Bonds, but they're lacking initiation, so that's a big one. And he's not going to have Bling Dagger or anything anytime soon, so a little worried about how they're going to be able to start the fight.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. Maybe wishing they had, you know, a Tiny or an Earth Spirit, something that can just get in there and start the fight, so the Zeus and the Kunkka can be that second wave of initiation. Pandamu going to build up the triangle. Does Dire Observer Ward see this? There's one nearby, yes, over down there to the bottom right corner. So they will, yeah. They will see a couple of the ancient creeps walking through that path of vision.
That's a very sneaky ward. I've seen teams place it quite often, and this is the one that doesn't get dewarded. Yeah, Smoke, Bryle, and DJ looking for an opening.
They clear some camps here. Ancients might be a little bit difficult. Large camp they could go for, but a kill first would definitely be worth their while. Pandamu tossed up before he can grave, and the jump forward from Bryle, wanting to find Matthew as well. A stolen Waning Rift. He's going to try and help out the Rubik, slip away from this, but look at who's arrived. It's Tomato with his spin. Matthew destroyed under his own tier 1 mid. And now the Golem. In comes Dubu to drop the rock on them. Poor Pango, caught in that coil, does swashbuckle away. Now the Rolling Thunder to escape.
Oh,
Alone.
Zeus, he wants to go in. It's a lot of damage now.
Good damage back. Brawl's already popped his one, but the catch in there from Sacred and Placaz. Tomato, he might get slapped here, turns into a piggy, picked up the DD rune. Placaz with the face boots, the X-Mark could be coming, but it's the Thunder God's wrath. Lightning from the heavens takes down the Jug. And once again, Lacoste cursed the player. One death on Tomato
That's
now.
on him. He overextended, and DJ is in a lot of trouble. There is no way he's getting out of this one. They turned around the fight with Pangolier managing to get the Rolling Thunder, and Alone was keeping the distance on Zeus. He got like 7, 8 arc lightnings that connected on a couple of heroes. Yeah, look at that, 2.7k damage.
That's pretty ridiculous numbers. You know, it's 12 minutes in, don't forget. Having that amount of damage over a 1 minute period of that team fight. Stuff from the Zeus. An incredibly important team fight as well from Thunder, because you could start to feel this game slipping away from them, but forcing Fnatic to use a couple of big ultimates and still coming out on top. 6-9, slight net worth lead for Thunder.
It's a lot of AoE damage that we got with Fate Bolt. Rubik has stolen Illusory Orb, zaps from Zeus, and also Cleave from Kunkka.
Yeah, lots of spill damage. Royal, 2-man coil.
Stolen coil.
Lifted and coiled himself, you're right. The Rubik gonna turn it back on the puck with the X in the boat, dodged out by the phase shift. Bryle has another ability to jump away and jaunt to the orb. Safe and sound for now. Will Waning Rift to that high ground. Thunder, do they still have those ancient stacks ready to go take, or is...
They do.
Yeah.
Kunkka will probably be the one taking it using the healing salve that he dug up with Trusty Shovel.
Oh, nice.
Every single time Thunder Awaken, they bring every member of the team to be able to fight. I think they are overdoing it, and they're going to stack it one more time.
Keep building up that bank.
Ah, the Scaly Bros.
Oh, little bastards, aren't they? How dare you block my camp? Fantastic. Still going to get a tremendous amount of farm, though. Closing in on 8,000 net worth, 15 minutes in. And what's he got queued up? Is that
Heart?
What, armlet into heart?
I don't think I've ever seen this build, but...
no BKB?
Does he need it? If he gets Heart at 17, 18 minutes,
okay,
he's going to be unkillable. Like, they just don't have enough. But with an armlet, I love this build.
Fair enough. He's bought the Reaver, yeah, he's committing for it. That's going to give him a great amount of damage as well, cleaving through with that massive amount of strength.
They're pinging it out. They just saw, they're like, uh-oh, something's happening. Why does this guy have Reaver 14 minutes into the game?
What's going on? Where's his Ogre axe? Wait, he's not buying BKB? Oh, Placaz. Is he ahead of the curve here? Some 5-head stuff going on with this Kunkka build. Fnatic want to force a fight, though. DJ, smoke pops, reveals his blink, tosses the Zeus across with a coil broken, Alone dead. Big ulti's expended, though, here by Fnatic, as the Omni Slash going to catch out Placaz, but look at how tanky he is. The Reaver keeps him safe, while the two supports try to give chase here. Another big avalanche in from DJ. Catching Matthew and Placaz on the way out. Tomato will clear up another one, and Fnatic 3 kills with no trade for Thunder.
Perfect team fight for Fnatic. They get the one hero they need to kill. They kill Zeus, who deals the most damage in these fights. Then they kill Dazzle without him being able to get the Grave off. And it's already too late. Healing Ward is dropped down. Warlock does have 4 points in Shadow Word. So way too much healing, especially when they delete one hero.
Was that a blind TP? Jams just knew exactly where the Kunkka was. Placaz, fortunately for him, is going to get away with an armlet toggle and a move now. X-Mark missing out with a torrent, but still killing off the puck.
Yeah, Matthew with the Stolen Silence phase shift was available. Maybe it would got him out of the trouble, but the Bryle gonna die. How much gold was that? Spreading gold amongst 4 players, so not that much.
Not a huge burst amount of gold, but keeping puck off the map for a good 20-30 seconds.
Middle tower is under attack.
Incredibly important for Thunder. As you see there, Blink Dagger and Pango available for Sacred, so he can make a jump in here as Matthew gives vision. Moves straight in towards them, but the safety toss, DJ lobs his Dubu Warlock away from danger. Tomato, what's he got delivered out now? He's finished off Maelstrom, but But it feels like he's slowed down quite a lot. The band
Does have a shard. He does have a shard.
Right. That's where his money's gone.
He didn't farm the stacks. Definitely Tundra Awaken did manage to get more stacks going for Pakaz.
Jabs. Jumped on. They've got the chain stuns perfectly lined up onto the Prophet, and Zeus helps out with the Thunder God's Wrath. It didn't steal the kill. That belonged to Pakaz, of course. And Matthew on his Rubik. One of the better heroes just to sit behind a tower, zap that creep waves, delay the push in from Fnatic in that mid lane.
Does have a Vanning Rift, so Buck needs to be a bit more careful. Another snapped coil. DJ on point.
Yeah, time and time again. Bryle and DJ pairing up beautifully. Thunder with a reaction though, responding to Fnatic's aggression with a trade out there on the Tiny, and Pakaz with the Heart of Taras tanking through bonds. The Omni Slash, spin with the Fatal Bonds in onto him, but the Grave comes in. Maybe a turnaround play here on Tomato and Bryle, but now they chill for a sec. Oh, Bryle, he's played aggressively into this. They've got the armor toggle up from Pakaz, trying to slip away with the face boots past the Treants. He's going to toggle, no he's not. Killed off.
That's going to be a full team wipe. What an execution from Fnatic. Unfortunately for Kunkka, he did not have phase boots available to run through the Treant, and seems like they're just going to go inside the Roche pit because they have sustain. Healing ward, 1 cooldown for 20 seconds. Shard about to be bought by Dubu, so there's going to be AoE Shadow Word.
You know, I'm starting to think about this Dazzle Kunkka is the heal amplification from Grave.
Yes.
When the armlet toggles down with the heart kicking in, he gets like it's basically Oracle ulti, isn't it? It's like having a false promise on.
I checked that, but if we can see the replay, I don't think he got too much out of that. Like, he did have more healing that you would expect, but it wasn't that high.
It wasn't like a ridiculous amount, but it's
it's also level 2. It's also level 2 Grave, so it's down at 4%. Once that's maxed out, it's going to be 8%, so it's going to be much more.
That's definitely a cool interaction to look out for. Dan's role playing as Oracle when you've got this armlet heart build on the Kunkka. Fnatic though taking that Aegis, now going to try and levy this advantage into more objectives, get the tier 2s going, get themselves maybe a team fight under their observer ward. But they do have placed very forward in that bottom jungle. Tomato shows on the wave. Maybe a blind torrent. Oh, Sacred's whiffed it. Misses the Rolling Thunder connection. A spin out from Tomato right on time to get back towards the rest of his squad.
This is the problem that we said that Thunder Awaken have. They don't have this instant initiation. Rubik doesn't have his Blink Dagger yet. So a bit difficult. Also, it needs to be frame perfect with every single ability that they use. It's also Juggernaut with the Aegis, so pretty difficult to kill.
Yeah, really challenging. Matthew with a stolen spin and the lift back on the Tiny. Chucks the avalanche towards the Pebble Boy as Pango coiled. Grave comes, but it's not going to save Sacred here. Surely he should fall to Bryle. Pakaz kind of caught out bottom lane as well. He's under tier 2. TP's coming through, but Thunder have to buy back, react to this aggression from Fnatic. They're trying to split back towards their high ground. Dubu and Jams very forward though with the X-Mark Torrent, dragging him back. The Kunkka will focus into him, but DJ tosses him out, chucks the Prophet back to safety while Bryle went way too deep. Picked off by Thunder in the back lines, and DJ, 200 health remaining, X-Marked up. Dubu TP's home, but they finish off the Tiny.
Good punch back from Thunder Awaken. Buyback from Sacred, and Pakaz way too tanky. Even though they decided to go on him with the Orchid, still not enough. Again, Zeus dealing same amount of damage as Puck this time around. Matthew has been on point. Like, there's 2 abilities that he's aiming to steal in every single fight. That's Vanning Rift, potentially Coil, and Avalanche.
Yeah.
These are the 2 big ones. But Vanning Rift, most of the time, making Puck's life miserable. He caught him like 2 or 3 times already.
That's beautiful. Okay, when you've got no stuns or disables like you've been mentioning, right? Yes, steal them away from the enemy team. Get these abilities to team fight as the Rolling Thunder and the damage from Zeus Kunkka blows up the Juggernaut.
Speaking of perfect execution, that's how they need to do it.
Wow, that's a ridiculous amount of perfectly placed nuke damage onto Tomato. Running forward now, though, with the smoked up heroes behind him. Looking for Sacred's Pangolier, and yeah, the coil once more going to be found and snapped. DJ with the Avalanche toss. Tiny combo. orb forward. Should finish off this Pangolier once and for all.
Not a good look for me.
Look at what DJ has queued up. DJ, aka Don't Judge. He is going for Echo Saber and pause for Tiny.
Oh, Tomato! So close! Barely gets out with his spin. A Pandamu trapped up on the high ground. Grave TP, no more stuns coming, so he is back to Fountain safely.
Good moves from Pandamu. Using that Force Staff to get on high ground, understanding that they have no stuns available. Coil is not there, Rock already used, and Tiny used his combo.
Man, Tomato was on like 1 health though.
That was close.
Very close to killing that Juggernaut off. Especially with 1 hero down, like they lost the Pango and they still made that aggressive punch towards Fnatic.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle
Net
tower
worth lead, 22 minutes in, 7k
Dire's bottom
for
tower
Fnatic.
is
Hasn't
under
felt
attack.
like it is that impactful. We do have this
top
Pakar's
tower
Kunka.
is fallen.
It's incredibly powerful. Closing in on the Orchid now.
13,000 net worth on Kunkka. Going for that Orchid. It's going to be one of the tools to deal with the Juggernaut, the instant initiation, because he doesn't have Manta style. It's going to be SNY, so silence is not going to last as long, but also another tool to deal with Puck.
Yeah, having that Orchid silence super handy. I did just see Natus Prophet buy a BKB, so he's not going to feel the pain from that Orchid too much, and he's got one himself, of course. It feels like after that top lane fight where Thunder lost the Zeus first, Alone has been much more careful with his positioning.
Radiant's bottom
He
tower
got shouted
is
at
under
by his
attack.
captain. Just sit back, relax, spam your spells.
Remember, you're only a stand-in. You do what we tell you.
Yeah, we're the ones in charge here. Jams will get the tier 2.
Radiant's bottom tower
TP
is
out, but scouted by Creeps. No jump in from Thunder. Bit of a wasted smoke from them, not able to latch onto anything. Still a couple of seconds remaining on it, so maybe they could move themselves into dire triangle. Just chill. Relax for a little bit. Still another 2.5 minutes for Roshan fast spawn as well. Well, what were they calling it? Sunsfan and Jenkins had a name for...
Oh, you think I listened to their cast? I muted it, just kidding. I don't know, but I don't know.
I think it was Golden Roshan. If Roshan spawns like in 10 seconds, you know, it's a very quick spawn. It's the Golden Roshan! You don't like it, do you?
I'm thinking why it would be golden. I mean, if you like take a fight and then it spawns, then it's golden. But also the circle around Roshan when he spawned, it's golden.
I don't know, what Platinum Roshan? The Diamond Roshan. Just got all these different names for faster spawn times. Smoke out from Fnatic now. All green lights ready for them. Dubu wants... you know, as a Warlock player, you know, whenever Chaotic Offering's ready, you are itching for a fight. It's like, come on, I've got Golem, it's a long cooldown. Whenever it's ready, I want to use it. Cycle through my cooldowns as often as possible.
Dire are scanning.
Pakars. Ooh, hello.
But they see Kunkka, they're like, nope, not the target we want to go for.
Not him.
Nope out immediately.
Maybe the Dazzle or the Zeus. What's the vision like here? Sentries around, but no real observer wards. Thunder God's Wrath to give vision over. Thunder, the boat onto DJ, but the backstab from Jabs. 3-man coil from Bryle. They've caught the Zeus out, and this Rolling Thunder is going to try and turn it back. With the golden drop, though, Dubu sets up the fight for Fnatic beautifully. Bryle has fallen, though, and the Juggernaut, he's onto the Kunkka doing some good damage. Pakar's tanky, but nowhere near tanky enough. Will not survive. There's the toss from DJ. Make sure he dies.
DJ finding the target. They invested way too much on Tiny, and Dubu immediately uses Glimmer Cape plus a Shadow Word on him, hides him underneath the shadows. They did not have any vision on Tiny left, and Fnatic, they were fighting underneath the ward, so that's a big bonus.
Well, it looks like DJ might just find... Never mind.
Radiant's bottom tower
Sacred.
is under attack.
Very
Oh,
elusive.
he finds him!
Wait, does he have vision there? Oh, they do. They have a high ground observer ward that saw him try to TP out. Well, if that was blind, though, man.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I would not
attack.
be surprised, you know.
DJ
At
God.
the end of the day, it's DJ. Already mentioned his item build, Echo Saber. He wants to scale.
Right, why no shard, though?
This is position 4 Tiny Gary. Let's calm down for a second.
He's got Echo Saber. Surely he wants the shard.
Eventually.
Oh yeah, we can watch it. Yeah, you're right. So much utilized onto this DJ Tiny, and he's still half HP, healing back up. And that allowed Bryle to get the perfect jump.
Bryle did go in, lands a perfect coil, followed up by Dubu's Golem. Pays with his life, Orchid making his life very difficult. I want to see what the item build on is going to be after he finishes Kaya and Sanj. Needs to be something defensive.
Like Eon Disc or something?
I wouldn't mind seeing Eon Disc, yeah. But problem is, you have Eon Disc and you play against Zeus, so a lot of the times it gets procced immediately.
Yeah. Yeah, you just Thunder God's Wrath, right? That's enough. Thunder Awaken on the back foot. 14,000 net worth deficit is there. Oh, single core hero really at this point. Kunkka, yes, at the top with 16k, but you look at the next three and it's 14,000, 14,000. Jabs has overtaken the Juggernaut, and yeah, down at the bottom, that Pangolier is below a position 5 Warlock.
This is why I don't like Pango position 3. He just doesn't scale as position 2 Pango. You talked about the shard. There's going to be a freebie shard from Roshan.
Gimme. Give it to
Bryle
the Tiny.
and DJ. They're the only 2 heroes that don't have it.
Yeah, Bryle doesn't. DJ does.
He's going Crystallis. Was thinking about getting Shadow Blade, but
On DJ?
yeah.
Yeah, he's getting the shard.
He's getting that shard. He's
Yeah.
the carry. Spider legs on him, getting priority. After all, this is a Fnatic team. It's not TSM. He's making the calls.
Tomato, how dare you?
Timato stole. Of course, he's gonna give it to Bryle. He's from TSM.
No! That's illegal! Go on, Bryle. Jork to the orb. Here's the Tiny. Oh, come on. I beg.
A little disappointed,
Yeah,
I must say.
It's a bit sad, honestly. DJ. Tears of sadness. Yeah, Puck eats the shard. Okay. Fine. We won't get the tree ground upgrade. Even though he's got Echo Saber. Crystallis on this position 4, Tiny. Well, some big items coming out. Assault Cuirass Prophet, and now a BKB Kunkka. Does that change much for Thunder?
They still have 2 big abilities that go through Magic Immunity. They also have level 20 on Nature's Prophet, so Sprout Leashes. That's another one.
That's how it's done.
I'm talking about Golem, Omni Slash. I don't think you want to Omni Slash Kunkka straight away. You need to wait for Ram buff to wear off and focus him down with something else.
And that leash going to be good against the Pango. Stop him from jumping around everywhere. Zeus with an E-Blade. Another way to save people up from the Tomato Omni Slash. Will do more damage to heroes like the Warlock, the Puck. Some more vision coming out from Thunder. Just trying to keep tabs on where Fnatic are lurking, but this lead just keeps building and building, holding Aegis, and the ability to play wide across the map gives Fnatic a great way to hold Thunder in their base. There's no outer towers remaining either, so drastic measures required from the South American squad. A 5-man smoke.
Are scanning.
First point of contact.
Oh,
It's going to be Dubu's Warlock, revealing the
cape
smoke.
and moves away instantly.
Very nicely done. Still going to get jumped upon by Sacred. The X-Mark boat coming in too. The Golem dropped in onto Pakaz, but DJ straight into the back. Avalanche toss to chuck him back. Jabs will clear through Pandamu, so no grave, no dazzle, no heal, no
Dubu's
nothing.
still alive.
Dubu's still alive. The tanky Warlock is the Omni Slash. Clears through the Pango, and Pakaz on the run. Thunder Awaken, that was their one time to shine, and they get dismantled completely.
Dubu Giga Chat. He
See you later.
breaks the smoke, tanks pretty much everything. They didn't have any dusts available. Pops the Glimmer Cape, has Lotus Orb, so he's super tanky.
Tower is under attack.
This is why we said
It's over.
this is why we said Dubu on Warlock, one of the best ones out there. His positioning in the fights has been amazing, and also understanding that even if he's frontlining, he's still not gonna be dying. And I also want to see, Gary, how close I was to being right.
Oh,
Yeah,
Tomato?
Tomato won that. That one time that he overextended, I said he's gonna have 0 deaths, but
one death.
only 1 death. A little disappointed in Tomato to make me look bad, but yeah, I think Thunder Awaken, they need to go back to drawing board, because this draft just didn't look good from the start. They did make some adjustments, having the safe lane Kunkka, Rubik Dazzle as your support duo, and that's okay if you have like a playmaking 3, but if that's Pango, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, it felt like they had elements of stuff they practiced in scrims, right? Like this Kunkka Armlet Heart with a Dazzle. The Rubik seemed okay.
Pango seemed a little bit
out of
place. Yes,
yeah,
most definitely.
I think you're right. Maybe a bit of tinkering there with that draft could make it a spectacular strat. Game 1, though, going to Fnatic, as we'll jump to a quick break and return with Game 2 right after this.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
I hope you've got enough monitors to watch all this Dota 2. So many games going on at the same time, but here on the B stream, Tundra Awaken taking on Fnatic, and Fnatic one game to the good, looking pretty strong.
Yeah, they're looking good. They're looking like a real team, though. Even though it's 3 players from TSM, 2 players from Fnatic, you can't tell. I think this also says quite a lot about these players, how quick they can adapt and still manage to play top-tier Dota.
Yeah, and Jabs and DJ, it's kind of nice you have your offlane duo as a set.
Yeah, it's like one lane, then you have Tomato also playing, with Dubu, so that means that not much in terms of laning stage, they are not changing much, because usually that's what they're playing. And also on a mid lane, it's 1 versus 1, so no real surprise there. But they did very well in the laning stage.
Now, Tundra Awaken going back for the Pango again in the first phase. This time there's a Snapfire there. And you mentioned it a couple of times in game 1. You would really prefer this to be a mid-Pango, wouldn't you?
Most definitely. But knowing Tundra Awaken, this can also be like offlane Snapfire, offlane Pango.
5 seconds remaining.
One of the reasons why I don't like offlane Pango that much is because I know how bad it is, because I do spam it. I try to make it work. Like these 2 heroes are probably one of my favorite heroes besides Pudge. So playing it on the off lane, they're most fun heroes to play, and sometimes in South America, this is what they do. One of the reasons why, like the interregional matches can get very chaotic because they go for like different picks, comfort picks, something that they try to make it work. But I hope it's not an off lane Pango. We saw why this hero just
Fnatic
feels like he
turn
doesn't
to
belong.
ban.
It doesn't put any
Bloodseeker.
pressure. And now, after this Bloodseeker
Yes.
pick, you might need to reconsider
Thunder
things,
Predators
maybe
turn to
even
ban.
think in a way where you put this Pango as position 4 or 5.
Yeah, really drop his priority
Yes.
quickly. That's a great Bloodseeker pick there, and it's something really Thunder Awaken, should have felt coming. That response to the
10
Pango. Yeah, they
seconds
banned out the
remaining.
Dawnbreaker, Puck, Timber, and Weaver on the other side removed. And now a Viper ban from Fnatic.
Fnatic turn to ban.
Thunder will take out another one of those Pango counters in the Bane, though. So maybe still looking to keep this as a core Pango.
This time around, he's not going to be playing into Puck, but still playing into Bloodseeker, 2 of the better counters. Like, Bloodseeker's really good against Snapfire as well. If we
10
think about
seconds
Snapfire being... keeping the distance, trying to use
5
Mortimer's
seconds
Kisses.
remaining.
Big AoE from Bloodright can easily stop that, just like right on the edge. And
Yeah.
also having Bloodseeker Tiny, this combo will always be potent. Pretty similar to what happened in the previous game, where DJ popped off on Tiny, played with Bryle's Puck, and managed to get the multiple coils broken. Same concept, Rupture plus a tossback, free damage, free pure damage, and you also can't really use Snapfire's Cookie to save people if a target is ruptured. So this Bloodseeker pick really makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so already Fnatic with the upper hand, and Thunder Awaken on the back foot need to catch up in the draft already, even though they are that second pick where we usually see
Thunder Predators
a really
turn
strong
to
combo
ban.
come out with the opening for them. Morphling out now as well, so taking away one of Pakaz's signature heroes.
I think you need to take out Templar Assassin one more
Fnatic's
time. You do
turn
not
to
want to
ban.
give him a comfort hero. And Thunder Awaken getting rid of Zeus. Bloodseeker Zeus. This is something that has been popular for years, and now both heroes feel super strong, so the combo is back.
I just need to add in the Elder Titan for the good old
10
days
seconds
of
remaining.
ET Spirit amplifying all that magic damage and the vision and the
Thunder
speed coming out of
Predators
Bloodseeker
turn
and
to
Zeus.
ban.
And there goes the TA, just as you called for. So again, Pakaz's hero pool being limited by Fnatic. We could see him go for a Juggernaut or something safe.
I wouldn't mind seeing something like a Monkey, because Monkey does
10
like
seconds
stand his
remaining.
ground. Even Terrorblade, I wouldn't mind seeing, but I don't think they're gonna pick it
5
straight away
seconds
because they
remaining.
do have last pick in the second phase. So most likely it's gonna be carry left
Thunder
after they see
Predators
what's
turn to
what's
pick.
gonna happen. So for now, they need to reveal
Fnatic's
probably their
turn to
position
pick.
5, and here they go. It's gonna be Dazzle again. Good way to deal with the Bloodseeker's Rupture.
Yeah. I'd love to see Alone on one of his real great heroes. The fact that he's played Pango before is nice, but his Void Spirit, his Ember Spirit have always been very potent picks for them.
10
Queen of Pain
seconds
has been out there
remaining.
as well, but all of these heroes, the same story against the Bloodseeker. These elusive
seconds remaining.
maneuverability heroes all struggle a lot against that Rupture and the Bloodright as well. So Fnatic now, DJ Tiny very likely, Bloodseeker in the hands of Tomato. Still looking for our Dubu hero and Jabs.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing Nature
Fnatic's
Prophet again for
turn to
Fnatic. They're gonna go with Warlock. Speaking of the same draft, shifting things around a little bit, but pretty much the same concept. A lot of team fight coming up from Tiny Warlock, Bloodseeker. Like one Bloodright. Imagine having a tossed target with Rupture
10
With
seconds.
Fatal
and
Bonds?
on top of that. Yeah, it's pretty nuts.
This sounds
5
disgusting.
seconds remaining.
Fnatic is still keeping the Tiny flexible as well, aren't they? They could be
It could be mid-tiny, yes.
Could be in the hands of Bryle or DJ. Not sure where it's going just yet. So maybe if they pick Jab's hero here, they keep that open draft until the very end. You said Nature's Prophet, not a bad pick here, and they will go for that again. So
It's a good Nature's Prophet game.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't care too much about neither Snapfire nor Pangolier. Puts a lot of pressure on Dazzle because Dazzle doesn't deal well with these illusions, and they need
starting, because they know what the matchup's going to be. It's going to be Natus
10
Prophet.
seconds remaining.
So do they want to go for Terrorblade here? I wouldn't mind seeing
5
that.
seconds remaining.
You have Dazzle plus TB combo, kind of guaranteed Sunder, which is always going to be nice. Either that or Monkey King. I wouldn't mind seeing one of those two.
And you want to pick it now? You don't want to leave it until
Yes.
later, right? You don't want it to be banned.
And also, you're not revealing too
Fnatic's
much because you don't know where
turn to
this
ban.
Snapfire is going.
Spirit.
Okay, they go with Ember Spirit. Good Ember game.
Yeah.
There's no lockdown, but I like that Fnatic, that Jabs did go for Orchid last time around, so might do the same thing. Great Orchid game against Pango, Dazzle, and Ember Spirit. Might need to be able to go for the
10
same item build just
remaining.
to control this Ember.
And again, you know, we've seen that Sprout
5
talent that
seconds
leashes up
remaining.
heroes like Ember Spirit and Pango cause a lot of problems. But like I was saying, it's nice to see Alone on one of these maneuverable heroes like the Spirits, which he has been so adept
Thunder
on
Predators
over
turn to
his
ban.
career. And the Kunkka respect of Fnatic. He's a very tanky hero that they did struggle at some points to deal with. And of course, that pairing with a Dazzle, a nifty little combo that Thunder were trying to show off. Mildly successful, I'd say.
10 seconds remaining.
And now, probably looking for
5
Brile
seconds
heroes here.
remaining.
What would you ideally want to put against the Ember if we assume Tiny's a position 4? Like, we used to see Necro against Ember Spirit, right?
Not
to
into
dominate the
Dazzle.
lane.
Not into Dazzle would feel a bit weak. They do have some
Fnatic's
good
turn
tower
to
damage
ban.
against with Nature's Prophet. I wouldn't mind seeing hero like Leshrac, to be honest, because Pango doesn't like to play into it. He's a strong laner against the Ember Spirit. Let me check if Fnatic did play any of the Ember Spirit of Leshrac lately.
10
Not
seconds
really,
remaining.
but it is a good Leshrac game. Would give them a little bit more tempo.
5 seconds
Or the other
remaining.
way, if it's Tiny mid, is there a position 4 here that you would really love to
Thunder
see, like a
Predators
DJ
turn
Earth
to
Spirit,
ban.
for example?
Not bad. Not bad. Gives them a little bit more control. Earth Spirit, I know the teams have been trying it out, and it looks decent for a brief period of time. Hero was not
10
touched.
seconds
Everyone
remaining.
was rushing BKB first item. Things did
Yeah.
change when we added
5
15
seconds
seconds of
remaining.
cooldown of BKB. So one of the reasons why we see Earth Spirit back in the meta here and there. Nothing, you know, not in every single game, but he is there.
Yeah, it still feels like one of those player-specific heroes, right? You know, you've got Gojira on Beast Coast. Maybe DJ can bring it out as one of his signatures from the days gone past, but we'll see what they do going into these last picks and bans. Thunder to take out the bat. CK removed by Fnatic. Getting rid of some of those
Fnatic's
tanky
turn
heroes
to
and
pick.
Invoker. The last ban from Thunder, so they get rid of a couple of those mid laners that can do decently well against the Ember Spirit.
If you feel you need someone who can
Thunder
gank,
Predators
Void
turn
Spirit
to
also
Oh.
comes to mind.
It's a Marcy.
So it's going to be mid-tiny.
Yeah.
Mid-tiny, Marcy and Nature's Prophet on the off lane. It's a good tiny game. Like, a good matchup for him against the Ember Spirit. And also, if he
10
manages to get a
seconds
good timing on a
remaining.
Blink Dagger, very explosive lineup from Fnatic. Can play with both
5
Nature's
seconds
Prophet, both
remaining.
Marcy, and make both Pangos and Dazzle's life miserable.
So do you still see a Terrorblade on the horizon here for Thunder? Monkey King, you said also as well. They've got options, right?
Yeah, I like those two. Also, if they want to meme it up a little bit, go for Troll.
Ooh.
Troll always looks good on paper, never looks good in the actual game.
He's a theoretical hero, not an in-practice hero. I've got plenty of time to think this one through. So very likely looking at this Pango snap. Off lane, Dazzle +1 in the safe. Ember Spirit mid. And it should be the Pakaz hero. The heavy, hard-hitting, farming boss that Thunder Awaken do like to stack camps for and build up into that late-game raid boss.
They will need some late game security because Fnatic's early game is really strong, and also their scaling is insanely good. Especially if DJ one more time decides to go for Echo Saber on Tiny plus Crystallis. Thunder Awaken thinking hard about this one. No reserve time left.
Yeah, or if he's on the Marcy, he goes for that phase boots, BKB, Basher build that we've seen from a couple of these other players. Bristleback for Thunder, though. Very good at clearing stacks, but much faster tempo than we usually see from Pakaz.
It's not Bristleback Coddle. They do have ways of saving him, but no real way of amplifying the damage. There's going to need to be a lot of stacks made. I don't like Bristleback into Bloodseeker matchup, especially if we talk about the mid-game, late-game. Bloodseeker does really well with his shard pickup.
Yeah, that percentage-based damage shreds through the Bristle pretty quickly.
And think about Mjolnir procs against Bristleback, against Ember Spirit Shield. There's going to be damage flying all around, so those procs going to be pretty nuts.
That could definitely hurt Thunder. And they are looking for
10
that timing.
seconds remaining.
Around 20 or so minutes in. And there we see the heroes grabbed up as expected. Bryle Tiny, DJ Marcy, Tomato on that safe lane Bloodseeker with Dubu and Jabs, the Warlock and Prophet. And no surprises from Thunder. Sacred yet again has his hands on the offlane Pango. And Matthew Snapfire going to be pairing up with him, which is that a better lane than the Pango Rubik? More kill threat here on a Bloodseeker Warlock? Or
No, I think it's the same. It might be even worse, because if they play aggressive on the side lanes, on the mid lane, this Bloodseeker is going to eat Pangolier alive.
Yeah, if you've got Prophet and Marcy with Dispose into Treants, you're doing a lot of stuff there to...
Pango, Snapfire, they do play aggressive first 2 waves. Yeah, you want to get as much damage done to Bloodseeker because he's not strong at level 1. But once he hits level 2, level 3, things do get very, very difficult for Pangolier. Because a lot of the times you don't want to, like, you use a shield crash, Bloodseeker immediately starts hitting you. And then if he forces a swashbuckle, add Fatal Bonds on top of that. Like, it's just a very difficult game for Pango one more time.
Well, we'll see what Sacred can do. Maybe a shift in itemization is on the cards for him. He went
just get a Lincolns.
Yeah.
Easy.
No, but do you think he goes for like Diffuser Blade this time? Because it felt like the Blink Dagger was an investment into nothing, into failure in game 1.
They have Ember Spirit that can start a fight, I guess, and have a good front line with Bristleback, making fights a bit more chaotic. So potentially, I would love to see a scaling build from Pangolier. For now, seems like it's going to be the same thing. Bracer, Orb of Corrosion, into Boots of Speed. Definitely the lane to look out for. How much he's going to be able to suck in this lane.
Well, hopefully no suck outs for Thunder. They are down at the bottom of the table. They desperately need some wins to try and clamber back up. Key, go, Sorir.
Go. And Armel shows up.
Again, yeah.
One more time on a mid lane, looking way too cool.
It's the Shrine, I'm telling you. They keep doing this. Every game they drop the spray of Armel in the mid lane. Plant the flag on him as well. High five over the top of Armel.
Bryle's spinning inside.
Role-playing as him. Pakaz.
30 seconds.
Hello,
to battle.
DJ. That's my staircase. Get yourself back down into the river. I love these little pirouettes that pro players are doing. Spinning on the spot. Been to some ballet lessons.
Yeah, if they ever decide to quit as professional e-gamers, they do have a future in dancing.
As long as it's dancing in virtual reality and not
The
in real
battle
life.
begins.
Sacred not going to get the bounty rune top. Tomato is already there. So it's Fnatic getting their hands on 3 of them. And a deep ward there from DJ just to the side of the outpost. What's he looking for with that? Is that a courier sniping ward or just looking to see how the lanes are being set up?
They know that lanes are going to be pretty straightforward, I would say. There's no way they swap things around to make it less difficult for them. I guess the minute 3 bounty rune and also potentially like couriers that he can kill.
And yeah, maybe if the dancer goes and stacks with the Bristleback, he could spot things out when he's moving across the lane. DJ and Jabs already the dispose on Pakaz. Doing some good damage there onto the Bristle, but he gives as good as he takes with the quill sprays. Forces DJ to TP back to tier 1. It's always very important, though, to have these early skirmishes against a hero like Bristleback and a Dazzle, right? You're putting pressure on them, forcing early heals, burning through regen.
Yes, and also getting CS. This lane, every single time I see Bristleback, they play super aggressive, use all mana. He does have mangoes, and so does Panda Moo, so that means that they want to get as fast as possible to that ring of health and Bristleback.
They're getting tanky in the lane. In towards mid, Ember Spirit. Oh, up top, no. Oh, mid. Oh, hello. Mid, alone. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're all over the place.
What's going on?
I don't know. I've confused the Observer, and he's confused me. Bit of back and forth between us. Sacred, gonna get cookied up top. The Observer was right. We should look up here, because first blood is spilled. I stand firmly corrected. As Tomato gonna hit into Matthew and try and get a trade back. He's pretty speedy with the thirst going, but he can't connect onto Matthew any further.
Okay, much better opener than the previous time. Warlock was still level 1. I guess that was a big part of the problem. If he did have Shadow Word on him, he definitely doesn't die. But yeah, Bloodseeker's getting some extra XP here. He brought the Boots of Speed for him, gives him another Tango. Fatal Bond, so what a spell. Very annoying. It just looks too powerful.
Yeah, you just got lines flying everywhere. The animations, that's what sells the spell. Oh, nice blood right there. Catching 2 of them on the way back as well. And a good start from Thunder in that top lane. They do get that kill onto Dubu, but it seems like Bloodseeker so far unthreatened. 9 last hits. Well, that mid lane, Bryle against Alone. What's happening there? There was a TP in from DJ. Bryle very low, pops the Fairy Fire, disposed back onto tower. Flame Guard still going. Alone has the Fairy Fire himself, but the rebound in allows DJ to collect the kill, and now the Water Runes as well.
Double Water Runes for this move from DJ, man. This is why he's one of the best position 4s out there. He makes stuff happen. He understands that the Jabs is farming underneath the tower bottom, and this ward now makes sense, because this is the courier snipe that we talked about. Might even get a second one, forcing respect. Oh, courier's gonna die. Never mind.
Oh, it's been microed around. DJ. Oh, 2 hits and he's got it. You're right. He gets the help in the mid lane. Double Water in, Bounty in, double Courier. Spectacular stuff from DJ's Marcy.
Yeah, but he didn't stack any Ancients or...
Come now.
Just kidding.
Poor Ancient Cat.
And we're 3 minutes into the game, like you can't be everywhere.
Well, so far he's trying his best to be. Fatal Bonds again, spilling so much from Matthew into Sacred. And Tomato. They're very thankful that these other lanes running at very low HP, so he's speeding around like a madman. Keep him topped up with a Shadow Word and maybe a dive from Tomato. He sees Matthew, blood right's there. Cookie comes just in time.
Forcing him to use a magic wand is pretty big.
Mid again. Alone getting jumped, disposed and TP'd on by Jabs. Bryle grabbing yet another kill from this mid lane, and Fnatic just see him on another level compared to Thunder.
They need to help him out. He can't be alone.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's 4 people on a mid lane, and Matthew TP'd, who was at half HP, no mana whatsoever.
And now he's stuck here, isn't he? It brings a Tango and a Clarity. He has his headdress. I mean, maybe he can get some bottle charges from the Ember Spirit.
Look at the line of wards that Fnatic just placed. Like 2 deep observer wards, 1 in a triangle that could potentially go in and scout any stacks being made for Bristleback, potentially evade that with Tiny.
It's been very crisp stuff from Fnatic so far. And Thunder, they're still waiting, right? It is a waiting game for them. Get Bristleback big and fat, get him to his Aghanim Scepter after Vanguard Hood, tanky items, and that's when you start pivoting towards playing aggressively. Is there a timing where they can play before Bristle's ready? Like Ember Spirit, Pango, can they make moves?
Problem is, again, you have Pango. He's doing better than in the previous game, but again, giving completely free farm to Tomato one more time. Like, you can't harass him. You need to invest heavily manas, clarity potions, mangoes to be able to try to harass him, and then Dubu comes, uses 1 Shadow Word, he kills 3 creeps and back to full HP.
Yeah, all your hard work is undone.
Yeah,
very
so
quickly.
there's no way you're killing him unless Ember Spirit rotates.
Oh,
and Ember Spirit's still level 5.
Pre-level 6, so many ganks on him. Avalanche there, Bryle dropping low, the Scatter Blast and the damage from the Poison Touch. Good from Pandamu, and they do slay DJ and Bryle as well. Jab's going for the TP home, so this time, Thunder reacting to that aggression. Fnatic with no respect, just diving this Ember Spirit.
They thought it's not gonna happen.
Last time around, 4 people from Fnatic.
What's that? What's he doing? What a stupid creep.
Oh, that's the dumbest creep in the game. Also the worst one. Ice Firebomb. Song of Ice and Firebomb.
And he was bloody annoying in Aghanim's Labyrinth, I'll tell you now.
Look, it's also duration 8 on that useless spell.
Yeah, Alone, jumped again. DJ Dubu, Bryle into the mid lane to find Alone. The Remnant comes too slow. Rock'em sock'em.
Tips are coming back, and let's check that important thing I was talking about, the ancient Ice Shaman. Yeah, look at it, 8-second cooldown. Duration, sorry. As shitty as Season 8 from Game of Thrones, where it's like Ice Firebomb. It's that bad. Doesn't do actually anything. Damage per second, 50.
But it does damage to buildings.
Yeah, 25%. 25% out of 400. That's 100 damage.
Hello, someone's been ruptured. Sacred swashbuckles and does a lot of damage to himself. Trying to stun Tomato, but DJ's there with a disposed back. Tomato, the Remnant misses completely. And they've sprouted up Matthew, body blocking with the Treants now. Jabs, dropping low to the Flame Guard, but Bryle diving under tower. He's got the buff out from the Bloodseeker on him. He's hunting for Matthew, but the Dispose on Alone. Yet again under the Blood Right, gets away from the silence, but he's sprouted. And there's no escape for him unless the Grave and the Matthew jump in.
Tundra Awaken.
The Cookie stuns, the Sacred's back in. The Avalanche not going to do a great amount here, and DJ TPing out himself. Sloppy, scrappy fights though, aren't they?
It was 9 heroes top. The only one who didn't go there was Bristleback, so taking some pressure off Bristleback. Still good, and they Alone looks a bit tilted. That triple Remnant after those 3 deaths, still level 6, 8 minutes into the game. I don't know, the Fnatic, they're playing this mental warfare. Ice Shaman finally gets out. No, he blocked it again!
The cap again! Oh my god, I was like, Swift is highlighting this creep, but it's gonna be fine, right? No. It's absolutely not. Alone gonna jump away from Bryle this time. As DJ walks straight into Matthew. Tomato very low here. Bryle pretty speedy though with a jump forward. Toss around Matthew. The raindrops and the heal coming out of Panda. Keeps the snap fire.
Back to ancient Ice Shaman. We have to zoom in on him, please. Like, look at that face.
Oh, a little dickhead, isn't
it looks scarier than Zy. What is that?
God.
Nah, doesn't look smart.
It's like his face is the skull of a goat.
Fnatic placed that one. This is actually a creep from Fnatic's trying.
Paid actor. Jeez,
they probably think this is Vorted somewhere, and he's trying to do it again.
Oh, okay, he's at the front this time.
No, Bristleback walked in!
Ah!
Radiant's bottom tower
it's fine.
Under attack. Radiant's bottom
This should have been
tower
3 extra stacks of Ancients.
Wait, what is that? That's like 600 gold or something, right?
It's way too much. Matthew's like, what the hell is going on?
Wait, that's a Radiant Sentry in the... Okay, yeah, they thought it was blocked. You're right, they thought it was blocked.
I don't think I've seen anything like this
That
before.
is hilarious. Not for Thunder, though.
And now he needs to de-ward it.
Oh, man, and Panda were getting caught out. The displacement from DJ and Bryle catches him, and they do remove their own sentry. Goodness gracious me.
This is way too funny.
There is a dire sentry there, though, in the small camp, blocking that one. I don't know if they'll find it, though.
Whew, I lost a little bit of track what's happening in the game.
Man,
spent like 4 minutes watching at the Ice Shaman.
Right, main question, is Bristle ready yet?
He's going for Vanguard as well as Hood, plus Ring of Bassi.
So a bit slower to the Ags?
He is going to be a little slower. Also, those stacks that they missed is going to delay the Aghanim Scepter timing by a minute and a half. Ooh, also going for the phase boots. Interesting. I guess he wants to be able to get out of the Sprout at 15-minute mark.
With a Shard tree.
Yeah, Shard, phase boots, plus the Quelling Blade. But that's going to delay it by another like 3 to 5 minutes, depending if they manage to kill him. Cookie.
Oh, nice attempt, but Tomato, too smart for them. Had already moved away, and Dubu's there with the heals. Still level 4 on the Warlock, 11 minutes in. Needs a bit more experience to get the golems going, but the rest of his team doing exceptionally well here.
He has Book coming to him, so that's going to be His level 6, DJ, already in vicinity, thinking about going in.
And smoked up with Brile here too. Sacred gonna get the Rolling Thunder off. No, the Avalanche clips him at the last second. Oh man, Sacred swashbuckles but doesn't get away. Matthew and Placaz trying to play forward into DJ and Brile. Placaz running low on mana, has the soul ring up, and he wants to keep giving chase, but a rebound just allows Marcy and Dubu to escape with a movement speed buff.
And look at the mid lane. They're already there. Fnatic making all the right moves. Still, they're going to be able to potentially protect the top lane if they want to group up with Dubu. There's going to be another Rupture available in 15. But Brile, he wants to farm up. He's going for a bit of a different item build, something that Mickey, I believe, pioneered, getting that Echo Saber, and then either getting a Blink Dagger or getting straight into Aghanim Scepter. Because this time around, you have Nature's Prophet, so I would not be surprised if he gets Ags straight after. That tree volley with the Sprout.
Them.
Yeah.
Oh, such a nice combo. Oh, these treants blocking the ancient camp now. Thunder, the Golem, it's there from Dubu. The Dispose saving Brile with a little lift back. And Sacred's Rolling Thunder cut short as he's now in the blood right and has to run it off. Grave comes in, but I don't know, they're just going to disengage from that. Dubu's Golem still whacking away into the fatal bonds of Matthew and Panda. Try and kill the Golem off. It's pretty tanky, but can't withstand the magical nuke damage coming through from the Radiant team.
No casualties on both sides, respecting, especially Brile. He did not want to heavily commit after that grave.
What do you mean the Golem died? Poor little goalie. One casualty. Do be very sad. Ember Spirit and Arcane Rune bottled. What's his net worth at? 4.2k, trying to get towards a Maelstrom so he can continue scaling. And Pandamo, stack the camp. Come on. Yeah, see, there's a professional in action. Pandamo, the POS 5, knows exactly what he's doing.
DJ, pausing the game.
Preparing himself for the jump onto the Ember. And yeah, look at that. I mean, he's Brown Boots, Blightstone. He's got 2,400 saved up. Do you think this is him wondering if he can buy a Boots of Travel? Does he need to rush BKB? He's keeping his options open still?
Boots of Travel would be way too greedy. I would say you want to hit the timings with the Bristleback. You want to have 2 items, and the Bristle is going for that Aghanim Scepter next after finishing the Phase Boots. As we said, it's going to be a little delayed because of all the small items that he purchased, Ring of Bassi, both Vanguard and Hood, and also extra 1,000 gold spent on Phase Boots to be able to deal with Nature's Prophet. Sprout Shard alone. 2 Remnant charges left.
Does he have one? Does he have
they
one?
don't get this skill. I don't think they get this skill unless he tosses him like right on top of Tiny, which is a bit difficult to execute.
And he does have a defensive one ready to jump to. Not sure exactly where it is, but it's not here.
It's a triangle.
Ah, yeah, you're right. Over in that large camp. And that should allow him to rejoin his team. Oh, look at that. Oh, handsome fellas there next to the Ember Remnant.
It would be way funnier if it was Ancient Ice Shaman.
What is it with neutral creeps and underbites? Everyone seems to have their bottom jaw jutting out with massive pointy teeth everywhere. Except the golems, they have no chin.
These guys look scary. Look at it. That's Tiny's brother. Tiny's relative. Tiny's actually evolved into this.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, he killed what's that Pokemon called?
Golem?
No. The one
Graveler.
Something with a bone.
Cubone.
Cubone, yeah. Because he took the skull out of something that he killed and put it on his face. That's Tiny's skin right now.
Yeah, what was the lore of that? It's like, it's meant to be Cubone's mother or something? Like a Kangaskhan is Cubone's mother that died.
This got really dark real quickly.
It's like Bambi, you know, your mum died. Oh, the skull is there.
Don't spoil it.
Spoil Bambi?
Yeah, it's just...
That's from like the 1950s or something.
This is a big boy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, again, the underbite. Look at his bottom teeth. His jaw
look.
jutting out.
It's Ogre. He wants to kill some hobbits and cook them.
Look
at the pots on the side.
Oh, yeah. He's got a really hot dad bod, though, doesn't he? He's got the gut and the man boob, just like me. Massive muscle. Look at his yeah, look at that. I don't know what those muscles are called. Well, they are huge. I was just admiring bodies here. Right? Like, yeah, Morty with a nice little grin. Cheeky fella.
Everyone looks super jacked. That dragon, I mean,
They gotta
dragon,
be.
The lizard, the dragon carrying grandma the whole day.
If you want to destroy an ancient, you've got to be powerful.
I think we found all the creeps, but there's our guy. This is the MVP of this series so far.
Can he click on him? Oh. It's hiding in a,
There it is.
in a group of creeps. Oh, yeah, he is hideous. Yeah. Yeah, he is hideous.
How does he have?
Look at that chin.
Like,
Again, right? The underbite. I'm not wrong. How does he have what? Sorry, Lacoste?
How does he have eyes
In a skull?
in a skull, like
That's what I was-
outside? I mean, it's pretty badass, but
That's what I was saying. It's like his face is like a goat skull placed onto his head. Like, is that a mask? Does it? I wonder if we remove that goat skull, he has a face behind it, like Juggernaut.
that might be.
Like those eyes-
I think you're right.
It's like those fish, right? Like the anglerfish has the fake dangling thing that's like an eye, but it's not an eye. There's like loads of animals that have like fake
eyes
to pretend that that's their face, but it's really not. Like butterflies and moths have it as well. It's a disguise, hiding his face so you can't see his emotions, if he has any. Well, alone disconnecting now. Seems like we've got a few problems going on.
There's the underbite again.
Oh man. Look, and they've all got like tusks and massive teeth pointing out. I like the face paint though. What's your favorite neutral creep? Like not just aesthetics and looks, but like overall utility, looks, everything.
He knows. Scriff knows. He knows what's my favorite one. Look at this. Look at this bad boy.
The kobold gangster.
Kobold gangster. I remember. I don't know if you. Oh, and he's drinking.
Oh.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, the chalice.
I remember that video when people, like, you could take multiple units with Helm of the Dominator. And he was the one leading the army. Because people were taking, units and also siege creep units. And they, like, put everything inside the base and then went for, like, one final push.
And sprint across the map.
And he was leading the charge, yeah.
Oh, man. I think my favorite neutral is the one with the like 10% GPM, like 20 GPM, whatever it is, the little tiny
Radiant's top
kobold.
tower is under attack.
A
I
baby.
miss the boys.
The boys.
Yeah. You know the boys, the purple ones that Shadowfin loved to farm?
Oh, the prowlers?
Yes.
Whatever they were called?
They were called the boys.
The boys. And they were nasty with like the root on them that would always catch you, like first hit out of nowhere. Disgusting stuff. Hand them out. As we return into Dota 2, the video game, you know, we need to catch here from Bryle. Silence on the Dazzle will stop him from casting any spells, but they've lost Jabs and DJ in the Mortimer's Kisses. Matthew launching out the lava towards the retreating Fnatic side, and Pakar's now able to frontline on tier 1.
Is under attack. Dire's structures
That
are
pause kind of killing the momentum maybe a little bit for Fnatic, and Bristleback still 0 deaths on him. They did not manage to get a single kill on him, and this is going to be a tower. As I said, a little bit delayed timing on that Aghanim Scepter. Still going to be very good. You get that Axe, go inside the pit, especially if the Golem is down. They're going to be able to take a fight.
Just keep on moving forward. Steal out the farm from the Dire jungle now is alone and Sacred. Look at this Ember Spirit up and running.
under attack.
They're catching up to the Tiny. Only 500 net worth behind right now. As Pango, a little further back. Definitely getting outshone by the Nature's Prophet net worth. He's near blink on Pango, but yeah, we see there Orchid treads halfway towards the shard on Jabs. Might find himself in danger now, though. Stun with the cookie should come. Cancel the TP and kill off the Prophet. A big one there for Pakar's to claim.
If I was that Snapfire, I would so-called accidentally took the kill. They want to give Bristleback that Aghanim Scepter. They know it's their win condition. This is where they're going to be start playing aggressive. Ryle.
Yeah, finding Sacred. Golem fake pumped. Animation cancelled as Dubu doesn't want to launch it just yet.
He
Bryle
might
getting
need to.
caught out by this Pangolier and alone, still chasing with the Flame Guard. Now the Golem's dropped in, but Bryle dies in the midst of it with a two-man cookie. Matthew, he's opening up for alone to jump back in onto Tomato. Clear him out with a viscous nasal goo and those cool sprays stacking. Golem dropping in the back lines too. Thunder awakened.
Beautiful execution. Dubu waiting for a very long time, thinking whether he needs to drop the Golem or not. In the end, drops it, but it's a way too late. And now they're playing top tier 2 tower. They have a catapult. They have some extra minus armor from Orb of Corrosion and damage from Bristleback. So this is going to be tier 2 tower into outpost. Map getting smaller for Fnatic.
Can they think about just walking into Roche with Golem down, or is that something they want to win a team fight again first?
It's Aghanim Scepter. It's exactly what I said. This is going to be full Ags. Golem is down, straight into Roche pit.
Yeah. We'll farm out that top jungle first.
Rune of
3k lead emerging from Thunder, and they are straight into the pit.
And the double damage, because why not?
Of course there is. Yeah, first Roche, DD respawns, as is tradition. Marcy grabbing a Blink Dagger now, but it feels like Fnatic just going to have to allow Thunder to take this.
Roshan has fallen to
Test.
the Radiant.
Jab's
Radiant's
just going to
bottom
try and
tower
split push
is
out
under
the bottom
attack.
lane. Aghanim Shard very nearly here, has the money for it now. Wrath of Nature to clear out some additional creeps and push the waves even harder. What's he TPing to? Well, they see
Radiant's
alone.
bottom tower is under
Have
attack.
that Dire Observer Ward over him. Might come back up top for a quick pop at this Ember. Dire triangle though. And found out DJ, I think. Oh no, he's TP'd away because Bristol has no stuns.
Yet. But much, much better game. Also for Sacred. He's has same amount of farm as Mid Tiny, which is pretty impressive. Does have a Blink Dagger. Going into Lotus Orb next. Great way to remove Warlock's Fatal Bonds, and most likely you precast that so that you're not going to get ruptured.
Matthew sitting up
Radiant's
for an
top
attempt
tower
on
is
mid.
under attack.
Comes out of his
Dire's
tree line.
middle tower is
Focus
under
on these
attack.
tier 2s. Dire Vision is all over this mid lane though, so they see every step that Thunder makes.
I like to build on Matthew this time around, going for mech instead of going for a greedy build, so even more heals coming out from both of the supports. They understand that against Fatal Bonds, against like Tiny's combo, Bloodseeker, they need to be able to like sustain and have a full HP. Yeah. On the high ground they go.
Straight up there. Yeah, Pakaz holding that Aegis, but alone down bottom, silenced up. Marcy trying to kill him off, but he's jumped out and he's holding a regen rune as well.
And there was a still fake grenade.
of regeneration.
Radiant's bottom
waits that
tower
out.
is under attack.
Gets the regen, back up to full HP. And Pakaz continues battering away at this tier 3.
Radiant's bottom tower
Nothing to stop him just yet. I mean, killing him once is a challenge, never mind killing him twice.
Dire's middle tower is
Glyph,
under
nice
attack.
mech there, keeps the creeps alive a little longer, but
Has been defeated.
didn't use their own glyph to continue going. Tier 3 down.
Has fallen.
The wave cutting from Fnatic in the mid lane. And a bit of shove on bottom. Does force Thunder to rethink their actions, maybe come back and maintain these lanes.
Oh, this is being pinged out.
On the top
Jabs
lane.
looks very dead.
Oh, the kisses come. Good amount of damage onto Jabs,
Wait a
but
second.
there are no stuns.
I thought Matthew's gonna shoot 2 kisses and immediately starts running at someone so that he lands a cookie. A little bit of a misplay there.
Yeah, should have been a freebie on the Jabs profit, but now he's able to come down to the bottom lane. Cause even more problems for Thunder.
Buying time. This is exactly what Fnatic needs. They need to have 2 BKBs. Look at what Tomato has queued up.
What is it?
Double book.
Oh yeah, he's got 1 tome and another one queued.
Very under level. He didn't fight at all. This is Bloodseeker with 1-0
Oh wow.
score. So they need 2 BKBs. They need 1 on Nature's Prophet, and Jab's doing a very good job
Well, this
forcing rotations, and DJ also playing with him.
is still the prime time for Pakaz's Bristleback. Well, toss Ember Spirit across into Jabs and DJ, dispose and punch, killing him off quickly, while Matthew cookies into Jabs. And they've got a lot of damage still here with Bryle and DJ pummeling him into the ground, so the high ground push from Fnatic can actually begin bottom lane. Pakaz is slowly hitting into buildings. The barracks, yes, are falling top, but look at how quickly they move into bot. They need the Pango to Rolling Thunder, catch out DJ, but misses the landing roll. He's focusing onto the barracks, but in comes the rest of them. Bryle and DJ taking their Panda move, the Grave finally there. Jabs very low and close to death, finished off by Sacred's Pango, while Pakaz has also TP down bottom to continue this fight. DJ swashed upon, one more disposed, but he's gone.
Fnatic got way too much out of this, forcing a buyback from Sacred and also trading barracks.
And four kills as well?
Yeah, they got a couple of kills. They did manage to kill Ember Spirit, who still doesn't have his BKB. This Orchid that we mentioned at the start of the game, something that he did build in the previous one, a lot of value from it.
Yeah, this is, Pakaz 20 minutes in, meant to be the strongest hero on the map, but Fnatic outplaying Thunder with this macro control from the Nature's Prophet.
It's a tough decision, like in Dota, where you need to, like someone TPs out, it's like, oh no, this guy should not TP it out, now we're kind of vulnerable here, and they did get a kill on the top lane on Sacred, forcing this buyback, and Jab focusing barracks immediately with his treants and a couple of right clicks. Who got out of the trouble? I think Bryle's the one who didn't die here. The rest, Jabs and DJ, they did.
Yeah, Bryle TP'd. DJ still gets caught at the end. Still buying so much time. Bryle lurking up top, waiting in the trees to cut the waves. Trying to slow down Thunder. Are Thunder on a timer? Yeah, they're playing very aggressively, kind of rushing towards buildings. Is this something that Fnatic want to draw this game out? You mentioned the BKB's time.
They would definitely love to draw this out for at least after second Roshan. That could potentially spawn in 2 minutes. Getting Shard and Aegis on Bristleback. And if the lanes are not in a good spot, Fnatic might be in trouble, but Jabs has been on point. Like, he's been amazing on this Nature's Prophet, understanding where he needs to be. Even though he's playing like super aggressive, he has only 3 deaths.
And you see Tomato drawing on the map. Push top, push bot, push mid, cut waves. Just delay, delay, delay. Thunder trying to group up and get out that bottom lane, take over the dire triangle, hold their ground there. Fnatic are the ones to smoke though. Tomato with his BKB, leading the charge out of the dire base. He's backed up by the rest of his squad. It's a dive scan as well as they see Pakaz. Rupture toss, half health, no Aegis, he's dead! The Bristleback, the tanky hero, obliterated by
without
Fnatic.
Bristle, they need to immediately fall back. There's no way they take the fight. This is the combo. Pure damage coming out from him into tossback, into rest. Just way too much, and they caught Dazzle as well. Jabs again, finding a good opening. Things are going to get much easier for Fnatic as time progresses, because Bryle is getting Silver Edge as his next item, so that means a break mechanic on Bristleback on top of that, and Bloodseeker does have a shard, so applying that Blood Rage damage, percentage-based damage, Bristleback does struggle against it.
Yeah, they've got so many tools. Usually Bristle's the hero you ignore, you focus his team, kill the other 4, and then come back to the Bristle a bit later on, but the abilities they've got, the Dispose, Toss through the Rupture, the Sprout to control, the Bond, the fact that you can bond the Bristleback with the rest of his team, and do all of that damage.
He tanks everything.
He kills everyone else himself. Thunder going to smoke out of their base now, wanting to get the first move. Having that jump, so important in Dota 2. You need vision to see the enemies, to find the targets you need. Get that initial pick off and allow Alone to dive backlines. Get a good Rolling Thunder from Sacred. They do have a good, solid amount of team fights still at their disposal.
Thunder, they're smoked, but Bristleback is not there.
And bottom lane's pushed all the way in.
He does have a basher, so one way to stop the BKB TPs. Jabs hiding under these trees, but seems like Pakaz not gonna go for it and try to find him.
Yeah, they're gonna start needing some Tinker wards, aren't they? Get some of these side of the map wards up to spot out Jabs. he's got that vision there. He sees them all coming through the jungle. And he knows he can move straight up to top, connecting with everybody else from Fnatic as we all wait the 2 minutes for the next Roshan respawn. Thunder might be considering another smoke move because they're running out of plays in their book. Dire Ward sees them smoke. Unfortunate for Thunder. DD Rune has spawned bottom though. Bristleback is nowhere near it, so probably just going to go to Alone's bottle. As Pakaz runs towards Jabs. One quick sprout. A silence comes out of
He should
Jabs.
try to
but
TP out now.
he's got the basher on him, and Jabs trying to just juke through the trees. But this time Pakaz has his number. While top lane, I do find out Matthew, DJ, able to open up on him.
Solo kill from Pakaz, 850 gold.
Oh yeah.
He got from that. He was thinking about getting a BKB, but wants to be able to lock him down, has that guaranteed bash going for Abyssal next.
That's Force Staff to get Pandamu out of danger, but Brawl Tiny, no joke when it comes to physical damage. Surrounded though by the rest of Thunder, isolated from his team. And Alone, starting to feel himself now.
Not a golden Roche. 45 seconds until the spawn, pretty
like-
long one.
It was like 2.5 minutes, it's a bronze Roshan, it was a wooden Roshan. Pakaz into Dire Triangle. They've done a great job carving the map after those couple of kills. So important that they do this against the split pushing of Jabs. You need to find openings, they need more buildings.
Never refuse
30 minutes in, it often feels like taking a lane of barracks isn't enough to secure you a win or give you an advantage.
No, definitely not.
They need a big team fight.
Penamu just was in the Roche pit and now is gonna stand in here. Roshan's gonna respawn, but Great Treant will scout things out. 12 seconds until Tiny spawns. So still no need for buyback. We'll be able to TP, but there's no outpost. Thunder Awaken, they're the ones controlling it.
We're going to catch in the mid lane though. Matthew, Force, Grave, Cookied. Great ability to skip out of danger while the Abyssal Blade, the stuns into Tomato. But he's speedy out with the Thirst. Sacred jumps into DJ, disposed across as the kisses land onto the Marcy now. Alone will take the Haste Rune as they should maneuver back towards the pit.
They use Rupture and BKB on Bloodseeker. I'm not sure if they want to take this fight. I feel like this Roshan belongs to Thunder Awaken without Fnatic taking a fight.
Seems like there's no way for them to get that.
Forcing
Jabs
him
is,
left.
yeah, Jabs is down bottom, pushing all the way in. Alone. Just going to clear the wave. Not hunting. Not risking too much.
He's going to pop a BKB. He
Oh, he does, yeah. The Orchid stopped out by the BKB, allowing the chains. Now a BKB from Jabs. Who wins this man fight? 1v1 in the trees with some greater treants. And a TP out.
Very close to using that Bristle Blade, but not close enough.
You're going to keep doing that, aren't you?
That's my favorite one. Copyrighted.
Trademark Lacoste. Thunder. Yeah, they got the Aegis. Is this now a steamroller moment? Run down mid? Or is there something more nuanced and delicate they can do as Thunder Awaken?
It's time to outpush the lanes. I like that Pakaz is making an adjustment, going for Boots of Travel. But thing about Boots of Travel is you can't get out of Sprout. Because you don't have both Phase Boots and the Quelling Blade anymore.
That could be a problem for them. They've got 4 staffs though, right? I think Snap and Dazzle both have the ability to
They do, yes,
push
but
them
they need
around.
to play with you. One of the reasons why he picked it up is to stop this split push, potentially threaten a kill on Nature's Prophet.
just keep going back and contending with him. And yeah, there we see 4 staff on Matthew, 1 on Pandamote. And they do have the Blink Dagger, Lotus Orb on Sacred. Pango from position 3. Had a rough game, but it's not been as bad as game 1. Still found himself 4-3-9. Positive KDA, that's what we like to see.
Yeah, doing much better. Now has E on this. Oh, no, never mind. He changed his mind. Decided to go for Skull Basher. So it's also another tool to deal with split push. I like the Basher more than I love E on this because you have Dazzle with you and you also have a Lotus Orb. So and also have this tanky Bristleback. So I don't think Tomato wants to use Rupture on Pangolier anyway.
And Thunder kind of being Bounced around the map here, turning into more like a game of ping pong or tennis. Fnatic doing a very good job of shoving them from one corner of the map to the other, dragging their attention top after they were just mid and bot. And then you see 3 Fnatic heroes bottom, pushing that wave all the way in, which needs to be pruned and maintained by Thunder. Get the gardeners out, chop down some of these trees. Brian even down here as well. It's just so annoying. How would you get creep waves to get to the Dire base? How do you get a team fight around the Dire base when Fnatic are playing at the Radiant base?
2 minutes left on that Aegis. By they, I mean Jabs did a very good job just pushing out those waves constantly, playing a difficult game. By difficult, he only died once in like the last 15 minutes, which is pretty impressive considering how risky he's playing.
Yeah, he's always very forward across the river. Again, it's just going to come down to these smokes from Thunder. Keep trying to use that element of surprise to catch Fnatic. And right now, 32 minutes in, when Thunder kind of scrambling to look for that victory, buybacks start to become increasingly important. Fnatic will have that defender's advantage. They've also got the global advantage with the Nature's Prophet to buy back and maneuver across the map. Nice rune for Pakaz. Arcane rune for the Bristleback.
He also has Boots of Travel too, that reduces channel time to 2 seconds, and he's gonna be always able to TP to Creep Wave, blink, and get on top of Nature's Prophet if he ever shows.
Yeah, he sure is. What's the reason he's not sold his phase boots and bug?
Thinking about getting that phase boots in just in case someone
Really?
might. Yeah.
Fair enough, fair enough. Has the option in the backpack if needed. BKB queued up next, so you can get rid of that hood. And of course, can still upgrade the Aghanim Scepter to the Blessing for another item slot a little later on. Silver Edge is here for Bryle, though. Halfway towards Aghanim Scepter as well. In this bottom jungle, and look at how quickly they react. They saw where Bryle was, but he's already TP'd home, yeah. Fnatic starting to toy with it. Nice. They've got the Rax advantage as well, don't they? I guess there's 1 tier 3 extra that Thunder have taken.
It's 1 range barracks, doesn't matter that much. But it's the Jabs. He does have a full AC, I believe.
The Jabs.
Somewhere on the courier. Yeah, it's ready, and now he's gonna TP back to base, pick it up.
Level 20 Prophet, AC ready.
Dire are
He's gonna go for a Silver Edge himself, it looks like. Shadowblade is queued up. Fnatic launching themselves into this Radiant Triangle where Sacred is waiting atop the high ground, and he's disposed back. The long range from DJ. He finds the Pango. He does have buyback available here, so Thunder might think about forcing a fight, while Dazzle silenced and forced staff himself away from the aggression. And there's the buyback with the kisses and the chains.
Early BKB from Tomato.
BKB's forced out, Remnant forward, Jab's the target of choice here, but they drop the Golem into Pakaz. Dispose him back, Lotus Orb's on him, so it does truck it back towards Marcy. The Bristleback, though, dropping very low quickly. Tomato turned on, the Grave comes as well. They've saved Pakaz, the Bristleback keeps fighting. Dispose all over the place, being tossed and chucked around, but they get the kill on the BB. Alone. Focusing Bryle now, Tiny bashed up by the Pango, and Jabs with the buyback, comes in with the Sprout back on him, Cookie forward, does catch the Prophet, and Jabs about to die back. Oh, he's pretty tanky though with this AC. Keeps on going, you're right, the Fatal Bond's doing an awful lot while Jab survives. Gets himself a double kill, and the slow from the upheaval, but Sacred able to clear through the remaining members of Fnatic.
That was really premature BKB from a Bloodseeker. Like
Radiant's middle tower is under
I'm not sure
attack.
what he's afraid of. The only stun they have is Cookie, pretty much. So yeah, we're gonna see that again. I guess he thought, oh, I don't want to get slowed by Mortimer's kisses. Duba with a great response, and Sacred did a lot of work with the Pangolier, managing to connect on multiple heroes, and then after dying, he did buy back. So a lot of value from that. And look at these Graves, keeping him alive for decent period of time. In the end, still dies. Jebs will come back, but in the end, will pay with his life. We have a game.
Yeah, Sacred's buyback, vitally important there for them, right? As Jabs, in the end, with a dieback on the Nature's Prophet. Fatal Bonds, the Orchid, the AoE Shadow Word. There's so much chaos and noise in this fight. Very difficult to keep track of what's going on. And we see there the leashed up Sacred Pango. Even though the trees are dead, it still leashes you in that spot. With the treants surrounding you as well, body blocking you for no escape. 6 heroes dead on Fnatic.
Big
5
damage.
died on
Big
Thunder.
damage from Ember Spirit. What is that number? It's like 18,000 both teams, but that's like 6,000 plus damage from Ember. 7,000.
The Slights and the Maelstrom procs. XP gain for Pango, incredible there. 5,000 experience. Now, how many levels is that at this point? Well, it's 2,500 experience to go through level 23. So he basically went from level 21 to 23.5. So 2.5 levels, basically. Sacred. Now with Eondis queued. Still yet to get his Shard or his Aghanim Scepter. I don't know, usually the Aghanim Shard, one of the big items you pick up on Pango quite early on, isn't it?
It is. Maybe he thinks there's still gonna be potential rupture, but I don't think Bloodseeker will be using that. It's a good way to reinitiate, keep yourself safe against the spells, but I think Rupture will be used 100% on Bristleback anyway, and then Lotus Orb needs to come in clutch on BB as well.
And Tomato really wants to get to that level 25. He's gone for all the Rupture talents, so having the extra charge would be incredibly potent. Fnatic, 3k net worth behind. Meaningless 36 minutes in. It's all about these initiations. Who can get the jump on the bigger target first? Can you kill the Warlock before the Bonds and the Golem drops? Can you find the Dazzle before he graves the Bristleback?
Tundra Awaken itemizing, going for those Eon Disc. Matthew does not want to risk anything. Instantly assembles it, and also having a Grave double Force Staff. That also means that both supports can take care of each other. And having this mech, I think a lot of value was already done by Matthew. Already said that I love this item build because you're playing against the Fatal Bonds, you're playing against the Bloodseeker, and reducing some of his move speed in a team fight is pretty big.
Nice. Oh, Timeless Relic. Who's that best on?
He's gonna keep it.
Alone's gonna keep it. That extra change duration, more damage out at your Flame Guard.
Yeah, you have 5 Fire Remnant charges. You do have Shard amplifying damage from Maelstrom. Another Timeless Relic as well. What did they give it to? I guess you give it to Warlock, yeah.
That wouldn't be bad. And there's the jump alone. Oh my goodness, straight onto the top of the 2 supports, and they've killed off the Warlock. No Bonds, no Rock, no nothing. The catch on the DJ now as well. Alone just diving in deeper. After a real difficult laning stage where he went 0-3, Alone now 38 minutes in, really dominating the pace of the game.
Yeah, he's the one who's dealing most damage in a fight. That's a bit surprising considering you do have Bristleback on your team that is almost fully jacked. What other tier 4 items we're looking at? Marcy, Stormcrafter. Good way to dispel things. Not the best item. Like I feel like we need to do something about it. It's a good mana regen item, good dispel. Damage is kind of meh.
Yeah. Maybe another 0.3 seconds on the Cyclone lift time. That would do the job. Leveler picked up by Tomato.
Maybe some kind of slow that we add to Stormcrafter proc.
Well, they heavily jump. Zap him and slow him. Third Roshan alive with an Aghanim's inside. Being pinged out. Treant doesn't get there to see it. Maybe these ones will. The army's coming.
Can't stop all of them. What does he have? Aghanim's Blessing. So Bristleback already has one. So does Ember Spirit. They could I wouldn't mind seeing it on the Snapfire this time. Oh, Dazzle! If he can get that one for free.
Could we open up the item board again? Oh, maybe there's a fight. How often do we see 4 brown boots, by the way? Like 39 minutes in. And a catch on the bristleback, blood right. And Bryle tossing him around, but alone, defending his body. Dubu, the fatal bonds and the rock dropped on them, focusing Pakaz with the 4 staff back down to the low ground. Tomato trying to shred into it, but they've got the Grave and the Abyssal Blade in onto Latika. He needs to sprint away from danger now as the kisses are launched in toward him, and Tomato about to die to the bristleback, and the catch from Sacred. The Dazzle traded out for the BS as DJ does jump down from high ground to low. Bryle could maybe look to blow up the bristleback as he gives him the combo, but it's nowhere near enough damage. The Quill Sprays find DJ in the end, and Matthew found out by Jabs. Buybacks galore now going to come through as Jabs Profit stuck.
He's dead for a long time, minute and a half, and does not have a buyback. And Tundra Awaken, they know about it. Not enough damage. They try to go with the Rupture. Bloodseeker uses his BKB, focuses him down. Still not enough. Like it was funny to watch where he's trying to get away from this Bristleback, who blinks on top of him, gets the Abyssal Blade, but the Sacred closes the gap, and Sacred also hit level 25.
Yeah, Sacred, compared to game 1, completely different beast on this Pango, having a much better time chasing and team fighting.
So Rolling Thunder cooldown, and they did give Aghanim Scepter to Snapfire, so that's going to be another save. You get Ruptured, you get eaten, sometimes Isbot. It's a very good one.
You're graved, 4 staff, gobbled up, spat out. Another form of initiation as well, as you can chuck this Bristleback or Pango into the Fnatic lineup. As Thunder, knowing the Jabs cannot return to the battlefield, will clear out this mid lane of barracks. Think about the ranged one top, but there's still a tier 2 bottom lane. So that will cut their push short for now.
But drawing on a minimap already. But yeah, good point from you about brown boots.
Yeah, it was a bit of a bad timing for me, and I apologize to Scriff calling for that before a team fight breaks out. But 4 brown boots 40 minutes in, I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this. 4 brown boots
and bots too. On one hero. I don't think I've seen this combination before.
It's wild.
As a Snapfire, like, you don't want upgraded boots. Same goes for Dazzle. Pango also wants to prioritize different items. He did have mana boots, which he did disassemble.
Right, that's why.
Yeah, Snapfire as well.
Yes. That's what's caught me off guard. Because I knew they had arcane boots, but of course the Eon Disc disassembled and made into a new item.
We figured it out. It took us couple of minutes, but we did decipher it.
Well, I'm the one going, why? And you're like, yeah, Eon Disc. Simple explanation. Hello. Launched forward. Jabs has a Shadow Amulet, but there's no hiding from Thunder. He's dead for a minute and a half. Again, okay, buyback comes up just in the nick of time.
Matthew does have that gem, so we'll always be able to see him. Bristle doesn't have solo kill potential because of the Shadow Amulet. It just doesn't have enough slots to carry a dust.
And alone able to get out these side lanes. They want to amass their forces bottom though. Again, the line is drawn. Let's go bot boys. Tier 2. And open up the base into the tier 3.
Back with the casual 1000 damage.
Are you serious? He's got a DD rune, yeah. Jeez.
One
Plus
more.
810.
Yeah, it's 1000.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, yeah, backdoor regen. Tower protection ceases to exist. Well, damage from Bristleback far too hefty. And Thunder making their way to high ground. Still 30 seconds without a profit. They'll try their best to dispose and toss, but the gobble up alone into the back. A DJ being blown up. No buyback on the Marcy, and the Warlock will follow her into the grave. 2 buybacks come out quickly, but Jabs, he's TP'd into the middle of them all. His BKB's up, but he's about to fall. Brawl will toss another one back into them, but that's a creep, not a hero. Dubu now in trouble as well. This game looks like it's about to end. Thunder Awaken striking back and getting themselves a victory here against Fnatic.
They just don't have anything to punch back against this massive Bristleback, who's still holding that Aegis.
Far too tanky. far too strong.
Gonna get a toss back. No, he cannot. Oh, Cookie.
Great recovery from Alone as well, right? Being ganked, what, 3-4 times. The response from Thunder the third time, helped him out and worked out nicely. But GG called in the end as Thunder Awaken tie things up 1-1.
Fnatic, they did try to buy time. I think we gotta give credit to Jabs, how much space he managed to create for the rest of the team to be able to recover. But Thunder Awaken, this is the team that we used to see at the Stockholm Major, like this, everyone taking care of each other. There's a 4-step, not overlapping stuff, using the Grave and
synchronizing.
Yeah, but just the overall great team play, great spell casting, and Alone after that, as you said, not that good of a start, using that triple remnant, missing things, getting ganked a couple of times, but 3-4 people 5 minutes into the game still manages to recover, so we gotta give him credit for that.
And Sacred, good recovery from game 1 as well, right? Playing the same hero twice and very different stories between game 1 and 2. Have your thoughts changed on offlane Pango? You still think it doesn't have a place?
It's way too slow compared to other offlaners, what they bring to the table. Like once you get to Lotus Orb, Blink Dagger, Shard, Bastard, then the hero is kind of playable, but very difficult to get to that point.
Sacred will keep trying to prove you wrong time and time again as we
down.
round out this series. 1-1 between Fnatic and Thunder Awakens, as we'll take a break and return with more Dota after this.
power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play, with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Salutations! Suns fan here with Jenkins, who is wearing a very fitted outfit today. God, you look like a miniature like mannequin in just the most disturbing story you can think of. That's like a child's outfit you're wearing right now.
Feel like a mannequin, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, you look like
Life
one.
is just really... Aren't we all mannequins in life?
Something like that. Anyway, we're actually in the draft already, thankfully.
Yes, we
continue
are.
this
That's
conversation
right.
any longer than
That's
we have
right.
to. We got Team Spirit versus Team Entity, both of which are tied for second. There's like a four-way tie for second place in Group, I'm going to say B. That's a 50-50 chance that we're correct on that group there.
We are the B stream, so it is definitely Group B. That is definitely how that works.
Yeah, sure.
Radiant
That is how it
team
works. But yeah, both these teams. I mean, Team Spirit obviously winning TI. They've been pretty solid all year. They haven't really
Radiant
blown
team
anybody
back.
away, I want to say.
Yeah.
Which obviously led a lot of people to say that their run was a fluke. I'm not a big fan of the fluke
Spirits
argument in
turn to
general.
No, that didn't work for the OG haters
yeah.
either, so I don't know. I mean,
Like taking momentum and, turning that into a TI win. I mean, I would say, even if you say 9 times out of 10 LGD wins that TI, that doesn't make it a fluke.
No.
I don't think.
no.
Because they took advantage of the momentum.
It's in the multiverse, we just exist within that universe where this is the path that things have gone down, and it was far more interesting that way. I think Spirit did not even look close to a favorite prior to TI.
Right.
But coming,
They were a true dark horse.
they were, yeah, and I think coming to every tournament after TI, they definitely were a favorite, and it's just like they won TI, and so the expectations are incredibly high. And I think if they were a little lower,
10
people would not be
seconds
too
remaining.
unhappy with how Spirit has performed this season because
5
they have
seconds remaining.
consistently they've made every major or regional qualifier. They've always done decently, other than maybe the previous major. But at Riyadh, they got grand finals versus LGD, which was the TI finals again.
Yeah.
So it's like
They got 4-0'd by LGD in that tournament.
They did. But, also it's like you could argue that it wasn't a best of 5 finals. Maybe the momentum wasn't the same because there wasn't a lower bracket.
Yeah.
There's arguments, and LGD is also
Stronger than last
stronger
year somehow.
Stronger, yeah, somehow stronger. As we're seeing in this tournament, they're looking incredibly powerful. But we do have a draft. Speaking of incredibly powerful, we've basically all the OP heroes have been picked so far.
Well, there's apparently a lot of OP heroes in general, 4 of which have been banned. Although Batrider, I don't know if I put on that
Team
same level. That
Spirit,
seems like a more
turn to
targeted
bat.
thing. The other 3 are banned very consistently. So Tiny, Zeus Opener from Entity, Wyvern Mars from Team Spirit. We've seen many plays from the Collapse Mars. So his Mars is one of the best in the world,
10
to say the
seconds
least, but
remaining.
I think their draft doesn't really leave that much flexibility. I don't know if they've played a
5
Wyvern mid.
seconds
I'm not sure if
remaining.
Toronto Tokyo has that in his arsenal. I mean, sure he does, but I don't know if they've done it before. So I think we can assume this is a support off-lane combo here. And then Entity, this is flex.
You can't really be sure with these heroes.
Especially with this team, because we should mention again that Saberlight is subbing in for Pure. And Saberlight is an off-laner, but he's playing position 1.
This
but
is
they've been
true.
picking mostly off-laners as position 1s.
Yeah, they have, and it's been going surprisingly well for them. I mean, Entity is a previous Div 2 team They're also a team that has a stand-in, of course, Pure. I think a lot of people looked at that replacement for Crystallis and thinking like, oh, Pure is going to bring this team to the next level and kind of only Pure. And I think he did look amazing in DPC. But man, like Entity, all the players individually on Entity have stepped up. Stormstormer in particular has been looking like a tier 1 mid. He's been looking absolutely amazing. And I think his weird hero pools, like Pugna mids, and we saw him play Visage yesterday. Some teams are not comfortable playing with the Visage on mid. It means they have less flex potential. So Entity is actually kind of like a beast of a team. I don't know if you want to call them a dark horse coming in, but they're definitely.
I think you can because they have a sub.
I think even without the sub.
So I mean, they definitely had success, right? And Pure was playing like Doom safely. So it actually makes sense that they would go for a Saberlight as their carry because he's playing the same heroes he would, except he's in a lane that's easier. He's actually just.
It is easier. It is easier. Yeah, that's right. It's nice that the roles have kind of amalgamated.
Man, you've been obsessed with
a little bit.
I used to use that all the time back literally 10 years ago. That was kind of my thing.
Amalgamate.
I'd say, and they're amalgamating towards the mid lane.
The thing is, my brain wants to go to coagulate, but that grosses people out, so I say amalgamate instead.
You can say coagulate.
Okay, the roles have kind of coagulated
okay, I've changed my mind.
Or homogenized over the years.
Oh. Very scientific.
Yeah, I've been reading books, doing some book reading, book learning.
Did you know? Every conversation with you is, did you know? And then you go off on some rant about sleep studies.
Yeah, because I've been reading, And you know who else has been reading? Entity into Team Spirit's drafts because they've banned.
Wow.
They've banned the TA, which is extremely obvious. Yatoro, one of his favorite guys, actually. So not really much reading. They've been reading the cover.
I mean, is it reading if it's just pictures?
No, it's
just pictures of heroes.
It's a picture book. It is a picture book.
We get to see a Bane Elemental. It has been a hot minute. Obviously, very strong in lane. Has a good solid body, some would say.
Yep.
Very ripped, despite the dangling arms that look very. I don't know. It looks like he's very lazy, but he is. It's all about nightmares, right?
I'd say he's like a tier 2 body. Wouldn't
Tier 2?
you? Yeah, tier 2 in terms of stat gains.
I think the problem with the tier 2 would probably be right, and his biggest weakness is, of course, his attack range.
The range, yeah.
Which is unfortunate.
Good animation, though. Good little animation for the laning stage, but you can get outranged by these piranhas.
The nightmare animation takes a bit, let's be real.
It does.
That takes away some points. That's why it's not a tier 1 body for sure.
Yeah, that's true.
We have Beastmaster picked up from Team Spirit. So,
okay.
Okay, could this be a mid-Mars then?
Oh, man. Okay, let's see.
Could be a mid-Beastmaster.
Let's think about this. I have seen other teams run Mars as a 5 in this tournament.
Really? The old SVG special?
Yeah, I think it was actually Stinger that played it, if I recall correctly. I'm not sure if.
Man, I'm gonna give credit to SVG though. He was the first to do that.
He was. I was a big fan of the 5 Mars as well. When he was playing with us, he was always requesting Mars, thinking it's really OP against the Drows and Medusas of the world.
I mean, I've definitely seen Toronto Tokyo play mid Snapfire, but I don't. This is probably still a support.
10 seconds remaining.
So I'm thinking that he's going to be playing the mid Mars. Beastmaster is going to be by collapse.
5 seconds remaining.
Beast Snap seems very powerful against Bane. I know people really like Beast because
Snapfire is a tier 1 body.
Snapfire is
just by yourself.
Definitely a tier 1. I mean, strength ranged hero is
the
already.
Range is the one weakness. It's only like 550 or something like that. But
yeah, but her animation's god tier. She's good. She's got a great attack.
She's riding him out. It's 2 bodies, so of course it's going to be tier 1.
True. But people do really like they go like the boar build against Bane, and he tries to kind of sit there and man up against you, and you slow him and get way more right clicks on him than he gets on you.
Yeah.
And then if you cookie, like he can die. But with that being said, Snap Mars is also an incredibly strong lane too. If they wanted to run that, and I don't know, that would be putting the Beastmaster in a weird position. But that is also a strong lane. Obviously the cookie into Spearback, but that's also true for if Snapfire rotates towards mid. So it's not like because Snap Mars is good. They can pair together outside of the lanes. as well with just a rotation easily enough.
So I think for Team Spirit, the thing they're going to be looking for is the Yatoro hero.
Now that makes sense. That's
Timber against 3 strength.
Very reasonable pick. Although the one thing is, I do feel like I remember there was a meta where like Mars Snap back when both of those heroes were a lot more OP, and Timber was also more OP.
10 seconds
These heroes were all swimming around the meta, and yeah, they are 2 strength heroes in the Snap and the Mars, but they also have a lot of magic damage. So Timber can die if you Arena combo him and then Snap ult, and the Beastmaster Roar plus the Snap ult as well. I don't think this is as much of a gotcha Timbersaw pick as you could see with Timber into 3 other strength heroes. Because these 3 strength heroes, they have a lot of magic damage, and they have a lot of stun as well.
Yeah.
So they can kite the Timber, they can kill the Timber.
Okay. So Team Spirit looking for position 1 in all likelihood. Entity, who knows?
Yeah, it's this team.
Usually they have like 3 offlane heroes, and you're like, which one's playing which role in terms of the cores, but Timber could be mid, could be offlane. Tiny could be carry. Well,
I actually like the Night Stalker here because you can eat the Beastmaster, the Beastmaster summon, the Helm Dom, and you can even eat the Ancient when it's nighttime with the Night Stalker Egg Shard. It's a pretty good counter.
But you can't eat Mortimer.
You can't eat Mortimer, but you can fly over the Mars arena now.
Okay.
It is not possible to get a Night Stalker in your arena, and Entity has been picking the hell out of this for Saberlight because it is arguably Saberlight's best hero other than maybe Enigma.
Yeah, I was going to say.
So, but it's one of those things where, like, I guess it's a little weird with the other heroes in the draft. I mean, it's not that bad. Like Zeus,
based on the draft that you've seen so far, is Zeus going to be the mid or is it going to be a support?
I would like to see a mid Zeus here. You know, you can. I think you can jump over the arena because you get some vertical distance. It's not just phased movement. I believe you have to get hit by the arena first, and then you can jump over it. I think. Also, there's not much like backline catch for a Zeus. It's really kind of just the Mars, which is pretty good. I've seen Mars like arena and spear Zeus before he can do anything.
10
But
seconds
if it's just one hero and you're a mid Zeus, that's pretty nice. You have the farm to survive like one scuffed backline jumper, and then he's against 3 strength heroes.
All right, Yutaro will be playing Ursa Warrior.
Okay.
Very good against Timbersaw in lane, up to a certain point.
Yeah, then Timber actually when he has
once he's level 2 reactive or level 3?
You may now select
it's more about like the Timber chain levels, I think. You probably go 0, 3, 2, and then with Chakram you can push the Ursa out of lane. Oh, Saberlight Timbersaw.
Okay, so a carry Timbersaw. We didn't list that as a possibility. Stormstormer, Tiny mid, so it won't be a Zeus mid. And then Toby taking the other offlaner, which is Lycan.
Yeah, this team is wild.
No, I love casting them though because they just switch shit up. You know, people get so used to picking the same roles, yeah. There's a lot of flex heroes, sure, but like this is crazy. No, literally no other team is doing this.
So this does give Saberlight a really good game.
Yeah.
Saberlight will be fine against Collapsed Beastmaster. In fact, Beast Snap I don't think really pressures a Timber at all, which frees up the supports to go wherever they want to go. I would imagine that probably Entity will be doing some lane shenanigans. I believe that I don't know if it's going to be a tri-lane because that feels kind of scuffed with the Lycan. I think Lycan likes some.
What's the problem? What's the problem?
Some technical difficulties here.
Can I just mention something real quick here? Do you see this?
I see it.
These spots? What is that?
It's breakfast.
Are these? Because it's not wet.
Okay.
They're completely.
Now that we're in some downtime, I want to bring something up. I wanted to bring this up. I wanted to be on panel with you and Nikki when I brought this up. Nikki Sajidine, who is the lovely wife of my friend here, my great friend. And we were eating Mexican food last night and discussing about the French toast at breakfast. And he said, and this is how I know that she's perfect for him and that you're a perfect couple, is that you said with a straight face that you will not eat breakfast here because the French toast is too good. And I said, why don't you just not eat it? Why don't you just have self-control? And he just goes, I can't. And then I look over at Nikki and she's like as if it's the most reasonable thing that anybody's ever said.
All right, go look at a picture of me as we're back in the game, by the way. Look at a picture of me from 5 years ago and you'll know why. I don't have self-control. And having said that, I did eat French toast today.
You did. But it's
oh, yeah, that was good.
I thought it was because it was too early for you to go get breakfast. It's literally just...
All right, the game is here.
The game's on. Let's go to we'll go to the game.
I'd like to go on my computer now. We're going to get there someday.
We're being told we can't go to the game.
All right, let me just double-check something here real quick.
Yeah, let's...
Bane is actually
Bane's
dying.
going down, yeah.
That is going to be a first blood going the way of Team Spirit.
We could do an audio cast. One sec. Let me put the camera.
This could be a podcast version. Let's see what we got here.
So yeah, there's some first blood action going on.
All right.
They got the Bane. That doesn't matter that much. Entity, that was Fishman Bane on the Bane, which is one of his best guys.
Yeah, you guys didn't miss anything. It's all good.
Just a support.
We'll be back in the game
Here we
shortly.
go.
There we go.
There we go. Back in the game,
Beautiful.
boys. Hell yeah. Okay.
All right. Let's get some Dota action going, huh?
Oh, that's good. Some good Dota action.
Dota action in the morning, Toby.
It's not morning.
In the afternoon, after eating some French toast. The American breakfast right
That's
there.
right. That's right.
All right, so 1-0 start for Team Spirit here.
Yeah.
And, okay, looking at the lineups, you know the question. Just give me the answer. Give me a confident answer. I don't want this.
You know what? I'm feeling Entity. Okay. I think they got some weird stuff. And I don't know if Team Spirit knows how to deal with this. I think it's a little too weird. You Timber safe lane. What? You know? And I do actually think Entity has late game scaling, even with the weird stuff that they've got. If they can make it through the lanes. Like they picked this Lycan and they put it into Ursa. That's still not a good lane for Lycan. It's a good game for Lycan. Don't get me wrong. He's happy, but terrible lane.
Great to know.
Yep. Here all week.
So Saberlight playing his heroes, but in the safe lane. And we can see a cookie come out from Mira, but Fishman is going to be perfectly okay because it is a tier 2 body, remember, so not that big of a disadvantage against the tier 1 body of Snapfire.
Right. Yeah.
Saberlight against 2 strength heroes. You talked about Timber in general in this scenario, but it's against a lot of magic damage. Oh my goodness, that is quite a bit though. Has to be careful. Oh, Fishman's gonna get caught out though. Scatterblast with the cookie setup. Saberlight just trying to finish off Mira, and he does so with the Whirling Death. It's gonna be a trade though for support, so Fishman and Mira will have to go back to base for the time being.
Yeah, Spirit got that level 2 timing, and so they abused that. They got 4 spells versus the 2 spells on Entity. However, I do feel like, you know, you get the first blood. Actually, no, we did. The first blood was on Bane way before, which we did not.
That's right. That's Fishman's second death of the game.
So he's died twice, but this is a Timber safe lane. Once this guy gets level 3, he's totally free farm, doesn't need any help whatsoever, as Toby is struggling up here.
He sure is. He's going to get some support from Kataomi, but I do believe that he will drop to one last right click.
Yeah.
Yatoro, he finds it, but it's going to be the trade. Maybe not the best for Yatoro, but Saberlight, okay, he's pretty deep under that tier 1 tower for himself as Spirit are just kind of diving him. So that's a very valuable kill for Team Spirit in this bottom lane.
That is not the lane we're, of course, supposed to die in. They flex this Timber to beat the Beastmaster. I think that's like, that point is the one point where they can actually kill Saberlight, where he's level 2 and he was low HP. And I guess he didn't drop a salve for Fishman to bring, or it got canceled or something. Top lane, this is different. This is definitely not a Lycan favored lane by any means. Although, if Yatoro was a little bit off with that dive that he did earlier, that could have been disastrous. It was very close to Toby getting that kill first, which would have been very good for Entity.
Yeah, Yotaro, looks like his build on Ursa is a Battle Fury in his future. This is always the question of whether this is the right item choice for the game. What's the answer? I mean, Diffusal Blade is quicker. You can get online. You can start fighting really fast. Battle Fury, very slow build up, but almost like a Midas where over time it will pay off.
Yeah, what this says to me is that Spirit thinks that Ursa is stronger in this game with like 3 or 4 items as opposed to with like 2 Diffusal Blink. They need like the 2 extra items on top of that, and that's when they think that they can win. Because otherwise, I mean, this is generally more the build these days, but I think that is because in this meta, Ursa with like 3 or 4 items is stronger than Ursa with 2 items, like relative to how the game is going, right?
Saberlight just getting pushed and harassed out of this lane. 7 Wild Axes stacks on top of him as Fishman gets off a Nightmare into Mira, but no worse for wear for Team Spirit in this off lane. They're doing pretty damn well. 23-2 for the CS for Collapse. You can see Saberlight as a safe lane Timber, 11-1, and a death on top of that. So
Entity's getting destroyed down here.
Yeah, we're going to have another setup here. Cookie into Axes, and that's the 3rd death for Fishman. They're going to have to rethink these lanes. Perhaps, I mean, do they have the option of trying to switch things up a bit, or is it too late? Because now you've kind of fed this.
I don't think
this combo.
So. Yeah. What are you gonna do? I guess. I mean, I think it's on Stormstormer to rotate and get some kill. I think that's really the only like area of strength where they can use to like get something out of this game. Because any of these supports rotating to any of these lanes just feels like even more.
They might be able to get another kill here. Wild Axe is just continuing to stack. Cookie set up with the creep. He's gonna pop the wand, but here comes the Scatter Blast. Another right click should do it. Nope, the reactive armor, and finally another Axes from Collapse. And this lane is an absolute unmitigated disaster from Entity. Just couldn't ask for a worse start.
And that's the flex lane. Like they made this draft weird to get that lane.
Yeah.
It is not working out how they anticipated with this Timber versus Beastmaster matchup. I think even with Axes, Timber usually will be at a Beastmaster. It's just that those first few kills have led to Collapse having these extra items. Like, right, he's got the Helm, and so the Whirling Death Harass is not doing anything. He's got the Basilius, so he's got full mana to work with. They've got regen because they're getting a bunch of kills.
And we're going to see an Arena from Toronto Tokyo in the mid lane. He catches out Stormstormer. He's getting off the Avalanche onto the support here. Mira pops a Fairy Fire. Looks like he's going to live, but nope, the Thunderbolt at the last moment from Kataomi. Had the Heavenly Jump just to get that distance. So it feels like a lot of work for a support kill.
I do like this from Entity, though, that the supports are going to Stormstormer on mid, because I feel like the other 2 cores are now weak, and you'd just rather, if they're getting zoned from getting CS anyway, right? So wouldn't you rather that they just get more XP, and then maybe with Stormstormer strength, that's where the kills can start happening? If the rotation of mid happens and then Stormstormer dies, I think this game is a complete disaster for Entity, and there's almost no comeback. But that was like the one move that they needed to make.
So Toronto Tokyo not able to set up the Arena kill this time, but obviously a very low cooldown in general. Saberlight is allowed to catch up a bit now, though. Is getting close to this level 6. This wave should do it for him. As the axes continue to come from Collapse, who is now level 6, so could end up roaring Saberlight, but Saberlight feels like maybe he's fine now, honestly.
He's good now. Yeah, he's good. I think this was the putting, like, having the supports just leave was definitely the right move from Entity. Just get some levels.
I must have them all.
Here it goes down.
Yeah,
Stormstormer? Okay, so yeah, Stormstormer's going to now do the rotating. He's strong, and Fishman is going to go recover mid. It's just recovery for the side lanes.
And Toronto Tokyo getting slowed thanks to the Heavenly Jump. But
oh,
he actually tries
look.
to go for the Arena.
The Wolf made the difference.
That was like a 10-unit difference there.
That was crazy. That was such a slight difference, but it actually worked. Cool.
That's the second Arena now with nothing to really show for it from Yotaro, or from Toronto Tokyo. But Yotaro still farming quite well, second in net worth, only behind his beastly Beastmaster in that off lane. The domination We'll see how much he's able to snowball from Collapse. He's in the jungle right now, so Saberlight kind of pushing him out for the time being. Of course, he doesn't really push the fastest on Timbersaw. A lot of it has to come. What is this?
I don't know what's going on.
Helm of the Dom Centaur just delaying things.
I think he's just holding the wave there, so that way he can come back to it and axe it down. I think he was taking a stack. That's actually worth the 100 gold, giving that away. Mira might get 6 off the wave.
Yep, Scatter Blast into the cookie.
Nice.
Saberlight seems perfectly okay for now. Yeah, if Mira had the Mortimer's Kisses, then perhaps, as we're going to see. Toby pop into that ult form. Centaur Stomp onto Miposhka. And he's going to be eaten up here in just a moment. Although pops the Arctic Burn into the trees. Do they have the vision to find him? He might be okay. Okay, Lightning Bolt into the Arc Lightning. So, Kataomi, thankfully, is playing Zeus, if you're an Entity fan.
Maxing out the Lightning Bolt, too, so he's got the extra range on it. As Toronto took it, he's trying to make a move that connects. He wants to hit that arena. And Saberlight, he sniffs it out. They're going to try to trade for
You've been using that term a lot lately.
Yeah, there's a lot of sniffing going on when I'm around you. I'll tell you what.
That's true. Toby, he's got a helm of his own. He'll be using that to full effect to take out this tier 1 tower. So Entity, despite that absolutely god-awful start in the bot lane, we're seeing Toronto Tokyo, the Mars Arena with the Mortimer's Kisses. Saberlight is just dead. Pretty easy kill overall as Collapse still has the Roar to work with. Trying to focus on Stormstormer. Lockdown thanks to the cookie now. They have the Rebuke into the Spear, and this looks to be another kill for Toronto Tokyo. And both on cores. Very nicely done from Team Spirit.
Yeah, punishing the kind of greedy move there from Entity, trying to trade the bot tower for both the mid and the top tower at the same time. With how the lanes went, you know, Saberlight is not that strong. Doesn't even have his full hood completed yet. And maybe if he has a hood at that point, like let's say the lanes don't go so badly and he has a hood, I'm not sure if that Mortimer's Kisses will kill him, and he might survive there. And that actually is a good move. But, you know, that's Dota. Things snowball like that.
And tier 1 taken out mid, and a little bit of a late of a TP there from Stormstormer, but we'll see what he's actually going for. Is he going for a quick blink on the Tiny, or is it going to be the Echo Saber build up? Looks like it will be the blink first. So halfway there. And this guy, like you said, has been performing at a really high level, but now they find themselves kind of on the back foot with a 3K deficit against Team Spirit. And a lot of that has to do with that bot lane with Collapse just dominating.
Yeah, side lanes did not go particularly well for Entity, so that always puts a lot of pressure on the mid to do work. And I think that's probably a decent reason he's going for the blink. He needs to do stuff this game as he's kind of bullying here in the jungle.
Just trying to disrupt this farm here from Collapse. It doesn't seem to mind it too much. Try to axe from the low ground. Of course, Battle Fury is still being worked on for Yatoro. Has the Perseverance, so also halfway there. I mean, he didn't go for the greedy straight Battle Fury like you get 12, 13 minutes. This is the Treads, Wraith Band.
Yep.
All the essentials that come with it.
Stat items.
Arena, Rebuke setup, and the Mortimer's Kiss is a great combo that we talked about as he used time and time again. That's another death for Saberlight. How many is that for him? That's 4.
He's at 1 and 4. Yeah. Yeah, that is precisely why I don't think this is like as much of a gotcha Timber pick as some of the other picks that we've been seeing against these strength lineups. It's just so much magic damage on the side of Team Spirit. And the reason that Yatoro went for this stat build instead of just Rush Battle Fury is because you kind of casually show up to stuff like that and get a kill.
Yep, no doubt. All right, I'm just curious why Snapfire isn't picked all the time. I know that the Mars Arena is like a great setup, but it feels like there's a lot of great setups for a hero like this.
I
just offers everything.
I agree with you. I think that that's absolutely true, and the reason she wasn't picked up prior was BKB.
And maybe because Marcy's in the game.
Maybe because, yeah, you're choosing between Marcy, Dawn, and every other support. But no, I think the BKB nerfs make Snapfire incredibly good.
Well, Toronto Tokyo Fishman has
He's
the horsey
tanky.
into the Nightmare. We can see multiple TPs coming in from Team Spirit. Kataomi, okay, they're going to get the grip off, but the Cookie's going to cancel it. Toronto Tokyo looks to be A-okay for now. The ult coming out from the Wyvern, holding Toby in place just briefly. Just trying to mitigate this, and they do so successfully. I mean, it did require a few TPs, but the Bane is dead. And nobody dies on the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, that was one of those weird scenarios where it's like, you take this fight by the outpost, so you think that the TPs coming in would take so long that you get the kill.
Yep, Avatos, not enough, because that is a tier 1 body, as we've said. And another missed arena from Toronto Tokyo. Kataomi just a little bit too quick on the Zeus.
It's actually pretty hard to catch Zeus. And I can't believe I'm saying like those words are coming out of my mouth.
Yeah, muscle memory says otherwise. Toronto Tokyo might be finding Saberlight. This is with a smoking and the Roar setting up additional lockdown. Nice Nightmare to try to mitigate a little bit of damage, but the Centaur Stomp is there. Saberlight could do absolutely nothing as he takes every single kisses. Looks like the Wyvern will be the trade for now, but they're going to get the Bane as well. So Team Spirit just executing at a very high level with their combos. Stormstormer really wants to get this Snapfire. He gets the Avatos, TPing out, but nope. Centaur Stomp is there, and this will not be worth it for him as another core goes down in trade for just a support.
Spirit's using the spear so well. I feel like it's weird to say that because it's not Collapse that I'm talking about. It's Toronto Tokyo, who's bronze tier at Mars.
I mean, he doesn't have Dota Plus, though,
yeah,
sure.
I don't, maybe.
Radiant's
Who knows?
courier has been
I
killed.
think he probably does. I'm pretty sure he's like master tier at certain. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He is setting everything up. He's spearing into Collapse multiple times, whether it's into the Roar because he sees that his beast is making the rotation, or into the Centaur, and it's set up the last 3 kills that we just saw there. It's been super nice.
In the triangle we go for Team Spirit. They've got their disgusting ancient ice shaman.
Good lord.
Just the ugliest creature on the face of the earth. Probably uglier than the dragon, in fact. As you can see, Roshan's ass right there. Very beautiful. Oh, we're gonna have the arena. Toronto Tokyo finds 2, but he's gonna get slept pretty much right off the bat. Gets a big rebuke onto Stormstormer and Fishman. The Nightmare comes out though. Stormstormer's walking away just a sliver of HP. Toronto Tokyo pops the wand, staying safe, but you can see the Aegis has already been taken by Yatora, who's just soloing it the whole time. They've already lost 2 on the side of Team Spirit, but it's a trade for, again, Saberlight and Fishman. So, I mean, obviously Team Spirit would have won that fight pretty handily if Yatora was there, but prioritizing the Aegis.
Definitely.
Still, I would say that's kind of an even trade almost.
You think so?
Well, I guess Saberlight is so underfarmed that I guess it's in favor of Entity.
I don't know.
But then you got the Aegis on the other side.
Yeah, I think the Aegis makes it not even. Like, Spirit was trying to distract on the high ground while they were taking the Aegis because their Ursa does not have lifesteal. He's got the neutral item for it, but that's quite pathetic in terms of lifesteal.
Yeah, I think in gold, that was a 400 net worth gain for Entity. But yeah, how much is the Aegis worth? That's really the question.
The Aegis, the XP as well from Roshan. And the fact that Saberlight is just not a carry. He's mowed off lane, but I mean, I guess Toby is going to be the true carry this game. I just feel like Stormstormer and Saberlight are kind of on the same level of their game is not that great, and his game is okay, but there's no like real like snowballing carry right now for Entity, which is very worrisome because both Collapse and Yatoro are not going to stop accelerating in terms of their network. Beastmaster with this Axe build, you farm quickly, especially when you have the Dom 2, because you have a creep to farm the lane while you're axing the jungle. It's like you're farming so much at once.
Yeah.
How many times have we seen Beastmaster be top of network on this patch? I feel like this is not an uncommon thing.
He's good. And it's funny because I think Lycan tries to do similar things, but the Beastmaster just seems easier
He doesn't,
to
yeah.
actually execute.
He
They're
doesn't
just going
have
to try to
access.
go high ground now with this Aegis. Yatoro has the Yasha Battle Fury. Toronto Tokyo going in deep. This time he finally does find Zeus. So Kataomi is dead. Mortimer's Kiss is kind of missing the mark here, but if they can get a melee rack, they're going to be more than happy with this. As Team Spirit You can see that Entity kind of just a little bit scared to try to initiate and take this fight, so it will be a free melee Rax. And the question remains from Entity's side, what are they waiting for? What is the item that they are waiting for that they think will make the big difference? Is it some sort of, I'm assuming some BKB on somebody? Maybe not.
Toby is
Okay,
closing on
Echo
an
Saber just finished on Tiny.
AC. Yeah, I don't know if the Echo Saber is that impactful. Nothing. There's nothing that's really got that much impact. Bane is, I mean, he's honestly the Bane Ether Lens, like dead serious. That's probably the biggest timing that they have. I hate to say it. I just don't think like an Echo Saber on Tiny in a game like this is that much of a game changer. Like you mentioned, you look for a BKB timing when the game is going this bad because you can't just have one of these slight increases in your power. You need a big jump in order to fight.
If you look at their line, they don't really have, it sounds weird to say, the best BKB carriers maybe, as we have a Nightmare into the grip. See, Yataro's going to be perfectly fine. A Winter's Curse on Fit 2. It's actually going to prevent a little bit of damage coming out, but a big nuke from Miposhka. And that is going to be a dead Stormer to start this fight. Yatoro looking for more. Just going on top of Fishman now. Looks like that's going to be a freebie for him, although around the trees he goes. We'll see if he ends up living. Nope, the bear will claw his way to another kill, so 2 for nothing. By that, I mean 2 for 2, of course, Jenkins.
Does make sense.
But the age is still intact for Team Spirit, so they're not really going to scoff at this too much.
No, that curse was like could have been really cool because Yatoro got 13 Fury Swipe charges onto Saberlight in that fight, and so if he got a couple of hits off afterwards, maybe Saberlight just melts. But it did end up kind of griefing, where Saberlight just instantly chained away, and Yatoro got basically 1 hit on him. And so Saberlight was fine, able to come back in and finish off Mira.
Nice Pupil's gift for Yatoro. Some juicy little HP for him. 15 strength. Not bad for an Ursa.
That's a nice one. That's such a good item on any Agir It hero that wants to be tanky.
Yep.
Kind of useless on every strength
hero.
Pretty much useless on strength hero.
Unless you really need mana.
If you're very desperate for mana, yeah.
Or if you want 1.3 armor.
That is
or whatever it is.
Very little. That will be less than a ring of protection, in my opinion.
But Yatoro, Aegis will expire on its own. But he has the S&Y. He's got the Blink Dagger now. The second S&Y we've seen this tournament, which is something I don't think we saw the entire DPC when we were covering NA/EU.
It's
very rare.
I think it's good. It's good against Tiny because it makes it so the Avalanche is not a permanent stun.
Yeah.
And then it's good against Bane because obviously the Nightmare and the Fiend's Grip.
Well, and it stacks additively with his other status resist as well, right? From the Enrage, as Stormer tried to go for the Avatos onto the Snapfire, but he has been resigned to his death. He knows that that was a huge mistake. Just standing there, AFK.
I don't think it stacks additively.
The status resist?
I don't think so. I think it's kind of insane.
I'm pretty confident it
Wouldn't
does,
it put him up to
actually.
100%?
Yeah, you can get 100% status resist.
Oh no, it's 50%. I don't, because...
All right, go looking on Liquipedia, or on Dota Wiki.
Okay.
Radiant's
Just
top
double check
tower
that.
has fallen.
Okay.
Maybe there's certain kinds that are additive. I don't know.
I think you're thinking of the damage reduction.
Oh, yeah, you're probably right.
Damage reduction does stack additively, which is too bad there's no item that gives damage reduction. Or maybe it is. Maybe it is a good thing. They stacked multiplicatively.
He's actually, okay, my mistake. He's actually going for an Aghanim Scepter, so the Enrage can use it while you're stunned. Has a lower cooldown as well, and he's probably going to get this second rush, which gives him that shard, which lets him cast Enrage.
How do you rate that eggs? Because I don't see Ursa's building it that much.
It's extremely underrated. I mean, I don't know what number it would be, but I think it's
tier.
Good.
Tier it.
What are the tiers?
S, A.
A tier. Mars Arena, Toronto Tokyo finds yet another kill for the side of Team Spirit, who are just rolling their way through this game number 1. Obviously, the score 11-20 doesn't really tell the whole story here. This has been domination from the start. The jump in, Stormer is going to have to toss the bear away, but the Mortimer's Kiss is slowing him down. The Roar setting up some more kisses, and Yatoro finishes him off.
He was doing the illusion bait, and it actually worked. That never works. It's been so long since I've seen that one work, where you just run your main hero with one of the illusions in, just to make it look like you're being lazy, just leaving the illusions in mid, but then one of them was the real guy. That was nice.
I mean, I think the big reason that, like, when you rate Ags, it's all about the criteria, right? I rate them kind of in a vacuum. Like, how good are they if you just have it? Like, having to buy it does not feel good a lot of the time on Ursa.
Bane Ags would be S tier, but to get it on Bane is absolutely pathetic.
Which, it's kind of boring to make these tier lists when it's like, yeah, the hero can't buy it, but that's not fun.
No, it's not.
The Ags is cool.
I agree.
So I think the Enrage one is extremely good. I wouldn't say it's S tier, but...
Would you agree that Bane Ags is S tier? That's it summons the illusions and then lowers the cooldown to like 55 seconds?
I'd still say A.
Really?
Very good, though.
Oh, I love that Ags.
I mean, there's a lot of Ags that are, like, really...
Yeah, that's true. Some of them are, like, must-haves, so...
So we have a smoke from Entity. This could be a last-ditch effort here. They need to find a good fight, and they need to prevent this second Roach from coming about, but we can see it's a bit of a late spawn, which... Not sure who that even favors at this point, but depending on who gets what kill here in this potential fight. And Yatoro...
He's got the Ags coming.
Yep, he's got his Ags coming, so he is going to be a tough cookie to kill. I mean, he can just enrage off the
Fiend's Grip,
so
yeah.
That is a huge counter.
It's on such a low cooldown, too. You could enrage off the Nightmare.
Oh my goodness, he actually dumps in without very little vision. Stormstormer stuck inside the arena and dropped down. 50 seconds, but does have buyback. And again, the fact that the Roche is not up will favor Entity, technically, right now.
Does mean that Spirit can take out these outer tier 2 towers. There's no tier 2 tower there. The mid tier 2. And actually, they're going to go down top. They want to go for a tier 3.
Radiant's top tower.
Yep. Ancient Granite Golem leading the way. Toro. We push back for the time being. Obviously, both teams have some ways to look inside the pit. The easier one is the Beastmaster, but you can put some Wolves there as well, so not going to be any surprise factors in terms of whether Roche is up or not. Do we have Beastmaster Shard yet? I feel like we were seeing this a lot in the DPC.
Yeah, he's got it.
So Dive Bomb, hilariously good.
It's so good.
Okay, Fishman going a little bit deep here. Oh, he gets caught out by the set Dive Bomb, and you can see Saberlight was trying to save his teammate, but he gets stunned shortly after Thunder God's Wrath doing quite a bit of damage. A nice Timber Chain from Saberlight. Onto Collapse, who does get off his roar, but he loses his life. So now Team Spirit on the run. Toby chasing Toronto Tokyo, just the BKB TP. And looks like the Fiend's Grip is on cooldown. Not able to cancel that one out. Yatoro. I think he'll be, in all likelihood, fine as Toby turns back into a regular human, which we know are not very scary. Unless they're wielding weapons of some kind, but it's just claws for him.
Yep.
Amira looks to be fine.
Oh, man. That feels bad. He guessed left. Mira went right.
So Team Spirit, they lose one,
Radiant's
and Roche has now spawned. So it's really all about who wins the next... Or maybe they don't need to. He takes it so fast that it is going to be scouted, though, by the Wolves. And Entity have to try to go for this.
Yeah,
absolutely have to.
It feels like it. I mean...
But you got Maposhka on the other side, which is going to be really difficult.
For Spirit, I think they feel like Collapse is coming up soon enough.
Yep, okay, they scout him out, but here comes the initiation from Toronto Tokyo. Fishman is dead right off the bat as Yatoro gets the Aegis, gets the Shard, and Toby's dead. Double kill for Yatoro, and a curse only onto one, into the roar. Saberlight has not gotten to play his hero this game, that's for sure. Triple kill Yatoro.
Where's the creep waves at? They're not in a good spot.
And he's
so
consuming the Shard now.
Yeah. So even more status resistance and damage reduction. Let's see what talents did he go for. He did not go for the status resistance talent, which I think that one's a lot worse anyway. Who needs more? You know, it's unnecessary.
What if it made it additive?
I think that does make it additive.
That adds on top of his.
Because it adds on top of the spell.
Right.
But then
it's additive if it's the same source.
Yeah.
If it's a different source, it's multiplicative.
Right. Just like Anti-Mage's Spell Shield. That's why he gets up to like 80% magic resistance or whatever when you get the talent. That one's really OP.
Right, into the high ground. Team Spirit goes. Entity are going to have their entire team to try to defend this, so it'll be a tall order to say the least. Now that Yatoro has got that shard and Aegis, he's going to get tossed back by Storm. Storm, this is the one thing they can do, try to relocate him to the fountain.
Kite him and then toss him back into the fountain.
Yeah, they can try. He's going to get nightmared in the middle of the Earth Shock. Taking quite a bit of damage in there. He does have his Enrage. He's not going to use it, though. Actually, he does not have it. It's on cooldown right now, but Toronto Tokyo with the counter initiation. They're going to find one. It's just Fishman, though. It's going to cost him the Wyvern, who also buys back in the game. Collapse has to kind of redirect himself. Very low on HP, and Yatoro continuing to get kited here. Will finally pop his ult, focusing on Saberlight, but another Yule Scepter, which status resist does absolutely nothing against. But they do get Saberlight in the end, who does not have buyback, so it turns into a 5v4 with Team Spirit having the numbers. But you can see the Beastmaster quite low. So not sure if they want to go back in quite yet.
Dude, this is just insane kiting from Spirit. The supports have honestly been carrying really hard. Miro with the cookies and the scatter blast, like he saved Collapse at one hit away from dying, and then he saved Yatoro when Yatoro was 10%
Yeah,
HP.
Mortimer's Kisses onto 2. There's the Winter's Curse. Maybe not the best stacking, but he is getting the Fury Swipe, so he can get some one-shot there onto the Tiny. Double kill Yatoro. Buyback's coming out. It is just the Zeus. Tiny does have his, but holding on to it for whatever reason right now. They get the ranged racks, and now the creeps might be able to get the melee themselves. No, the Wolves are trying to counteract this a bit now. Scatterblast into a couple more right clicks, so that's the second set of racks for Team Spirit. And they could go for Megas. I think they're trying to bait this this buyback. Because you have to assume if you're Team Spirit that Tiny does not have it, because he would have used it there. But it's relatively low now. So they can just wait. Zeus almost with Nimbus. By almost, I mean 1,300, so might not be able to get it by the end of this game.
Next Rax fight, he should have it. That's at least if you're Entity, you're like, all right, guys, we'll have Nimbus for the next one. And Spirit do look to be backing off. They have not got their tier 3 items. It's been 3 minutes since that mark has passed. I know a lot of people have been talking about value in getting those neutral items. There's some really impactful ones.
Yep. I mean, Blastrig pretty good against Ursa if they can get it.
Yeah, great against Lycan because it works
True.
on all of the summons as well, so something for the supports to hold.
Speaking of Lycan, Toby has AC. We got an Ags on the horizon for Saberlight if he can get to it, but he might find his way to the grave instead. Abyssal Blaze is going to hold him in place as Toronto Tokyo. Really focusing on Zeus this game after missing a couple Mars Arenas earlier. And this is a huge win for Team Spirit, and that is just it. GG's. A bit of a shellacking in game number 1. And it really just stemmed from the laning stage, it felt like. The Entity just kind of lost the lanes.
Yeah, that game didn't feel close at all, actually, after.
Go ahead, just what are you doing?
Your chair was spinning around there. It was
Nobody can see that. Okay?
They could have. It kept spinning.
Does it really look like we're standing and casting? You guys really think we're doing? There's no way I could handle that.
No,
honestly,
I know.
There's no illusion we're trying to break.
Yeah.
We can break that fourth wall. It's fine.
Yeah, but just the chair has a logo on it.
So that's true. Team Spirit, they take game 1 in pretty convincing fashion.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the picks necessarily. It just felt like the lanes were a disaster.
I think it was kind of the picks. I mean,
okay.
I think Spirit's playing really well. I feel like they've just had a really good tournament so far. They're on point. They had a good tournament in Riyadh as well. But yeah, I don't know. Timber looked just awful. And
yeah, that was bad.
They like flexed. They flexed their draft and did some weird stuff in the draft to get the Timber matchup, and then it lost, and he wasn't really able to play Dota after the laning stage. So I think they do go back to the drawing board for Entity on the draft.
Okay, well, let's take a quick break, and we'll be back with game number 2.
power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Welcome back, everybody. Game 2 between Entity and Team Spirit. Into the draft we go. Game number 1 went to, of course, Team Spirit in a shellacking type fashion, some would say.
We didn't rank it. There's going to be some shellacking fans out there that are.
Well, we can retroactively rate it if you'd like.
I'd like to propose a retroactive rating of that game.
Not a Gaben, which I know people want to get the Gaben shellacking.
Everybody's into that Gaben's nectar these days.
It's below the Gaben for sure.
It's below the Gaben threshold.
It's below S tier as well.
Right, that's one tier.
What's the one below S tier?
I don't. Something with an M.
Is it Mega or Monumental?
One of the two. We'll put it there.
I think there's one in between Mega, Monumental, and S tier.
I don't remember.
Yeah, not sure on that one. I would say we'd consult the shellacking council, but we are
That's
the council.
Right. There's been laziness in adding other people to
All right, let's just call it a monumental shellacking.
Okay.
10 seconds remaining.
Can we get the graphic up on the screen?
No.
Team Spirit.
So we got a little draft underway. In terms of the bans, I think they're identical for the first 4. And we're going to see the Wyvern Mars opener from Team Spirit, very similar to last game. And Entity also. This might be identical. Zeus, Tiny.
Is the same draft.
Are we watching a replay of game number 1?
Although, I will say, in the last game, it went Tiny Zeus.
That's true.
Of course, it has literally no impact because they're picking twice in a row. But it was different.
And I think the bans so far from Team Spirit and Entity are also identical in the second phase so far.
That is correct.
I don't remember what this ban was, though.
This is Death Prophet. There's a Death Prophet ban here.
Okay. And, I mean, the first pick coming out of this is going to Entity. And last overall pick in the draft will go to Entity as well.
And if we're following the... If we're doing a rematch here, a rerun, then it's going to be Monkey King and Death Prophet that are out. But we will see.
Okay.
They're really thinking about it. If they ban Death Prophet after thinking about it this much,
I think we can assume they will not be banning Death Prophet, or else somebody just has a little bit of indigestion and they had to go to the bathroom real quick. It's the only other excuse. Bloodseeker, switching it up a bit.
So second phase, likely to be different. Bloodseeker, maybe like Pango comes out here, and instead of a Toronto Tokyo Mars, this becomes a mid Mars, or a collapse Mars. Of course, it was mid Mars last game. Possible that Entity also bans out the Beast here.
I wouldn't mind seeing the exact same draft. Just run it back for both teams.
Yeah. I'm down for it.
If they think that the idea was good, it's just that they screwed up somehow, then why not run it back?
I don't think the Timber worked out for Entity though.
It didn't.
I don't feel like they're going to make that same mistake again. I do think it was a mistake. I think they probably recognized that fairly early on and are thinking about other picks in the same slot now.
They always look really strong with the old Doom carry. Even though Pure is the one that mainly played that and he's not here, Saberlight obviously can play it. I'd like to see that in their hands today.
I think Entity looks really strong when they have push heroes, but I suppose that's why Spirit are prioritizing the Wyvern so highly against them. Obviously, it's a very prioritized hero in general in this tournament, but it does counter the Chens, the Beastmasters, these heroes that I think Entity really enjoy playing. They picked Lycan into it, a last pick Lycan into the first pick Wyvern last game.
Phoenix ban, okay. So Night Stalker comes out. You talked about this as a potential last pick in the first draft, and they're going to take it in the second phase. I don't even think it was banned, though. Pretty sure it was not banned.
No, it was untouched.
So this could be the position 1 Saberlight Night Stalker, but we'll see.
Yeah, I would imagine so, because even other teams are running this as a position 1 for non-offlaner carries.
When can, like, obviously it's not traditional carry, but to make it work as a carry, what do you need for your other cores? Because obviously I would assume like the mid lane or the off lane maybe needs to have some scaling potential, right? Because Night Stalker can certainly drop off a bit.
Yeah, I mean, a Night Stalker's never really going to win a 1v1 versus like a Spectre or something like that. You would have to have more net worth than her, and there's not really, you're not going Battle Fury Night Stalker. There's not really much of a way.
Well, the Shard, that's a farming mechanism.
It's a farming mechanism, but it's not a very good one. It's like something to turn a hero that farms like absolutely atrociously into a hero that occasionally eats a creep, which is nice as an offlaner.
We used to see Ags on this hero, which was great, and then they nerfed the crap out of it.
Yeah, it's very weak. I think it's more like Night Stalker is really good for the game. I even like it into Beast. Presumably, this is a part of the reason why even after the last game and getting shellacked by a Beast, they left it in because they get the Night Stalker versus it. Sure, it's something that only really comes into play at 15 minutes.
They're actually not going to change anything. Is this a Snapfire?
5 seconds
It would do very well against a Night Stalker in lane. The thing is, though, I don't think it's going to be Bane again.
Oh, Mirana! I forgot this hero existed, not going to lie.
They go for the Chen.
Chen insta-picked by Entity.
Into Mirana Wyvern. I like the confidence, though, because I feel like Entity just plays really well around Chen in general, and I'd rather them be in their comfort zone as a team and just have Fishman be like a little bit countered or a lot countered as in this case, but still like at least their other players are playing around the same hero that they're used to and that they've been winning with. But of course Mirana can arrow the creep, instantly killing it. Winter Wyvern can turn all the Chen summons against his own team, and we've seen Fishman running around with like an army of like 15 skeletons.
I have a weird mechanics question because we were watching another stream before this series, and PSG.LGD picked up the Ags on Chen for the hard dispel. How does that work against Curse? Does that work?
It would not work, I think.
Why?
Against Curse.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't think it's a stun. I think it's like a taunt. I don't think
because like
with that
Berserker's Call you can't dispel in any way, right?
I don't think so. Maybe that's a different one. Maybe that actually does work with hard dispels. But think about duel. Like, could you dispel duel?
No,
I don't think.
not.
I think most people would agree.
Remaining.
Yeah, it makes no sense to dispel duel.
But it would dispel
5
Roar in
seconds
this case.
remaining.
Spear connecting, arrows connecting. So not sure if he's actually going to go for it because PSG.LGD are the ones that kind of do weird things, but Entity do as well. So and Chen does farm.
The Chen Ags is like, I do want to say the Chen Ags is incredibly strong. That is an A tier Ags at least. It's just your Chen.
Yeah.
So it's hard to get it.
I mean, I don't even know if I put it as A tier. Like, if everything's perfect, sure. But sometimes like you're not going to be able to use it in time, and it's like literally a waste of because you're not getting value out of it every time necessarily, right?
That's true. I guess it depends. I guess the problem with my line of reasoning is I'm thinking situationally. Like if you're playing it against like Tidehunter Magnus, these sorts of heroes, even Beast Mars, disrupting the initiation is insane. The hard to spell. But of course, if you're playing against a bunch of local stuns, it doesn't matter.
Lifesteal, another hero that can kill creeps just by infesting them and taking them over. We don't get to see Lifesteal all too often. One of my favorite heroes, of course. Not very good right now, but he does have a Vessel in the Mars who will pick up a Blink Dagger almost assuredly. And I mean, I wouldn't say Mirana's really a Vessel because she doesn't want to be up front
seconds
anyway,
remaining.
but
So
they have some potential there.
they're looking for a Toby hero on Entity, presumably. I mean, Lycan is still available. If they want to pick that, I think it's better against a Lifestealer than it is against an Ursa. Like, sure, a Lifestealer can hit a Lycan, and yeah, he's a big tanky boy, and it hurts, but they just go for Lycan
You
again.
may
Okay.
now select your
Okay,
heroes.
so push. Saberlight, position 1 Night Stalker. Stormer back on the Tiny again. Kataomi, same position for the Zeus. And Toby, like you said, same on Lycan. So a lot of the same picks. The big difference, of course, is the Chen,
Saberlight.
and
Yeah.
the Night Stalker.
Yep, safe lane is different, and I think that lane was the most disastrous.
What was in place of the Chen last game?
Bane.
That's right. Yeah.
And Toby in the last game, I think he was supposed to not have a good lane, and he didn't, and he still took the tower pretty early. So I think in terms of what happened last game for Entity, given the draft that they were up against, they're pretty happy with what happened with Toby. But I think what happened in Saberlight's game
10
was
seconds
not good for them.
remaining.
They're not happy with that, and so they're just completely changing it. And
5
so he's going to be
seconds
laning
remaining.
against Beast Mirana. He could definitely. This is definitely still. This looks more like a losing lane than the last one did, actually. But I don't think they picked this to win the lane, is the difference.
Okay. I mean, would you rate either of these lineups as better than the other, or is it relatively even overall?
I would still say that, like, just on paper, Spirit's draft is better. I mean, they've Wyvern against... I think they can hear you on my microphone. I don't think your mute button is doing anything.
That's
When
sneeze.
through my microphone, they can
That-
hear you
I mean,
sneezing.
That was a loud sneeze, I won't lie.
You could just not do it that loudly. It's on...
No.
I see. Okay.
So some things are involuntary, okay? Like sneezing and
Belching.
hiccups. No, hiccups.
I see.
I used to have I told you this already, in middle school, or high school actually, I used to be very self-conscious about my hiccuping. It would happen quite often because I eat quite fast. Never learned to not eat fast, apparently.
What's that
It's like-
name?
I think I was in prison in my past life. That's why I eat so fast.
What was that name that they called you in high school? It was Brown Streak?
No.
So you're standing in line and you got a
Where did
problem.
that- where did that come from?
You told me the story.
I apparently did. I don't know. Into game 2 we go. Entity versus Team Spirit. Remember that time frame where you used to just make shit up about me and people would believe you? This is one of those instances.
I need to get back to that, actually. Those were the good old days.
Yeah, just spreading rumors left, right, and center. Really great.
And then the Johnny Depp case happened. I thought, oh no, I gotta stop at the libel and slander. I'm gonna get sued.
That's right.
We're in America. I get sued
That's
here
true.
for that.
Anybody can get sued in America.
That's right.
And we have the smoke here from Team Spirit. And see if they can wrap around and actually go for a kill, or maybe they're just going to be on a bit of a warding expedition here. But we are going to see the Toronto-Tokyo Mars again collapse on the same hero with the Beastmaster. Talk to me about the old... Okay, they're going real deep.
They're going the whole way around.
You have to be very
30
careful. You have to hit
seconds.
ult here to
Wow.
make sure that you're outside the tower range.
This is cool. I like this.
Yeah, this is unexpected for sure.
But
And-
they're going to be scouted by this ward that's right
Yeah,
on the outpost.
There it is, and they're spotted.
That is
Unfortunate.
really unfortunate.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
That's a lot of gold and XP. Although it is
battle
shared, so
begins.
maybe not that much XP.
Blocking the camp too.
Yep, and they put a ward on the high ground.
So is there
trying to screw with Chen a bit?
They're trying to get the lanes right. That's what they're trying to do. They seem to be worried that Entity was going to do some lane shenanigans, and I guess they want the Mirana versus the Chen, so that he can arrow the creeps. Wow, that was some very interesting high-level pre-game stuff going on there.
What do you think of Lifestealer in this game?
It's against three
strength
cores
heroes.
and then Zeus. Shen, you can eat the creeps as well. And yeah, Mira just focusing on blocking the Chen's camps. Fishman also has 2 sentries of his own, so he will be trying to D-block these camps.
We've probably had this discussion before, but
Okay, I got to interrupt
Please,
you. So
please.
he's blocked 2 camps with sentries, and he's pulling the wave not because this is an unfavorable lane, but because he can use the wave to block 2 camps. So he's blocked 4 camps now.
that's pretty.
That's
sick.
actually really sick. Even though this is a favorable lane, you would normally do this with 2 melee heroes
I
when
feel
you're
like
offlaning.
that's got to be hard to time, to block both those camps at the same time
pretty
when getting harassed.
When
While
getting harassed, it's a pain. You have to be careful, because if you go too early, you could stand in the camps, but then you like eat shit trying to block the camps. Just standing there, getting hit by a Chen. So yeah, in that respect, it is hard to time.
Dire's top
Well,
tower
he
is
is
under attack.
Saberlight kind of
Pulling
deep
it into
here.
the tier
into
2.
the tier 2. This
Let's see
can
if he
make
can
the-
last hit under the tier 2.
And with the void, it'll be a little bit easier. But
2 for 2.
Okay. Nope, not that one.
Not that one.
And not that one.
No.
And this one's pretty hard.
Okay,
Yeah.
2
okay.
for 5.
Unfortunate for you, Mr. Saberlight.
Yeah, I mean, not easy.
But back to my favorite hero, Lifestealer, of course. I mean, how big of a deal do you think it is? Like, old school Lifestealer, like, oh, they 3 strength heroes. He's going to do so much damage. Now it's more like he's healing a lot if he attacks them. It's not... It doesn't feel like the old mindset really works that well.
No.
Like, it's nice, I guess, but it's not like I've hard countered you because I picked a Lifestealer.
It does mean he'll always win the trade when you're like man fighting versus one of these strength heroes, like with Lifestealer versus Sven. The Lifestealer will heal enough that he wins the trade. But this is a Lycan.
Oh my.
Lycan doesn't really trade with
Yeah,
you.
he just
with his
kites you
hero.
around anyway.
Yeah, he's got creeps as well. Like the creeps are doing more damage than the main guy, so you're trading with the army, which Lifestealer doesn't do anything to. And then Nightstalker also is like more of like a I'm gonna kill you in the silence sort of hero. So
Yep,
yeah,
that's true. I mean, preventing the rage from coming out can be pretty valuable. I mean, Lifestone never wants to itemize for something like that. Like, getting a BKB sounds absolutely awful.
I have seen it. I have seen it lately. It's actually the build.
Lately?
Yeah, it's the build. BKB on Lifestealer. You just go for the like massive magic immunity duration.
Okay. Do you go at like 3rd item then?
Yeah, 3rd item. It'll be like
So Armlet, Deso,
Armlet,
BKB?
Armlet, yeah, Deso, BKB. You can go for like maybe like a Sanjin Yasha first, but like eventual BKB, it actually looks pretty good, dude. Like it's 12 or 13 seconds or whatever it is of magic immunity is insane, depending on the level.
Fishman. The leap is there from Mira. Fishman trying to man up, but the first blood's going to go to Mira. He might get dropped by this pathetic creep here. He's doing about 2 damage every single time. Pops the Fairy Fire, continuing to get slowed. It's like a Scotty effect. He's going to arrow it for good measure. And Toby's going to find his way to the grave in the bot lane as well. So a good start from Team Spirit again.
Crazy that Toby goes down when his wave is so huge. And okay. TPing entirely back to base on Mirana. I thought maybe he would do some suicide action, but he feels like his Beastmaster is perfectly fine being left up top alone, which is true. 19-2, doing excellent. Getting zoned a bit here, though.
Yeah, but back to Lifesteal.
Yeah, here we go, right? Very important
Got
stuff.
that Helm of the Iron Will. Going to be very difficult to take down with that extra armor and regen, of course. Do you know if Nullifier works on Heavenly Jump? I doubt it. Is it dispellable, I guess, is really the question. What does it say on there?
No.
It's
Oh,
not
I don't know.
dispellable?
I don't know.
Well, the toss back into the tower. Toronto Tokyo is going to take some heavy damage as a result of this, so Stormer getting some nice trades here. He's 26-11 right now, 20-6 for
I'm
Toronto.
gonna guess no. I'm gonna guess no to the question
Yeah,
because it doesn't work on like Slark Pounce, for example. So I don't see that as being any different from Heavenly Jump. But
Yeah.
it is Dota, so you never know with these mechanics.
Right. Always looking for a reason to get the old Nullifier on Lifestealer, of course.
Yeah. It sounds
Classic
really
item.
cool when you use it, so I do enjoy
So
that.
when you do get the BKB, it's Rage, then BKB, and then Rage might be up again. If you're, I don't know what the cooldown is at the highest level, but you can see Saberlight takes a tumble. So this is his first death in the laning stage this time. I think he died twice in this time frame on the Timber Saw, so if you want to compare that, doing better already, but still not ideal dying in a safe lane.
Take a look at Collapse's build for a second here. He's going for a Vlad's instead of the Dom this time. doesn't want to play with the Dom into Lycan, who can take it, the Night Stalker, who can eat it, Chen, who can also take it. So opting to maybe go for like a Wraith Pack this game, which is what we saw at the Major for Beastmaster, was this Vlad's Rush. But of course, Wraith Pack being nerfed, people start going for the Dom 2 again.
Yeah, Collapse. Getting gone on now by Saberlight because it is nighttime, so he's a hero. Crippling Fear is there to silence 2 heroes, and it looks like he's going to eventually clean up the kill on the Collapse. Getting a bit of a revenge here. A little bit of a late rotation from Toronto Tokyo. Looking for the arena. He's going to find it. And the spear will connect onto the Chen, so it's resulting in a 1-for-1.
Yeah, get some sort of trade. There's also a catapult up here still, so we'll see if Spirit chooses to do something with this. Saberlight's kind of low HP as well. There's a lot of wand charges, though.
It's been a long, I mean, I feel like the Mirana pick, obviously you talked about the killing the Chen creeps and whatnot, but this hero just hasn't seen that much love lately. It's been only support, and a lot of setup is needed, which you do see this game. I mean, the Ghoul Frenzy into Arrow is really powerful. Can't even say that with a straight face. The roar into the Arrow is probably the main thing.
Spear
as
into
well.
Arrow, too, yeah.
Yep. As we're going to see the Spear. Speaking of, on to Storm, he's
Not
going to be
even
fine.
worth using mana. He's not going to die.
But will there ever be a time that exists from here on out that Mirana is picked without needing an Arrow setup?
I don't think so.
Seems to be just the most important skill for her.
Yeah, it is. Toss back.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo looking to try to stay alive here, but the zappity zap from Kataomi takes him out. Stormer is going to get chased now by Mira. The leap in with the Starstorm. He's off the Fairy Fire. He's looking to come back with the Avatos, but just avalanche to. Ooh, not quite enough to take out the Wyvern here. Comes that Fairy Fire as well. So Miposhka shall live.
Kataomi is so close to having mana to use the Lightning Bolt there, which would have finished off Miposhka, but... Oh!
Alright. Stormer somehow gets a kill onto Mira. So a couple of cores outside of this Mirana. The Mars Beastmaster for Team Spirit tumbled here in the last couple minutes. Miposhka still walking around with that low HP.
This is just 2 heroes walking around low HP and dying.
Yeah, pretty much.
And this is as Collapse is farming the stack, so it means Toronto Tokyo has to come over here and help him defend.
Oh, Fishman looking to try to contest maybe, just leech some XP perhaps. Should be pretty annoying. But the gold obviously is... Actually, they're going to spot this ward as well, so it's going to be de-warded, but there's the arena from Toronto Tokyo, and will swiftly put Kataomi into the grave.
Toronto Tokyo doing a good job protecting Collapse. Oh, he has no rage. Look at his build. Look at his build.
A 0-3-3 build with Armlet.
This looks like Herald. This is what I would see in Herald games. Wow, that is shocking.
Yeah, that's weird. Always a value level in rage, it feels like, but maybe he is just afraid that he's going to get silenced the whole time. Crippling Fear. It's a tier 1 tower now.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, that's crazy.
The toss back Storm. Oh, they actually do a nice leap there to bring it back even further. Spear will connect though. Toronto Tokyo gonna get some help in the form of the Wyvern and a tree. Not quite enough to destroy him, and he's gonna get back to base. Kataomi not level 6 yet. Bet he wish he had that tome right now.
That's right.
That's right.
15 seconds, baby. He's got it queued up. That's a Zeus player right there.
By the way,
okay, here we go.
Night Stalker Ags is coming, buddy.
he's getting Ags.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what I like to see.
Okay.
So I think the change, this is from like a year and a half ago, but the mini stun is not as powerful.
The cooldown reduction is not there either. It used to have a lot of cooldown reduction on it.
So yeah, Void essentially becomes an AoE ability, and it's very strong. And I think it is a good farming mechanism, for sure. That is one. On top of that, with the shard, Night Stalker can kind of keep up in the farm department, because again, this is a position 1, so. But obviously it can be used to get kills as well, so you have a lot of flexibility. It's not like getting a Midas or something like that.
So I'm curious if he goes, I mean, I would assume if you're going Ags, you go the 50 Void damage talent.
Surely.
Even though the Dark Ascension duration talent is like that could be a 25 Talon and people would still pick it. It's insane. It's probably the best level 10 Talon in the game. But I think if you're going for this Ags build, it feels so bad to have Ags, especially as a carry where you're going to be using it for farming and not have the 50 void damage. I mean, Night Stalker's level, like, early talents are just insanely strong. He's got some of the strongest talents in the game. Like, 15 is crazy, too. These have all been nerfed,
So
too,
are
by the way.
these are things that he takes right away, or do you save it and max out the Crippling Fear?
I like to take these right away.
Okay.
But I'm usually an off-lane Night Stalker, so is Saberlight. Maybe as a... You definitely take the void damage right away, because he's going Ags, he wants to farm, right? Like, what's the point of having extra silence?
Okay. He's halfway to his Ags already. This is going to spice things up for Entity here. And I would assume that now that there's a Blink Dagger on Tiny as well, once they align this with that Ags, that's probably go time, I feel like. Entity have a very, like, in-your-face kind of lineup. Great push potential, great pick-off potential. And they're going to try to use this Blink Dagger reveal to full effect. And they're going to smoke up with Kataomi and Stormer.
If they catch Yatoro, he's
And
0
Avatos,
4.
and that's a death. Mira drops from above. Saberlight, he's going to use his ult. And he's just going to use the extra damage to take out this tier 1 tower. It's going to be fortified for now, though.
Are fortified.
It's not the ideal hero to get, but it doesn't really matter because they're smoking for the objective.
Yeah.
They get the tower. Also, Saberlight popping the ult and zoning here. So that way there's no like reasonable
Radiant's
defense that
middle
can be set
tower
up.
has fallen.
If they catch Yatoro, he is 0-4-4. He can actually die.
That's so weird.
It is very strange, but also kind of cool at the same time. It's very greedy.
I mean, it probably cost them a death there.
Speaking of greedy, he's getting a Midas too.
Okay, Armlet into Midas. Interesting.
Yep.
So more creeps can be killed from Chen and Lycan. And obviously, I mean, it's still really greedy, though. And it's funny because it's not just the magic immunity from Rage, but the move speed really helps against the Night Stalker as well. Nice arrow on the Centaur creep.
Yeah, that's the punishment for walking up and denying your creep with the Centaur. There's some very weird support battle going on top. I think Fishman, does he have his mech coming out? He does. He's got his full mech on Shen, so...
Radiant
Entity-
Probably just waiting for this Ags, I would assume.
Yeah.
For Saberlight.
Yeah, why not? How close is he? It's 1300. Yeah, probably wait for it.
The toss back, Collapse has to use that roar and just skitter away here.
And he is going for the Wraith Pact on Collapse, so going more for this previous major build, back when Wraith Pact was incredibly overpowered.
Okay. Very good. Stormer looking for another pick off here with that blink. And they're going to run into Collapse potentially. It's a bit of a tanky target, but Saberlight, Crippling Fear on top of Mars, who already used the arena. It's not the Rebuke, and the Spear not going to connect onto the arena as it has dissipated. But it is daytime, so Saberlight not really
is under attack.
going to be able to do too much without that ult. The Avalanche and the toss. This will be a kill on the Mira. Ends up netting Stormer a double kill onto the Beastmaster Wyvern combo.
Can he get the stomp?
No.
He didn't try for it. Didn't trust himself.
The prize
Does
is
that
mine.
reach?
Maybe.
Dyer's
It's
top
super
tower
low
That's
is under
AoE.
attack.
that's the question that Toby was asking himself, as of course we cannot see the AoE. That is broken.
But this will open up the Roche. Even just getting a couple supports. Saberlight zoning with that ult again. And as we've said, he's very close to getting the Agnum Scepter. Although it is a kind of long cooldown on Dark Ascension. But worth the Roche if they're worried about that being contested at all. So Saberlight's going to be the one to take that Aegis and 500 from the Ags, which will be a pretty big power spike. I assume a BKB will come after that. And this is where I'm a little bit worried for the Yatoro Lifestealer build, because they're going to get pushed hard, and Midas will not help too much.
No, and he's got level 1 in Rage. It's 3-second duration. I don't... We'll see how this goes. This seems like the sort of build that you would do when you think you can farm uncontested for like 25 minutes or something.
Radiant's middle
And I don't know
tower
if
is
that's
under
going to happen
attack.
against a
Dyer's
Chen
middle tower is
lineup,
under
like
attack.
Chen Lycan.
Yeah, but the rest of Spirit look like they want to fight. Despite this Aegis being on Saberlight, they looked very willing to go for him. His Crippling Spear actually cancels the Spear initially. Nicely done from Saberlight. Mars Arena comes out, but now they're going to find that combo, so this should be the Aegis being expired here. But it is nighttime, so they have to be a little bit careful as some reinforcements have come. Arrow not going to connect, as Stormstormer does get up the Avatos with a nice save on to his teammate for the time being with the Cold Embrace. Saberlight is going to get cursed. Get beat down by his teammates, and Saberlight just trying to get away, but he won't. 45 seconds on the deck. It's an unfortunate death for him, but Stormstorm wants to get some revenge. Avatos finally takes out Miposhka, the first death for Team Spirit in this engagement, as Toby pops that ult. Double kill for Mira to start this out, though. Toronto Toki just getting chopped to the bit by Toby, which is going to town on everybody now. Mira able to leap to safety, but collapses the bigger kill, and invested in him is a gold bounty in Yatoro, who only has a hand of Midas. He's going to drop. 4 dead in favor of Entity. They lose the Aegis and Saberlight before we can get that Axe, but they clean up basically all the important heroes on Team Spirit.
This game is wild. This game is wild. I mean, I think the instant silence on Saberlight really sets all of that up. Like, yeah, he goes down, but he delays for long enough. Toby didn't have ult for that fight.
Radiant's top
Like,
tower
until the fight had already lasted for like 20 seconds, and then finally he ults. And then the fight looks incredibly good for Entity. Toby, once again, seems to be the true carry here when they play this like an off lane with Saberlight playing Night Stalker carry. This will happen. I think if Toby has ult at the start of that fight, it's much better for Entity. They probably don't even lose the Aegis. Or they don't lose Saberlight at the very least.
Never see the Ags. Picked up post-mortem for Saberlight. Now working on the Shard as well. Thunder God's Wrath scouting things out. Crippling Spear onto 2 heroes. Spear's not going to give him enough distance. So that's a double kill for Saberlight, and this is a big power spike for Entity. Toss back, looking for Toronto Tokyo. They're likely going to get him despite this roar being expended from Collapse.
They're going to keep
Entity
going, man.
just rolling over as a Midas just picked up onto the side of Team Spirit. What a huge difference this is going to make in the jungle for Yatoro to farm. Goodness gracious, his base is going to get decimated any moment now, but this hand of Midas will keep him safe. Tier 2 tower will fall for Entity, and there's no reason to stop. 8K lead for them.
Yeah, when Toby picks up this AC, towers are gonna, they're gonna get shredded. It's funny in that fight that you could see that Fishman was living vicariously through his supports, or through his cores and having a good time. Saberlight was like flying all over the place, and Fishman uses the bird whirlwind, or the hurricane, to push Saberlight even farther into the base, because he's like, yeah, keep diving. Saberlight just runs out of the base like, dude, you're crazy. But yeah, he's just Shen and bored in this game, while his cores get to have fun.
Yeah, there's Yatoro in the jungle again. Feels like an Arteezy build almost, as he might be in a little bit of trouble. Avatos, and he dies in one combo. That's it.
Well,
was there a void coming out? I'm not sure.
There was a void, but Lifestealer is a tier 4 body. This is a trash body. The stat gain is not good. 2.4 strength
and most
gain
of
per
his
level.
stats are from his base stats and not the items.
That's
which
right.
Usually would be the case at this point.
Yes. Like, if you look at the stat gains on a hero like Night Stalker, 3.0 strength gain, that's not even that good. Tiny 4.0 per level.
Yeah, Avatos, and an easy cleanup again for Stormstormer. Entity snowballing out of control. And I know we're going to meme on this build from Toro. If he had went for a normal build, they'd still be getting kind of stomped right now.
Yeah, I think so.
But this build is not good this game. It's definitely, I mean, objectively, now that we've looked at this, this build is not good this game.
Not this game.
It hasn't helped them. It has hurt them, but I don't think it's the only reason that they're losing.
No, I mean, I feel like the logic behind it is obvious. It's like, this hero's not picked. This is not a very strong hero. He's trying to turn it into more of a 4-protect-1 farming hero by doing this. It's just that in this game, he can't be 4-protect-1. He needs to show up to fights because Entity is running at towers. And I think the reason that he thinks that Entity is going to struggle to run at towers is because they're playing creeps into Mirana plus Wyvern, which counter the creeps. But it's just not playing out that way, practically speaking.
Moonlight Shadow Smoke combo. Still a tier
Dire
1 mid.
are scanning.
Goodness gracious. Looks like they're going to pop here very shortly as Entity are very aware of what's going on. A nice arena, though, to start things out. But you can see Toronto Tokyo is just taken out right at the beginning of the fight. Yatara looked like he was inside him, trying to focus on Katami, but not going to find him. The Infest is going to keep him alive a little bit longer. The double kill from Saberlight off the screen. The Infest did find 1 kill, but that is a full team wipe for Entity. Not even remotely close of a fight, despite it felt like a decent initiation, but Entity were ready.
I mean, it is into the tier 2, which at this point is doing a pretty good amount of damage.
Radiant's middle tower is under
If you
attack.
arena so that like the tier 2 projectiles are getting blocked by the arena, then maybe. But yeah, I mean, Toronto Tokyo just jumped in there and got melted.
Now an AC picked up for the Lycan as we see.
Look at the
He didn't really
damage.
get to do his full combo either. Didn't get to do much because that Avatos just blew him up.
I mean, you're playing into 3 armor, 3 regen coming out from the tower as well, and a Chen who gets all of his healing spells off too with the mechanism. Like, it's a lot more armor and regen than you would expect, I suppose.
And this one is more of a shellacking than last game. As Saberlight, don't think he'll find this one. Already expended Void. Yeah, we'll have to wait till the end to give our true
We'll wait.
true rating here.
You can't rush a
But
shellacking.
It's Gaben tier
It's
at
looking-
this point.
It's looking Gaben tier. I'm feeling some Gaben rumblings.
Avatos, Echo Saber, not quite enough.
Missed the toss. Otherwise, that's a kill.
Oh, is that what happened? Saberlight. Every time we see this Mars arena, it feels like it's almost helping Entity.
He just
they're
runs
just taking
over
the
it.
fight. Yeah. Arrow or Toronto Tokyo.
Oh, that's not even. That's his
just
teammate.
dead.
That's his teammate. Yeah.
If only the arrow buffed him in some way,
That would've been
teleported
nice,
back
yeah.
to base. Avatos, goodbye, Life Stealer.
That's the carry, bro.
Yep.
That's the carry. He didn't even use Shadow Blade.
Yep.
What?
Not looking.
Radiant's
This is not a
middle
good
tower
showing from
is
Team
under
Spirit.
attack.
I'll say that.
I would not have thought
Radiant's
anything
middle
like this
tower
would
has
happen after
fallen.
the last game.
Radiant's bottom tower
But I mean,
is under
Entity have been
attack.
pretty strong in this tournament. Let's
Yeah.
not cut them short at all.
Radiant's middle
But
tower-
after game
Radiant's
1,
bottom
you'd
tower
think.
has fallen.
Oh man, Stormstormer.
He is going ham this game.
What's his
He
scoreline?
is going absolutely ham.
10-0-6.
Yep.
My boy has not died once against TI winners.
Has fallen.
That's
The
right.
TI champions. That is insane. This was a Div 2 team, man. They're playing with a stand. That's crazy. I mean, to be fair, they're playing with second place, major player.
Chad.
Not bad.
Chad
yeah.
himself. Mr.
Saber Chad. But yeah, good.
So 2 sets of racks for Entity, and Saberlight has scouted the Roche, but double damage actually spawning as well.
I think after this game, like, you gotta ban Chen from Entity, because they've got Mirana plus Winter Wyvern. These are like 2 of the hardest Chen counters in the entire game. They've picked Lycan into it too, which, for the same reasons, is dog shit versus these heroes. And they're destroying TI champions with
Dire's
countered
top tower
heroes
is under attack.
because they're just good at them. That's when you ban it, bro. That's when you ban it. Make them first phase Lycan. Anyway.
Oh, Stormstormer looking for some juiciness here. Yataro's going to have to rage TP.
It's still level 3 rage. Good
Yeah,
lord.
not even maxed out yet. And into the pit they go. So it should be a
Dire's
freebie.
top tower is
Shard
under
available this time around. Question is who gets it.
Dire are scanning.
I don't even know what Chen Shard is. Is that the Ancients?
Creeps, yeah, ancient creeps. Even more creep action. It's on the ground.
Yeah, they forgot about it here.
Fishman. Dude, he's so excited to get it. He pogo
Hey,
sticks over.
I get it. He's actually going for Ags as well, but I don't think the game's going to last long
It's
enough.
not. It's not.
This is a good old-fashioned Gaben, soon-to-be rated shellacking.
Yeah. It's looking mustache level.
Yep, I was thinking the same. Man, we don't really disagree very much
No, we
on the
don't.
rate. It feels very...
Maybe it's because they're very stupid. I don't know.
Yeah, This has definitely got some mustache feel to it here.
Something.
It's like a twirling
The
mustache.
handlebar I'm feeling.
Yeah.
Where you can like kind of touch the edges of it.
Yeah, handlebar is always a solid choice.
Radiant's top
Blink
tower
dagger
is
on the
under
Wyvern,
attack.
so maybe they can try to set up a good curse against Stormstormer, who would just beat the crap
Radiant's
out of
top
anybody.
tower
But
has fallen.
you can see Entity just providing this zoo push that just takes the tower without a hero even having to be involved.
Last set of Barrack.
Look at the net worth on the left.
Yep.
Chen is higher than Lifesteal.
No!
I can't say this with 100% certainty. I have never seen this in my life. That's crazy.
That is
That's
a
insane.
5-position Chen.
Yeah.
It's not even a 4 Chen. Fishman has just been farming his ass off this game.
Yep.
He's fishing for gold.
Well, he did take, that's 1,400 free gold he got from the
Yeah,
pit.
but even, come on. Even still,
Yeah, it's still impressive.
that's not all right.
Right, they
Something's
might be,
wrong here.
Not sure if what they're waiting for. This game is more than over at this point.
Oh, he got the cooldown reduction ancient on Fishman. That's a really nice one, especially
Is
on
it
Shen.
10? Is it 10%?
It's 10% in an AoE, in a huge AoE.
Okay.
And on like the Beastmasters and Lycans, this one feels kind of bad because the guy doesn't have that high of damage, so you're missing out. But on a hero like Chen, for just the auras, it feels amazing.
Yeah, that's nice. I think Fishman is calling the shots right now. He's telling them,
Guys,
I need my ags before we finish.
yeah. Well, let me get some ancient creeps as well. I gotta build up that army.
Yeah, true, true.
Yeah, with the strong dispel, I mean, I don't see how it really eliminates like half of Spirit's options to get back into the game. You know, we can theory craft all this. Oh, you know, if they spear 2 heroes, if they roar this hero, like half of those are gone. More than half with the Chen Ags.
Even Ghoul Frenzy goes away. Dispel Ghoul Frenzy.
That's right.
What do you have with, you know, what's the deal?
How do you set up the Mirana arrow if you don't have Ghoul Frenzy?
That's right. He has S&Y on the Lifestealer now for Yatoro. But, oh, okay. If they can find this kill, that'll help a little bit.
Let's see how quick he is.
Oh
Wow.
my god, he's fast. And there's the counter initiation. Now he's going to get roared, though. And here's the Avatos on the sideline, just taking out the supports so easily. And that's already a buyback expended for the Mirana. You can see Maposhka just barely living on the south side here by the trees. And without the Beastmaster being able to buy back, this should be mega
Radiant
creeps.
structures.
Toss back and into the silence, so no way to use Rage. Finally able to use it, but we'll just try to run away instead. No manning up for Yatoro with his Hand of Midas, as it looks like game number 2 is going to go to
GG.
Entity. GG's called. This was a Gaben's mustache shellacking.
This was against a TI champion. It's not the, I mean, that's insane. I had to Google there, Saberlight Age. I wanted to see how the hell do you react? How do you react that quickly with the BKB on the instant spear? That was just dank. And he's 21, so he's got those zoomer reflexes. But even with zoomer reflexes, I mean, that's insane. That man got 12 hours of sleep last night.
That's right. 12 hours helps me lose a lot of weight, as you can tell, because you can almost see through me right now.
That's right.
That's how much weight I've lost, Jenkins.
Yeah. God, you're looking juicy.
That Gaben nectar goes a long way.
You've been drinking a lot of that Gaben's nectar with your French toast, bro.
So, yeah, game number 2 goes to Entity, so it ends up being a 1-1 split. They came in tied, and they will remain tied, despite this last shellacking being one to really set them apart, it feels like. Yeah, the mustache really overtakes the monumental, in case you're wondering about the rankings.
Huge difference.
But yeah, let's take a quick break, and we'll get on with our next series.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Welcome back, everybody. We got a good old-fashioned showdown for you today. We have Fnatic versus Team Liquid. Fnatic, obviously, with more TSM members than Fnatic, unless you include the coach, I suppose.
Even.
That's
They're even.
right.
It's a Canadian team, actually.
They are 4-6 right now, which is actually still top 4 in the group. And Liquid has played a little bit less, but they're even at 4-4. So if Liquid are able to get 2 games here, they're going to put themselves in a really good spot to stay in the upper bracket for the playoffs. But
both teams have won pretty much everyone except for LGD and Sonics. I believe it was Team Liquid that let me go ahead and look over here. Yep, it was Team Liquid that 2-0'd Sonics. I think we casted that, actually. I think I might have forgotten that.
Yep, we sure did. We can take a look at what Team Liquid looks like.
Oh, there they are again.
Zai, very attractive.
We've seen this quite a few times.
Not happy. He is actually, that's a grumpy side. He's a very happy person.
He is.
Makes it very strange to see him so unhappy.
Yeah, they all actually.
They got him off the streets, of course. And Boxy,
he's from the Penitentiary.
also not very. He might have been the warden.
Oh, here we go. We're quickly over to the Fnatic side of
Ryle,
things.
Dubu, very nice young lad. Really like him.
Beautiful.
Okay.
The J was there. The J was there.
DJ.
Yeah, DJ.
Okay.
J.
And Tomato. Is Jabs going by J these days?
I don't know. I guess so.
Okay.
I think they were instructed to frown. It looks like they were instructed to frown because I feel like, I don't know. I feel like Tomato frowning. Come on. There's no way he's doing that. His default is he's got his goofy smile. He's got that. He's got those smile genes.
Can you give me a frown? What would you look like if you were on one of those teams? Just that looks more disgusted
Huh?
than frown.
Oh. You do one.
That's what everybody looks like. It's everybody just like,
You look like a worm.
I look constipated,
you
actually.
look like a worm.
Hey,
Okay.
Suns fan twice. Appreciate that production.
Hey, what the hell is this bullshit? Get this off. Fix that. Make it come back, but have me twice now.
No, that's too hard to do. Multiverse can't handle that amount of Jenkins. Only one per verse.
Yeah.
There we go. There you go.
Oh. That's right.
That's a nice Twitter handle you got there, Jenkins.
Thank you.
You use that social media quite a bit.
That's right.
Tweet once per month about
That's
there.
Garbage. That's some garbage.
So about this matchup,
Yeah, about it.
I mean, who do you think has the advantage? Because Fnatic, obviously, having 3 TSM members, are kind of a wild card coming into this tournament.
Yeah,
but they've looked decent.
Yeah. Who was it that made the point? Somebody made the point.
Just take credit for it.
I can't remember who it was that made the point. It might have been Sheepo, but somebody said, might have been Nikki, actually. It doesn't matter. Somebody said that Fnatic having a mid stand-in and then a safe lane stand-in and then having the off-lane duo together is much easier than having like 2 support stand-ins where you're breaking up lanes, right? And I thought that was really interesting because it makes a lot of sense. It's like outside of laning, it's just like following one person's call every 5 minutes, basically, like one really big call. And yeah, sure, if you have a new carry player standing in or something like that call will be different based on their play style. But really where the most comms happens is in the laning stage. So it's really just whether the ideas meld together after laning, which I think with good players that will tend to happen. With tier 1 players, that'll tend to happen. But if you have lack of synergy in the laning stage, even if your ideas are good, it can look horrible. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's why Fnatic works with this roster. And then also they have the wild card factor because I'm panting because we just ate. And I'm just I'm going to keep going. If you could interject at any point.
I'm holding back some indigestion here.
There's some really good.
I mean, you're not stopping talking.
There's some really good carrot cake.
Oh, that was good.
This food in Texas is extremely good. I gotta say.
Yeah,
I
After
get
being in Europe for so long, I just miss the sugar.
Yeah, I get why there are some health problems here in America, especially on the southern side of things.
Food is good.
It's really good.
Oh,
it's really good. But speaking of the other team, Liquid, we saw them play against Outsiders. In a lot of their games, they've looked also kind of like a wild card. We called them what a dim mule.
Yep,
a dim mule.
Dim mule.
Because they've been up and down with their performances, and they're kind of maintaining that in this tournament a little bit. Maybe more on the upside rather than they're just strictly they're losing a lot of games. They played against OG and they won 1. They played against Outsiders and they won 1, and then they shellacked and got shellacked, which we're seeing a lot for some reason. What the hell's with that?
I think because there hasn't been a patch in a while. Might have something to do with that.
That might have something, yeah.
The Radiant Dire advantage as well.
That
might have something to do
that's a
with
big
that.
one. That's a big one.
Looks like we are in the draft, so we can have Jenkins stop talking for just a moment as we make the transition into game. And here we are in game. Fnatic versus Team Liquid. And let's see what we got for the ban. So we've cast quite a bit of Team Liquid, so the Lone Druid is not a big surprise. Razor out of there as well. Nature's Prophet from Team Liquid's side, and probably not going to take it. I mean, if they take extra reserve time, okay, the puck is out as well. So a lot of tier 1 heroes gone.
Nature's Prophet taken out.
Yeah, is that a Tomato special?
Tomato does play it. I don't think he's played it much this tournament, if at all. I think it's been Jabs that's playing it. But it is just generally a pretty good hero, and it just depends on whether the team likes it for one of their players. It makes the game really easy. You just always have lane shoved. You have a guy that can globally TPN to make anything like a 4v3 or a 2v1 or whatever.
Yep.
10 seconds remaining.
So Marcy Wyvern is the opener for Team Liquid. You could tell
5 seconds
they knew
remaining.
exactly what they wanted before the draft even started. Insta-picked, knowing that Tiny was going to be picked by Fnatic. So this is probably where things might
Fnatic
stray
turn
away
to
from
ban.
normal predictions. And yeah,
Huh.
a very early Timber Saw.
All right.
Dire
I
team
don't know
ban.
if they've even picked this hero at all. No, they've not picked this once. Oh, they did pick it. They lost against LGD.
Well,
With-
everybody
with
lost against
Timbersaw.
LGD, so that doesn't really mean anything.
That's true. That's true. Maybe they're like, oh, we had the best LGD match with this hero.
10
Yeah,
seconds
LGD just,
remaining.
we've said it before in other tournaments where they did not somehow win,
5 seconds
but they look on a
remaining.
different level than everybody else.
Yeah, yeah.
It is like they're picking heroes that nobody picks, that like Earthshaker has looked like trash with
Fnatic's
everybody
turn
else,
to ban.
and it has been god tier for them.
It's like in every tournament, it seems to be like LG, at least the tournaments that LGD is actually at. It's like LGD versus the team that has the momentum.
team
There's just like
battle.
one team that has some crazy momentum, and then it's just them
Fnatic's
battling
turn
against
to ban.
LGD. And lately, it's been LGD winning. So
Yep.
we'll see if that trend continues. But in this game, second phase of bans.
Yep, we're going to
Pango,
take out
Bloodseeker.
Bat Rider, Pangolier, Bloodseeker's out of there as well, so
10
that might have been the
seconds
reason they
remaining.
got rid of Pangolier.
I don't know if it's because
5
you're saying it
seconds
with this
remaining.
with the southern twang that's making me think this, but it does feel like those are very Texan heroes.
Pangolier.
Bat Rider with the lasso. Pangolier could live in the desert.
Pangolier is French, actually.
Yeah, but the type,
He's a musketeer.
where do pangolins live?
I don't know. I've never seen one in person. When they first introduced this hero, I had no idea what a pangolin was. I never even heard
It
of
was like
it.
a Disney invention.
Yeah, I
like
thought it was a
lemmings.
fake animal.
No, lemmings aren't real.
No, just like mules.
Those are real. They're the last of their bloodline.
That's pretty sad.
Yeah, just like us. Very infertile.
Very accurate. Yeah, that's right. Taking their sweet time on this
Dire
second
team
ban.
ban.
It's going to be the Death Prophet, though, so Liquid able to pick out of this once they... Yeah, able to pick out of this once this ban goes through.
So I think Death Prophet, even though Liquid has not played it, it is one of the highest win rate heroes in the game versus Timbersaw.
10 seconds remaining.
Surprisingly, I mean, you get a Vessel on DP, it's percentage damage, it's magic
5
damage.
seconds
Even the Ghosts,
remaining.
you can't man up, even with charges on Timber's reactive armor. And then Tiny, of course, if this is going to be a core Tiny,
Dire
then
team
that hero's going to struggle
Fnatic
immensely versus Death
turn
Prophet with
to pick.
4.0 strength gain.
Yep, that's tier 1 right there.
It's a tier 1 body, yeah.
Alchemist taken out. Zeus immediately picked up by Team Liquid, and they got a decent amount of flex potential. Not how much EU runs core Marcy, though.
10 seconds
Liquid
remaining.
has done it. They've run Mickey on Marcy before,
5
but I would
seconds
say this is
remaining.
more likely to be a Mickey Wyvern, and even more likely than that to be a Mickey Zeus. It feels like, Death Prophet being banned, it's a percentage HP damage hero, scaling. Zeus is also that,
Turn to pick.
but better if you put it on the mid lane. You can scale versus a Timber and a Tiny in the same way that a Death Prophet can.
Dazzle picked up. Get some nice save action.
Super strong laner. I think that's like the biggest reason a lot of people
10
pick it, is
seconds
that you
remaining.
see so many kills happen with just stacking Dazzle's
5
Q over and
seconds
over by
remaining.
whacking somebody. It makes it impossible to cut the creep wave too, and that's a big thing that people are doing on this patch, is picking like 2 melee offlaners or just generally like a weak lane, but it's good for the game. And then they cut the wave and just go 50-50 in the lane. And Dazzle kind of prevents that, because you just run at them and press your Q on them, and slowly but surely they go down.
All right. I mean, Team Liquid's draft so far is extremely standard. These are all just meta picks, nothing out of the ordinary. I mean, Fnatic, the Tiny, I would say, fits that bill as well. The Timbersaw, Dazzle, we see them, but not every single game like the Marcy Wyvern Zeus.
Dire team pick.
Keeper of the Light. All right, where do they like to run this?
I would
Or
guess.
where would you like to see them run this?
I would guess this is probably. I mean, it's Bryle playing mid, so I don't know. Maybe for Fnatic, it's a
10
support,
seconds
like a
remaining.
DJ Coddle or something like that. I mean, I'm sure Bryle can play it. I just don't
Turn
recall
to
him playing it
bat.
that much for TSM.
Okay.
Maybe it's something he's been practicing.
Got some Juggernaut action, so a couple heals now online for Team Liquid. Fnatic, similar story. A very active carry, especially now that that shard is available to go for.
10
In
seconds
this fight
remaining.
relatively early. So Fnatic likely missing their position 1 unless
Dire
Tiny
team back.
ends up fitting that bill, but that hasn't felt too standard these days. It's in more of a mid or support. And then for Team Liquid, what are they missing? The offlane?
Team Liquid, yeah, I think it's the offlane, something to pair with Marcy, which is why Fnatic
Turn to bat.
somehow Viper makes it through to the last phase of bans.
Yeah.
With a Marcy on Liquid side. And obviously very good Viper game, too, with Timber being on the Fnatic side. And Tiny. It counters both of these heroes. It's huge magic damage over
10
time against Tiny,
seconds
which destroys
remaining.
him. And Timber, you can break him. So I'm
5
actually surprised that
seconds
Liquid picks the
remaining.
Jug here. That means that they believe that they have 3 picks ready for this last pick that are all good with Marcy. So I guess the question is, what are they? Viper would have obviously been one of them. What else can they run for Zai? Venge? They've been picking some Venge lately, but it's usually with a Bristleback to kind of kite and play the fights long.
This doesn't feel like a Venge game to me.
It doesn't. It doesn't. He's been playing a bit of Slardar, but
Yeah, they're lacking. I mean, I say they're lacking initiation, but there is a Marcy, I guess. I don't know how to feel about her, but they're not. They don't have. They have Curse, but in terms of like an offlane initiator that has team fight, they don't have anything similar.
I guess, I mean, Dawn is still
10
available.
seconds
I don't know how
remaining.
much you want to pick it into, like, Tiny Timber, you know, 2
5
heroes that kind of
seconds
counter you. And
remaining.
Dazzle will do very well in lane
Turn to
against
pick.
2 melee heroes, but it is an OP hero, and I think it's a, you know, it's a pretty good game to have somebody just sitting and taking the safe lane farm. It's just that Zai is none of the heroes that he's been playing really look that great here. Like Night Stalker wouldn't
10
be
seconds
good.
remaining.
Slardar would not be great. I guess Slardar's probably the best one. I think we'll see a new
Dire
Zai
team
hero
remaining.
here.
Faceless
Okay,
Void
now-
for
now-
Tomato.
It's got to be Venomancer, right? You pick like Veno or Beast and just hard counter the Void in lane, but I feel like Veno's better against Timber than Beast is. Then again, what we saw last series was that Beast destroyed the Timber Saw.
Yep.
10 seconds.
Yeah, Veno or
remaining.
Beast seems like
Venom makes a lot
the
of
play
sense.
to me here.
5 seconds remaining.
So many good heroes to kite with Veno too. Even Dazzle, like graving somebody who's got all the Veno spells on them, they're gonna die.
And that's the thing about picking last when you have somebody like Zai that has such a giant hero pool. I mean, with all the positions that I guess it's been support or offlane throughout his career for the most part. Actually, he did play carry briefly, if I'm not mistaken, like way back in the day. But either way, hero pool is pretty damn big. So that's a nice benefit to have. Doombringer, okay.
Choose
Doom.
your hero.
Okay, they're gonna go an entirely different direction with this draft. I'm curious to see who picks what if they're doing some shenanigans here. No, it doesn't really look like they are. Oh, they are. Okay, Mickey Wyvern.
Okay.
They are doing some shenanigans.
Mickey Wyvern. We've seen it once before. He went for Witchblade Ags, or something like that. Maybe there's something in between them.
And
But
Bryle
very
Coddle.
strong.
Yeah, it was Witchblade Blink Ags, I think, that he did. And it looked really nice. So against the Coddle, I think this is probably a 50-50 lane. Generally, that's when people pick Wyvern. I don't think Wyvern's really ever going to destroy anything in lane. I just don't see how you do that. But you push the lane out, you're going to slowly harass them down with your Q.
I think with having a hero like Marcy, anything's killable mid.
This is correct.
Boxy has rotated like relatively early in like every game that we've watched, and it's usually been Marcy. I mean, you can close the gap super fast with this hero because it's the pre-nerf stages for her right now.
Yeah, pre-nerf is a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
That's a good way of putting it.
It's going to be the same patch that Primal Beast will be buffed and given an Aghanim Scepter and added to Captain's
He
mode.
will be smashing 2 heroes together. That will be the Ags.
How does that work? With the ult?
I don't know. You grab one guy and then grabs the closest guy to him, probably. Like Batrider Lasso.
That's not too bad, actually.
Smash them together.
Do you like the shard, though?
I like the shard. I think it should go farther.
It's pretty easy to dodge.
It should be, yeah, but that's why it should go farther, because it's this long projectile.
What if it's global? It's just like a really slow projectile.
And you hear it globally, you hear the globally. That sounds kind of cool.
Yeah. I actually don't even think that's OP at all.
I don't either. But then again, we've had a lot of comments when we talk about these things that we should not balance Dota, which is probably correct.
Well, it's funny because and I've said this so many times, because a bunch of stuff that I have said obviously has not come in the game, but a lot of it has. And when I talk about them before they're put in, like that's a stupid idea. And then instantly when it's put in, no resistance. They just have faith that it's fine. Nobody really has an open mind, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
We're all sheep in this world.
Who are the wolves of the world?
The wolves are the oligarchs.
Okay. Jesus.
That's right.
That's not wrong.
We have Liquid versus Fnatic game 1. As we said, Fnatic with a 3-5 record, I believe. No, 4-6 record. Liquid are 4-4, so played slightly less, but they are technically tied in wins for a top 4, which means upper bracket. So pretty damn important series. This honestly could, still not too deep in, but this could be the difference between upper bracket and lower bracket, depending on how these results go for these teams.
That's
But
true.
Looking at the lineups, do you prefer one? Void very slow to come online.
Honestly, I think Fnatic. I think I like Fnatic's draft. I don't think the Void was super punished. But you know, last pick Doom, it does mean that Liquid feels like they can just kind of like play for Doom to get a Midas and go late game and have this third carry that they have. So we'll see if that works out. Tania getting a D ward does get denied.
Well, unfortunate for him, but ward is gone nonetheless. And that is the power of having a Zeus on your team. To the point where, do you even bother placing a ward there?
I don't know.
I feel like he does this quite often. I guess it depends on if you're the lane that you're supposed to be in can kind of stay alive for the time being. Which seems to be fine now. This is a match we don't get to see all too often. Wyvern versus Caudle. Both will kind of spam out the waves to some degree. Caudle can farm, I think, a little bit faster because he gets a lot of magic, or a lot of mana, I should say, from Chakra.
It's a weird matchup. They're just like trying so hard to out CS and deny each other because they're.
I mean, I don't see either of them killing each other without the gank, right?
No, I don't either. 2-5 positions, playing mid essentially. This lane is a little bit weird too. 2 melee heroes versus, Jug Zeus, which is a fairly decent lane. So the lane equilibrium, of course, has been pulled into the jungle, as is usual for Dota these days. Never seems to be in the lane.
That's right. Any changes to that are going to happen.
I've been thinking that for
Many years.
Yeah, for years. I've been like, oh, next patch, creep cutting's gonna get nerfed, but no.
I think the issue is that a lot of pubs, that's not going to happen. This is a pretty high level thing for the most part.
Yeah, that's true. Like, pretty regular laning happens in pubs. The thing is, like, it gives you access to literally every hero in the offlane. And you can like have any support, any offlaner, and because you can just 50-50 worst case scenario the lane, but you can't do that as a safe lane, right? Like, there's no way to cut with the distance between the towers.
So we can see that Matu on the Juggernaut off to a pretty good start in terms of CS. A little bit of harassment in the bot lane. I mean, how much kill potential do they have between Tomato, which I assume will get time dilation with Dazzle's setup?
Yeah, he's got it. I think they have amazing kill threat. Any Dazzle lane does.
Speaking of kill threat, we got the Blade Fury in the top lane, and it lasts just long enough to take out the old jabs. Down goes the Timbersaw. First blood for Liquid. And, I mean, it's hilarious if you go back in time. Juggernaut Zeus lane sounds awful, but now that you have a slow,
it's good. With
the leap,
it's actually good, yeah.
It's good.
And also you can deward the camps, so you can play with the creep equilibrium advantage, which means Jug can play close to his tower and get these spins off throughout the whole lane. And Jabs does not have a point in Timber Chain, which is normally what people would go versus Juggernaut. Instead, he opted for Whirling Death, which is going to be a little more efficient for last hitting, but not for getting harassed.
The Avalanche, just as the Blade Fury ends, Matu gets tossed back into a Whirling Death, but not going to be enough to find the kill. It's a healing ward just out of range. This is a stock, no cosmetic healing ward for Matu.
Yeah.
What the hell are you doing, bro?
He can't afford.
Yeah, not enough TI victories for him.
Yeah. Pretty basic Juggernaut too, actually, even though he's gold tier, which is pretty high.
Yeah, very sad to see.
My man plays pubs all day. He's too busy pubbing that he can't equip items. He's just probably got items.
Yeah, but his queue times are probably like 35 minutes. That's plenty of time to look through the store.
No, they're not, because I'm in his game, so I know that he's getting. I know that he's getting games because I'm garbage. So he's getting queued with. Maybe it's because he did have a long queue time, and that's why he's getting queued with me.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
DJ stealing the rune here. He gets a nice Avatos as well. Mickey taking heavy damage as a result. But rotation from Boxy with the rebound. Nice movement speed. Takes Mickey out of range of the Illuminate. So the rotation from the Marcy this time, basically just to prevent a kill instead of setting one up. It's usually been the opposite from Liquid so far at this tournament.
Has been killed.
Yeah. Both heroes mid are kind of hard to kill, though. They do just stand back and nuke the creep wave.
Yep.
So this might be the one game where we don't see Marcy actually killing the mid lane, because it is a coddle. I don't know if there's another hero that stands farther away from the mid lane while mid laning.
Yeah, probably not. Bottom lane, though, Dubu has to grave himself. As you can see, a lot of right clicks coming out from Tomato. The time dilation still applied to Boxy. He's going to find the kill, and Dubu will somehow live. Zai not willing to go any further as a Scorched Earth does dissipate.
Damn, dude. Nice value point in grave there. 4 seconds.
True.
Long,
it is
long
an
enough.
early one.
And he waited to heal himself at the last possible second, which, of course, is you know, standard, but it's still a really nice bait. Like, it was enough to just barely keep him alive. I think one more tick of Scorched Earth, he's dead.
Looking at the CS, though, for the respective position ones. 34 and 15 from the Void. And Matu not that far behind. A lot less denies, though. So Tomato just having a free game, it looks like.
The bottom play with Dubu hitting the grave reminded me of a conversation. Remember we interviewed him, and he said that he just started focusing more on playing better instead of, like, captaining as much?
Sure. I don't remember.
I will continue after this.
I'm just going to watch this a little bit here, Jenkins. DJ attempting to TP out, but that's a very ambitious one. He's going to drop. So it's going to be a walk of shame for him as Dubu. Seeing the grave again, but nice body blocks. So he is almost certainly dead. So 2 kills for Liquid, as you were saying something probably very interesting.
I think with Dubu standing in for Fnatic, he's going to feel pretty good about this, because he's not the captain of this team. He's not he doesn't have to take a role of leadership on this team. He can just focus on his own individual play, which is what he said that he was trying to focus on anyway. So obviously this is going to be more, you know, Sunby from the drafting perspective, and obviously it's Fnatic's team, so they're going to be calling the shots in the game, I would imagine.
The cool thing about TSM is they're collecting a lot of info as well for TI, because they're going to TI.
This is correct.
They're playing on 2 teams that are not TSM, so they're seeing new things, new ideas, they're having conversations. That can only help.
Yeah.
The only problem is Boone is not playing, so he's not having those combos.
Right.
But, you know, he seems like he has an open mind, so it'll be really interesting to see how that affects them going into TI.
And also, they're getting a little bit of a break from each other.
That's true.
That's important in a relationship.
Yeah.
You gotta have space, so they get to kind of.
Is that why you sleep in separate beds from your girlfriend?
I sleep in the same bed with my hand.
Okay. Well, not yesterday's hand. That was literally missing for some reason.
That's right. That was the space. That was the space. I said I sleep in the same bed, not work.
Gotcha. Coddle has the boots of travel as Matu is going to be forced to spin TP. Jab's doing a lot of damage to him. See Insane getting a little harassment of the DJ, but no kill will come of this. Matu really low. Is he jungling right now? I thought he TP'd back to base, but it's just close to the outpost probably.
These things are so hard to kill, but they're 50 gold each. So it's such a debate. I think it's 54 gold exactly. 51, okay.
There's a range. It's not always the same.
Well, it always seems to be 54. Look, look, look.
53.
53. Oh, god damn it. Gaben's
Range.
Nectar.
Yep, the siege shot gets you again, huh?
It's always that siege shot.
So pretty even laning stage, I would say. Only discrepancy, I guess, just a few hundred gold between the position ones. Obviously, Matu's been kind of forced out of lane to jungle, so inevitably will be a bit slower. But yeah, Tomato, it just felt like a complete free game. What kind of item build do you want to see on this guy? We see, oh, it's going to be Hannah Midas. We've seen Mask of Madness Maelstrom a lot, but opting not to go for that.
It seems like Midas is kind of the latest, like, I don't know, fad I want to call it. Because I don't know if it's good. Well, obviously on Doom it makes sense, right? This is a hero that's going to buy Midas on any patch. But I don't know if it's necessarily good, and that's why carry players are doing it. I think that it's just a response to other carries getting Midas is to get Midas.
Right.
And so it's like a solution to it that doesn't really require much thinking, if that makes sense. It's like, I think the meta is changing towards like carries going Midas, but some carry will figure out how to punish the other carry going Midas. Maybe some early defusal pickups that you start, you know, rushing the enemy team, whatever. But for now, I think like Matumba probably would get a Midas as well. Oh no, he's going Maelstrom build actually. So the guy that invented the Midas carry.
Yeah, that's the whole mind game though, right?
Yeah, there it is.
He's in the jungle, so you can't really see what he's buying.
He's like, look at these idiots buying Midas because I was doing it. Now there's a Midas void on the enemy team.
Yeah,
it's actually the long con.
That makes sense, and we'll see if it pays off for Tomato or not. But, I mean, it's not like it's a completely worthless item otherwise. The attack speed is extremely good for Void, obviously. As Dubu is going to get disposed. Avalanche is going to miss, but the Grave keeping Dubu nice and healthy. Is Boxy getting slowed by Brile. Toss back from DJ. Nice combo. And the tree cuts off the head of Boxy. And there's Tomato's first Chronosphere of the game, used for a support kill onto Mickey. Brile steals it, of course.
Yes, naturally. And Brile... Ping. Oh, not this again. Oh no. Brile's pretty farmed. He's going for the Vessel. Got those boots of travel. Once he has the Vessel, that's great against the healing ward. Wyvern has heals as well. Doom, high HP. Marcy, high HP. Not so good against Jug. He can obviously spin it off, but if you do catch him after the spin, which you can force with Coddle's other abilities, it's decent. I'm curious if maybe he goes for like an Orchid after that to like try to kill the Jug. But then again, they have the Faceless Void Chrono, so maybe they think like, you know, Brawl could just go BKB or something.
I mean, Orchid kind of forces Matu to try and build Manta maybe.
It does.
You don't really want to these days as much. It used to be like the complete standard play, but we've been seeing people go like super greedy builds, although he's opting not to go Midas this time, but still.
No.
I feel like Manta is not something you want necessarily.
No. It just doesn't feel like a great item. It feels like a necessity on some heroes, but one of those necessities that you never fight around a Manta timing. You know, I think that says something about the item, that it doesn't really speed up your farming that much, like a Battle Fury. But you
we've seen
don't
so
fight
many.
around it.
We've seen so many fights where you have Yasha ultimate orb, you don't even bother with the, like, you don't wait that extra few hundred gold for the recipe before you fight.
Yeah.
Like, if the fight comes, then you're like, okay,
You just go,
we're not
yeah,
waiting.
yeah. You got the stats already. So it's just, yeah, that's a pretty weak item. Also, I think the fact that, like, Sanj and Kaya and like, the other like, small sword-based items are really strong. Like, Sanj and Yasha is also very strong. So...
Sange and Yasha is very strong.
Decent. It's a decent item. Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's better than Manta. I think it's like a B tier item, and Manta's probably like C tier, maybe even D, because like
what's an F tier item?
What's an F tier item in Dota? Meteor Hammer.
Meteor Hammer.
Meteor Hammer is garbage.
Okay. Odie doesn't pick it up anymore. OD's not picked
Not
anymore.
really. I think if Meteor Hammer was better, then OD would get picked up as a hero.
Treant Protector, Phoenix, those are the 3 heroes that buy Meteor Hammer.
No, they don't really get that. I mean, Phoenix is just Refresher Rush. That's how pathetic Meteor Hammer is. The Phoenix is like, I'm just gonna refresh all my spells once in the fight.
I think it's probably for the best that it's not a great item.
Why?
Not a big fan.
You're not conceptually a fan?
I'm not a fan of an item you can buy that does damage to buildings.
Okay.
If it didn't do damage to buildings and they like sped up the timer or something, then I think it'd be okay. I don't know. Not a fan of that.
I'm not for or against it. I don't really feel that strong.
It's called being neutral.
That's strong about it. Yeah, I'm kind of on the fence about it. I do think an item like Vessel. You know what? Actually, I guess I'd say I'm probably for it now that I'm actually pontificating about it.
Pontificate.
Yeah, because I want some way of dealing damage to towers. So that the thing I like about Dota is that you can pick any draft basically, and you can solve problems with your draft by getting items. Like it seems like there's items that can do anything, and so it makes Dota all about power spikes.
Man, you see the levels? Look at how off-center they are.
Yeah, I see those.
What the heck?
Can we get those back up again?
What the
scoreboard?
heck?
What happened there?
That is so. It's not on my computer though. Okay,
oh, I see. It's
Must
like
be a resolution.
it's like a.
Huh.
Okay.
Sorry about that production. Didn't mean to bring that up.
Something happened there.
See the levels there. That's a little bit more clean. Appreciate that.
This is not Comic Sans or something like
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
that is true. That actually does translate sometimes if you change the font on your computer, depending on what.
It's true.
What you're looking at is Liquid smoking up. Boxy looking for a dispose onto Bryle. And Zai has the Doom available, but Bryle super fast. Boxy, he's going to get some vision. Has nothing to rebound off of quite yet. Still in his teammate, which he'll do. Winter's Curse is there as well. You can see the TP coming in. And Bryle, he's going to get graved a little bit prematurely. Zai looking for a potential Doom target, but instead we're going to see jabs on this Timbersaw chasing Matu out instead. So the Marcy is punished.
Matu's
and Matu,
dead, man.
he is super dead. Doom comes out a little bit late. The Omnislash kept the Jug alive just a little bit longer, but it's still 2-0 in favor of Fnatic. And Bryle was the intended target at the beginning of this, but he's going to live, and they're going to find 3 kills after Insania drops the bucket. Double kill for Bryle, and even Mickey might be dead. Tomato comes in with the time dilation, and that is a huge punish onto Team Liquid.
How did that Timber Chain not connect? I'm calling BS on this ability. This ability feels really hard to hit now. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Really good positioning from Bryle. Like the discipline from him to run back and position in the tower. It was like he's in the right area to bait, but then also, and is that ward from prior to the engagement? So it was. So he sees the move and runs into the tower. But he's doing this really annoying like lane holding thing down here, where he's making it just a pain to take this bottom tower. And of course they have the tower advantage top. So the longer and longer he stays down here, the more Liquid feels like they have to make a move on him. And obviously it didn't work out that time. They even brought Matumba Man to that. And he's going back for a Midas. I see. Here we go.
Yeah. We've been seeing people get behind early, and their catch-up, what they think is a catch-up, is the Midas. Hasn't really worked out. I mean, you have to look at the stats. I feel like if that gank went successfully, he would not be getting Midas right now. Could be wrong.
I don't know.
But they were punished pretty hard. I mean, he had to use Omni Slash, and that was more of a defensive measure than anything, but they got absolutely nothing out of that gank attempt.
And surprisingly, Fnatic is... The gold lead is actually going the way of Liquid. Trending the way of Liquid with that ancient stack that they just took. But, man, Jabs is huge. Level 11 on Timber. He's got a Kaya coming. He's going for the greedy build, but I'm very tanky build. If you're like above a certain level, if you're above a certain threshold, you go for this build. And it feels like no matter what the enemy team pumps into you, they just can't kill you. Like their spells are not high enough level to match your HP and your regen.
Well, he's gonna try to go on top of Insania here. Has to be a bit careful. There's more where that came from Liquid's side. He's getting slowed perpetually as Insania is on the run. Chakram connects. And can he get the distance here? Has to be a little bit careful. Boxy's here, but does find the Whirling Death kill. It might be punished, though. And in fact, Zai is in the area with the Doom. If he really wants to use
double
it,
kill.
Jabs somehow with a double kill, but eventually brought down. So 2 supports for him. Maybe Liquid's okay with that. It did take a bit of a rotation, but I guess the gold is actually even.
I don't think Liquid's okay with that. That's a double solo kill for Timber. What level is he compared to everybody else? He's now the highest level in the game. Bryle only has a little bit more XP because he is still alive right now, but that solo kill, like that double solo kill, basically puts him in like mid laner territory in terms of his XP and gold in the game.
The higher you get, the
what?
More you fall.
Why are you?
I don't know.
It's not even that hard of a saying to remember. It's very simple.
It's that carrot cake from earlier. It's really messing with my head. DJ, he's dropped. So Liquid's starting to get a few kills under their belt now. Just like that carrot cake.
I feel like I just had a stroke.
I have a lot of those mini strokes.
You say that, and then the screen like faded to black. I don't know if that was on the screen. I was like, am I in a cutscene?
We have the Doom used by Zai, but you can see he's outnumbered completely right now. Solarbind is there. Curse is going to buy him a little bit of space, but he just slowed to a crawl. Has to pop his BKB, and the Doom essentially used just to silence the Timber Saw, and he should be able to grab this kill onto Zai eventually, despite that BKB being such a long active time. And they do punish it eventually, but yeah, that fade to black was like the finale of Sopranos. I'm pretty sure everybody died in that one.
Did we enter into like another universe in the multiverse? Is that what just happened?
Is it the bigger you get, the harder you fall?
Yeah, it's not that complicated. What? I don't understand.
All good. Into the Roche pit we go. Just going to ignore everything I say.
Yeah, as we know, for Roshan, he's a big boy. The bigger you are, the harder you fall.
That's right. He should do like damage when he dies, like a little explosion.
Yeah, martyrdom sort of situation. Yeah.
Looks like it's a freebie though, so Mod is going to get a nice Aegis for himself. And looks like his next item will be the Lincoln Sphere to be able to counteract that
Curse, Doom, Marcy, grab, dispose. Doesn't work against Omni, doesn't do anything against Zeus, but yeah, 3 out of 5, it's excellent.
I mean, I feel like Curse target for Void, not top priority. Somebody next to Void.
Yeah, that's right, that's true. I guess the thing is, like, if he Chronos, and there's no allies in the Chrono, he knows that he can... he's not going to get that interrupted. But then again, you can just cold embrace the person as well.
True.
Yeah, one thing that I did think about during that last fight is, like, you saw how pathetic the Winter's Curse was with Timbersaw hitting. That's like a big reason people used to pick Timber into Wyvern, is that you cold embrace somebody and it's free setup for Timber to absolutely obliterate somebody. And if you curse the Timber or the hero that's around Timber, he just doesn't care, no matter how much network he has.
Loxley looking for an opening on Tomato, who's going to go aggressively in with the time lock. DJ, the Avatos back into Tomato. Loxley's forced to use his Unleash, but he is slowed horribly, so didn't use that to dispel the Solar Blind. Nice timing from Bryle. Leads to a kill on the Marcy, and Tier 1 tower is available for the taking. Fnatic, 4K lead with the Aegis. We'll see how much they're able to get out of the Aegis. How many outer towers? I mean, this Tier 1 tower, this is an 18.5 minutes, a bit late. Better late than never, that's another saying that I did remember this time.
Let's not have a stroke on this one. Please.
Midas timing Tomato, come on now. Come on now, Tomato, there you go.
You should be able to Midas this Ice Ogre guy, because he's so pathetic.
Useless.
He's so useless and pathetic. Yeah.
Is there
Ancient Ice Shaman.
How much XP do the small ones give?
Who cares?
Compared to like a big camp? Like, why can't those be Midas?
I guess that's true.
Because they feel on par, if not worse, than the big camp.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you there. God, you're so good at balancing games.
I know. That's a good buff to Midas, which we definitely need because it's being bought every single game.
That's right, that's right.
Regardless of if you're
Not
up or
enough.
down. If you're the big boy or the small boy. Zai. See Jabs here, who is extremely tanky, as you said. So Hood, SNK, level 14. working on this next item already.
Dude, Insania is very
Is
lucky
that
there.
another Midas? Click on Tiny, please.
No way, not Tiny.
Has
He's
it
getting a
queued-
Midas.
He has it queued up. As Bryle, he's gonna snag himself a kill on Deboxy while I was distracting the observer, as I always do.
I am shocked that this is turning into a Midas patch. That's crazy. I mean, I guess if you know that you're going to have a stranglehold on the map and that you're just going to be forcing the enemy team into the base for the next, you know, 20, 30 minutes, like a lot of games seem to be shellackings and snowballs. Why not just Midas and get more out of the map that you're farming?
Yeah, but I think, yeah, you're right. There has been quite a bit of one-sided games.
And people run around together, right? Like people stick as a unit. And often there's a jungle that's unfarmed, but it's just protected because you're in this unit defending it.
Tomato, he has the Aegis still for a little bit. Here's DJ with the Avalanche, not really going to connect though. Curse finds its way onto Tomato. So they should be able to get rid of that Aegis. Indeed they do, but now have to worry about the counteract here from Fnatic. Zai comes in, gets the nice Doom target onto Bryle. He's tossed to safety, and look how fast he is. He is perfectly fine, and Tomato's just going to time walk away. Actually, he's going to come back in with that shard, a triple Chronosphere. He's going to be able to take out Boxy right off the bat. Zeus looks to be next. Mid-leap dies, and the Omni Slash not used to full effect. And Fnatic getting everything they want in this fight, and Matu has to try and run, but the time lock keeping him in place. Avalanche misses, but he was in Blade Fury anyway. Doesn't matter. 4 dead, all for an Aegis, and I feel like they didn't think he was going to come back in with that time lock.
No, they didn't. I was going to say
that reverse time lock was sick.
That is like what people theory crafted about reverse time walk when it got added to the game, and I've never seen that happen before where you like bait this false sense of security. The way that you usually see this ability used is just the time walk in and then time dilation and then reverse time walk out, right? It's like it's never that effective. That might be the most effective use of it that I've seen.
Yeah.
At least on this patch.
They go on Jabs, but Jabs like, I don't think you can kill me, man. I really don't. You don't have Doom, obviously. And Infernal Blade does do percentage-based damage. That is something you have to be a bit careful about, but he's perfectly fine.
Are you vicariously living through him? You said me.
What? What did I say?
You said he can't kill me. You're really enjoying the...
No, I was pretending to be.
Listen, I do the same.
That wasn't a stroke.
I do the same as an offlaner. It's like, I put myself in their shoes.
Well, I said Jabs is saying, and then I said that.
No, you didn't say Jabs is saying.
It's implied.
You had another mini stroke, I think.
Boy, that character is really deleting brain cells today, it seems.
We're down from 2 to 1, bro. Between us, I think.
Fnatic now have a commanding 11k lead. Roshan, we won't know for a couple minutes, but the tier 2 tower looks like it will be Fnatic's without any sort of contest. So they're smoking up, thinking that Liquid might be playing, try to defend this tier 2 tower, but you can see that is definitely not the case. And Lincoln Sphere now on Jab, so he doesn't have to worry about Doom unless they got something to proc. I mean, there's Arc Lightning. They actually don't have that many great... That might be the only one. I guess there's Mana Burn.
He's holding the Mana Burn for that, yeah. I mean...
But that's going to give him enough time to try to counteract it, theoretically.
Yeah, exactly. Like, press Caudal ult and then just walk away, for example. Like, it gives him so much move speed. It feels like Zai needs some other sort of Lincoln's Break. And then he needs the Centaur Stomp. Otherwise, I feel like Bryle just walks away.
12k lead for Fnatic. Mickey trying.
Oh, he got it.
Avalanche. Mickey spotted out, being an annoying pile of garbage. Tomato not even bothering to go for the kill, just Midas and creeps and continuing on with his day.
You can't Midas a Winter Wyvern, so...
That's true. I feel like if you're low enough net worth, you should be able to. Obviously, the Wyvern was mid this time, though.
Yeah, that is a mid Wyvern.
If you're last place in net worth, maybe you should be Midas.
I feel like that's a huge buff to Midas and a huge nerf to supports that already struggle.
Yeah, that's right.
Just gonna, like... So many people will quit Dota because they'll have to play one game of 5 position and just never want to play again, just in case.
Well, technically, that's the 10th position you have to worry about, right? You have to be last.
Oh, the complete dead last.
Dead
Okay,
last.
that's more fair. Because that person's really pathetic.
Much more interesting.
Yeah.
BKB is the next thing for Tomato. And they're going to try to play this around the next Roche. No big surprise. I love the fact that he bought the shard instead of waiting for the second rush, which we do see sometimes. The shard just gives you so much more freedom. It's not even about the reverse timeout, because like you said, most of the time it's a bit of a meme. The range is insane.
Yeah.
Like, Time Walk almost feels unusable until you get shard. It's such a short distance.
It's true. It's kind of a boring reason that it's so good, but it is very good. Yeah, and one other thing about Tomatoes, I like that his build is so defensive in this game. Is Boxy. He does break the smoke.
Yep.
And gets out.
Okay.
Okay.
Fine. Blink dagger.
Yeah.
Tomato time to Midas.
Are scanning.
Here we go.
Radiant are scanning.
He used it. Very nice. Okay. Oh, and the bounty room.
Yeah. Matu, we've seen this time. Oh, the Chronosphere!
Wow, right at the edge.
Tomato does it again. And we've been seeing a lot of this, like, BKB TP, Blade Fury TP. Like, a lot of it was from EG because we did cast him quite a bit, but it has been punished, like, pretty consistently.
It has. We're in a Wyvern Doom patch, and now Void in this game. There's a good amount of stuff to cancel it.
Yep.
I mean, that was clutch, though. That was right at the edge with like 2.2 seconds left on the TP or something.
Boxer can dispose into the curse, but not a lot of right-click action coming from Timbersaw himself, but it does set up Zai to be able to get off the Doom. Thunder God's Wrath to follow. So we're getting a little retribution from Matu as the Dazzle does drop, but you can see Timbersaw is perfectly fine. And Fnatic having absolutely no problem shrugging this off for the most part. DJ getting a bit low, though. That'll be a nice pick off for Zai if he's able to find it. But in the end, he gets the Ava tossed back into the wave, and now Zai has to be careful. Solar Bind slow, and Tomato's coming for you. Cold Embrace is just going to delay the inevitable. Double kill for Jabs, and this game is just about over. Fnatic just dominating this game number 1.
Yeah, Sunspan, you're doing really well this game. 8-2-5 on the Timbersaw.
Thank you.
Picked up the gem in the fight as well that went down.
Did I do it again?
No, I'm just giving you shit. Yeah, he does get the gem. He's also got a Lincoln Sphere. Did get canceled, but man, dooming him it just doesn't feel. It doesn't feel like it's doing anything. But
does that punch not block Lincoln's? Does Lincoln's not block that punch?
Which punch?
From the Ogre creep, from Keith the Bull.
No, it's AOE. It's ground targeted.
It's ground targeted.
Yeah, it is. It's the strangest. It's like vector targeted. I don't know if you get the creep on like Chener Enchantress. Like no other ability in Dota I think works like it does.
Huh.
Because it's only in front of the guy. Like it's got this weird targeting on it that made me think like this was a hero that they were gonna put in, and then they're like, this is so bad, let's just throw it on a stupid ogre in the jungle.
I mean, it feels kind of like Walrus Punch to a degree. It's like a boring. It's percentage-based HP though.
Is it?
Yeah, that's why it's so good.
What?
It's like a ridiculously long channel time.
It's yeah. Okay.
Percentage-based HP.
I gotta find one of these in the jungle. I didn't know that because they're so useless and worthless and never hit their spell. So
they just did. Tomato with the Aegis shard on the Keeper of the Light, so he's going to have a recall ability, which used to be a base ability, which used to be part of the ultimate, which used to be a base ability before that. They've changed this about 10,000 times.
This would be the 10,001th.
Yes. Probably better that is a shard.
8% of current HP.
That's right.
It's like the most useless thing.
That's decent. 200 plus 8% is quite a bit. Matu, he's in a bit of trouble. There's the Chronosphere. No save in sight, and he's brought down before an Omni Slash can come. That double damage certainly helped Tomato. Looks like Insania in the trees. Oh, they might have spotted him. Yep, time dilation. Oh, he's going to get sheeped mid-jump, and 3 shots is enough for Tomato. Meanwhile, top lane, Dubu. He might drop here. He's going to get healed by a decent amount thanks to the Shadow Wave in the grave, and they're going to turn this around to the Zai, but he pops the BKB. Now on the run.
Bash?
Tomato just looking for the old basharoo. And Zai likely will not be able to win anytime soon. Have a toss. That'll do it. 21K for Fnatic. And on to the high ground, I would assume they go. I mean, their building damage is not particularly good, I suppose. I mean, it's
Void.
It's Void. I mean, if you get like the flamethrower, that would definitely help.
Yeah.
This is a support tiny, so not gonna be that much damage.
Flamethrower has been nerfed quite a lot. I see a lot of people skipping it. Although, Matt, is this coming out on the courier? Is that what he? No.
No, they're just finding yet another kill to their name. Fnatic looking pretty damn good this
Top
game.
tower is under attack.
As Tomato and company to be taking out Liquid in game number 1, but Liquid still have some fight in them. 22k lead down.
Structures are fortified.
I mean, what does Matu have? He has the Scotty, so he does have some items. He's got the Blade Fury. They're going to force it out. Now, without that, they have to be a bit careful. Still 40 seconds for the chrono, though. Time dilation comes in. Matu kind of just playing with his food. Still 2.5 minutes on Aegis on top of this, so he has absolutely no fear of dying. They're just going to wait for this chrono.
Back out?
I
Okay.
would assume.
All right.
Can we click on the talents for Void? Alright, he took the attack speed during chrono, which is disgusting. Of course, Cold Embrace could ruin that,
Yeah, it could.
but if you get 2 targets, then you have to pick your poison. But on top of the Mjolnir, it's pretty absurd how much damage output this guy can get.
Yeah, that is a strange talent when they changed that. I remember the 20 talents before were also pretty good.
Are you surprised he didn't go for the time lock damage? Because both theoretically work with his build, right?
No, I think the attack speed is just like strictly more damage, to be honest.
But it's during a short period of time, right?
Yeah, it's the only time you're really attacking.
And we've seen this story before. The Doom onto Brile, but he's faster than everybody on the entire map. Thunder God's Wrath comes out, but Zai, in that BKB form, just being pursued relentlessly from Jabs and company. As Jabs is just beating the crap out of everybody. But they do take out Tomato's Aegis. Matu does have the Omni Slash as well, but Tomato jumps in, looking to take out Jabs. You can see, or the Matu, I should say. The Omni
double
Slash
Omni
is reflected, so it's completely wasted from Matu. And Tomato with the solo chrono takes out the Wyvern and Matu in turn. Lead grows even more for Fnatic as they lose nobody.
And straight down mid.
Yep.
Okay.
60 seconds of no Matu, no buyback available for him. And they could theoretically, if they knew this, just go for Throne, but take this a little more conservatively.
Yeah, they got a big creep
GG
wave
is
top.
called.
Oh, okay, GG.
30-6, another shellacking.
Yeah, it felt over. It felt like they could have called GG like 10 minutes ago. Obviously, you always look for a way back into the game. I'm not saying you should call GG 10 minutes ago, but it did feel like the game was over for a long time before it ended.
I think boy, this is going to be a lot of shellackings in a short period of time.
We're really power creeping, which is an issue.
That was, I would say it's a even though it's 30-6.
Wait. I'll see if I can guess. I would say that was a whatever's one above normal.
Normal what?
Shellacking.
Really?
Yeah. Mega. Or monumental.
No.
What would you say?
I was going to say that's a Gaben, just a regular
A
Gaben.
regular Gaben.
Yeah. Look at the score. It's 30-6.
Yeah,
How can
but
it not be a Gaben?
the lanes weren't so horrible. It was like the early game rotations. I guess for a Gaben level shellacking, I'm looking for for the whole game, just throughout the entire
All right, so
game.
we can cut we can cut it in half, and it becomes an
S
S
tier.
tier.
S tier shellacking.
S tier shellacking for Fnatic, again, with 3 stand-ins from TSM. They look pretty good this game, and if they win the next game, then they are putting themselves in a good position to get upper bracket in the playoffs, but only time will tell. Let's take a quick break and get to our next shellacking right after this.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to game number 2 between Fnatic and Team Liquid. We got the game 1 going to Fnatic there with the daggone ball to tell you what. And that was a shellacking for a lifetime. Will we get another shellacking? We seem to be the shellacking stream. I don't know. I mean, the fact that...
B for boy, that's a shellacking.
That's right. And I feel like it's not about one team being better than the other in general.
It just seems like the patch,
because
dude.
there are a lot of 1-1 splits.
Yeah. No, you're like, when you said this might be another shellacking, my brain was not like, oh, yeah, clearly Fnatic's gonna...
Liquid is gonna shellac.
It'll be Liquid. It's gonna be Liquid. This is what happened with Liquid OG, Liquid Outsiders. Like, I could just go through the Liquipedia of every series in this tournament, and that's basically it so far, barring LGD.
That's right. Fnatic versus Liquid.
Why do you always have to belch and mute yourself when I'm
Why do you
ending
stop talking?
Because I think it's funny. When I'm ending a point, he presses the cough button and then belches.
Team Liquid take Night Stalker Dazzle to start them out. Fnatic with the Puck Tusk. So Puck Tusk. The fact that this is only the second of 3 series we're doing today does not bode well.
Really bad.
Puck was banned last time around, so the Lone Druid Razor are the same. Timbersaw is a new one. Tiny is a new one, because that was also played in the last game. So it's going to open up some nice juicy picks, although a couple of these guys were not banned first phase last time. I don't think Night Stalker was banned. Dazzle was in the game. So a lot of repeat offenders here, whatever that means.
Yeah. That's right.
Just throwing around random phrases.
I don't know why. You're really doubling down because you couldn't get the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Anyway, speaking of repeat offenders, Insania.
Alchemist is a convict.
Is that true?
Yeah.
In his lore?
Of course.
Okay.
Well, the ogre.
Well, the ogre or the...
I think the ogre.
The ogre is. That's the alchemist.
No, the alchemist is a small guy on his head.
No, that's another guy. That's just his friend.
So he just has this small guy riding his head.
Yeah.
But the alchemist is the ogre.
Yeah, it's like alchemist and friend. Nobody specifies who's who on that.
Can you name all 3 techies?
Squeeze, spleen, and spoon.
Lucky guess.
Is that it?
I don't know, actually.
Okay. It sounds right. Okay. Once again, they can hear you on my microphone for almost certainly.
That's fine. It's just the B stream.
That's right. For boy, that's a shellacking. Night Stalker, first phase. If I had to guess, you showed me this draft, I'd be like, oh, this is Entity. This is clearly Entity. They're picking that Saberlight Night Stalker. But now this is, in all honesty, probably going to be a Matumba Man carry Night Stalker.
I think so.
That's what my gut is saying, and
really?
you pick the Dazzle to secure the lane. I mean, I'm certain. Of course, Zai can play it. Like Zai can play literally anything. But I know that this is a big thing that Liquid has been a fan of lately. I don't know how much they've actually been running it in competitive, but I know that he's been playing it in pubs. So that's what. Oh, they pick Earthshaker.
Okay.
People have been hating on this hero.
Yep.
In this tournament.
And we've seen everyone lose with it outside of LGD. So that is a risque endeavor.
Yeah.
Has it been played strictly as a 3 or a 4? Or both?
No, as a 4, I suppose for OG, Seb is 5. Although usually when he's Earthshaker,
Yeah, you can't play 5 Earthshaker.
He ends up with more farm anyway. So I mean, I feel like the current Dota patch is like you end up with a lot of 4.5s. Like if you look at Tusk in Chen, like we just saw Fishman on Chen as like higher net worth than Yatoro, enemy carry.
Yeah.
It's so obviously higher net worth than his position 4, even though he's technically the 5. So I don't know. Dota, the roles have really coagulated lately, and it's no different in the support positions either.
I know how much you want to say festered. You can say that. I don't mind.
It is in the game. It is fester is a word in the game that Valve has used. So
it's in the shard for Nakes.
Open
right?
wounds. That's right. That's right. And hopefully Yatoro's build does not fester over to other games because that was a very rough one from him on that previous series.
Yeah, that was a rough performance.
Yeah,
not gonna lie.
It happens. It happens to the best of us.
So Chen, picked up by Fnatic, has been a very strong hero this patch, but haven't seen it banned all that often. And Viper makes it to the second phase. We talked about this being semi-flex. I mean, this time around, it's almost certainly the 3, because Puck is always going to be mid at this stage. But just counters a lot of heroes.
Viper Tusk, that's the old EG opening. That is basically what EG used to win all of 2 or 3 DPC is Viper Tusk to start, or like Razor Tusk. That's sort of shenanigans. So extremely strong lane. It's like the only stronger lane is Marcy plus Viper. That's it. Really.
Marcy plus anyone.
Any like all the top lanes in Dota are Marcy lanes, but then the next ones are the same heroes that would go with Marcy but with Tusk.
So why was Marcy not picked? Not banned.
That's a damn good question, my friend. That's a great question. Well, I can tell you why Team Liquid didn't pick it. They didn't pick it because Puck is a Marcy counter. You can never jump the Puck. It's really difficult to gank the Puck mid, and Marcy's always trying to like run next to her teammates, and so you can very easily get a double coil. So I think Puck is just generally a Marcy counter, and I don't think Marcy's that nice into Night Stalker either, or Dazzle. Like, I feel like we saw the Dazzle versus Marcy previously, and Marcy often is just super like aggressive and gets a lot of stacks of the Dazzle Q on her.
Oh, not a Matu Night Stalker, so this actually looks a little bit more straightforward. We got the 1 Jug, the 3 Night Stalker, and then the Dazzle Earthshaker supports.
Is this going to be an Earthshaker Night Stalker off lane? I mean, there are a lot of double melees being picked, so I could definitely see it, but I feel like this is Liquid, and it might not end up being straightforward. This might end up being like Night Stalker mid, which I think Mickey has played fairly recently. And I remember him playing against the Puck. I think it was in Riyadh, actually. And I recall him doing very well in lane versus the Puck, actually kind of dumpstering, using like the silence to like run up and stop the Puck from getting the last hit on the range creep with the nukes and getting denies and stuff. So maybe it's that. We'll see.
Okay, but from Fnatic, almost certainly the position 1 is what's missing. They also have a semi-traditional, if you want to call it that, lineup. At least we know the roles in all likelihood. Viper 3, Puck 2. The rest of the ones are supports. So the carries like Void are being banned out now from Team Liquid's side.
So
but yeah, if that is a Midnight Stalker, then it kind of opens up a lot.
It does. And so Fnatic, they need a Tomato carry hero that...
Fnatic is banning mids right now.
They're banning mids. Okay. Maybe... I mean, it's weird. It's like it's one of those things where, like, I'm sure they've seen the game where Mickey was playing Night Stalker mid. It's just one of those things where it's like, so what? Like, go for it. You know what? Like, do we care about playing against a Night Stalker mid?
Right.
For Tomato, I'm looking at Monkey King. TA would have been really good. There's not much to deal with the TA. She'll have a free lane versus a potential Night Stalker, Earthshaker especially. Let's see. Alchemist is banned. Nature's Prophet is banned as well. Bloodseeker's banned. Yeah, I'm leaning towards Monkey King.
Monkey King against the 3 melees.
And he goes for the CK. Okay, the one other carry that
very
is
tanky,
not
can fight relatively early. Very self-sustaining in lane.
Not fantastic against Earthshaker in the game, though. Earthshaker is a traditional counter to CK. You're always going to have those illusions grouped up around your heroes, even, you know, along with like the Tusk, who's going to be snowballing people in. It's actually looking like a really good Earthshaker game.
We'll see.
I think for Liquid, other than the puck, like Pango looks pretty good. So Fnatic thinks they're looking for a Mickey hero mid.
I mean, it's possible they think that this could be a mid Night Stalker, but they also feel like it's somewhat flexed. They want to get rid of some of these mids to force him to play Night Stalker mid. Because there's still a ton of offlaners still in the pool, right? Like almost nothing has been banned. It's gonna be a Coddle, so it looks like a Coddle mid.
Yeah, I think so.
See what the picks end up being.
Oh my
it is a Mickey Night
goodness.
Stalker.
Okay. It's not a... Is it a Coddle offlane or is it a Coddle 4? It's a Coddle offlane. I see.
All right.
We should never question what Liquid is doing, or we should never make a conclusion about what Liquid is doing. It's almost never right, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power of having these flexible positions and players being able to play multiple heroes in the same role.
Good lord, look at that gator.
That's a Gaben's gator.
Oh my god, the gaping gator.
That is a sick set, though, I have to say.
Yeah, that's a cool one, actually. I mean,
that's easily the best Chen set, no doubt about it.
Where is that from?
Although the crocodile is extremely good, but I might prefer the gorilla, actually. The
Harambe?
gorilla,
Yeah.
Yeah, that gorilla is really nice.
Why does Chen get all these sets? Nobody gives a shit about Chen. He's the least picked hero in the game.
Yep, it is true. I think it's because there's just so... Oh, first of all, it's a mount. And the fact that you can get away with crazy stuff like this means artists want to make cool sets for them.
Yeah, that's true.
And nowadays, it's not like you come out with these individual... Like, it doesn't matter if it's a Chen set that nobody plays, because it's just bundled in with other popular
That's
stuff.
true. Now, you got to throw some garbage into the
Yeah,
chest.
but
Not that the set is garbage.
I love my Chen set. I have never played Chen, probably. Well,
Yeah.
that's not true.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. It's the hero. It's just too hard.
Yeah.
It's way too hard.
Too much micro involved.
Yeah.
All right, so game number 2 is going to potentially decide a lot. If it's a tie, then it's not going to decide anything either way, but it'll put Fnatic in a really good spot going forward, while Team Liquid is going to be put on a bit of the back foot because they came into this series dead even in games won and lost. So they're looking to try to even it up again, try to stay afloat in the top 4, because that's who goes on to the upper bracket. Talk to me about the lanes that you like here, if you like any of them. Has anybody ever said, man, I really hate both lineups? I feel like that never happens.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Usually, if it's EG versus EG, that'll do it. It happens. I mean, sometimes like pros just have some idea based on the game that it's like hard to understand until you see it in retrospect. Mm-hmm. You see some like some like Marcy dispose into like Magnus Skewer. It's like, oh, okay, I get what they were going for in this game. So that it's definitely happened. But no, I think Fnatic's lanes are incredibly strong. I mean, they have Viper Tusk, like that's going to destroy almost anything. They have Chen, who's an incredibly strong laner, no heroes to really deal with the creeps, and a CK who has setup stuns for like a Chen Centaur Stomp or something like that. Puck mid obviously is going to do fine against almost anything. I don't think Coddle pressures a puck that hard. So yeah, I feel like Fnatic is slated to have a pretty solid game. Zai's gonna have to play the positioning game on bot. If he gets caught out at all by Tomato and any creep follow up, like he could really die.
Mm-hmm. Well, the bounties are gonna go even, so nothing, no crazy smokes like we saw in what game was that? Boy, these really meld together.
That was
Spirit.
Spirit that had they did a big wraparound.
I was really sad that didn't turn into anything.
It didn't.
That was,
no.
That was a long trek across the whole
in
map.
fact, I do believe they got shellacked in that one.
Yeah, but not related to the cool smoke.
No, the smoke was cool. They did get a nice D ward off of it, though. I do recall that.
That is true.
Nice, sexy D ward.
Who has?
Okay. What garbage are you about to say to me?
It's funny because I said who has, and I hadn't thought about what to say yet.
What is wrong with you?
Well, I could have gone like multiple directions, like best cosmetic, best face.
Yeah.
For example, who's the most attractive person.
And you went nowhere.
I just thought none of them were interesting.
That's good. That's really good. SMK does start with the crippling fear on the Midnight Stalker.
Yeah, what do you think about that? Just prevents like the illusory orb getting a last hit or something?
Yeah, it's to secure the range creep deny. Like I said, I saw him do this in Riyadh, and I didn't understand how mid. Ooh, Insania. He's got a lot of stacks of poison.
Call it.
What?
Call it.
He's dead. He's gonna go down. You mean call it out like I'm the caster?
Yeah.
Insania walking around the trees.
Oh.
DJ, he's looking.
Oh.
He doesn't have the shards. Looks like he's got that tag team level 1. The slow is there. Can he get the right click? He's probably gonna need 2. No, 1 is enough. Is that your
First blood goes the way of Fnatic? See, that's what you should be doing to hype up the play.
Analyst impression is just moaning sexually.
Yes, you should do that.
I'm not.
Actually, it pumps me up when I'm casting
Okay,
the
well,
play.
don't talk.
Matu, he's gonna Blade Fury. Not gonna find a kill with it. As feels like he's been playing a lot of the same heroes actually in the games that we've watched. It's been Lone Druid, Juggernaut, and what's the other one?
What is the other
There's another one in there.
That appears to be it.
But the thing with him is he has such a big hero pool. I'm just surprised they're picking kind of the same few heroes for him.
Bristleback's the other one.
Yeah, Bristleback was.
Bristleback's
he's played
the other.
most of his games on Bristle.
Yeah.
So a little bit surprising because I mean that's what he was known for when he won TI. He could play like literally anything. He played Viper carry, like sacrificial carry.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
He was. I mean, even in his play style, I feel like he's very versatile. Like some games on Jug, it's Midas first and playing greedy, and other games he's showing up to every fight because he knows that he has to. So I guess that's the thing is I don't feel like he's not being utilized in picking him the same heroes because I think his play style will be versatile no matter what the game is, and so you can like ironically shove him on the same hero every time and still kind of get a different performance. Matama's just good, man. He's just a good player.
Yep. I was always surprised that he was dropped from Liquid, the original Liquid, back in the day, which turned into Nigma, of course.
A lot of people were surprised about that.
Yeah. It just feels like one of the most stable position 1s in the world for a long period of time, which I feel like that is the rarest thing, is that over that course of time, somebody can be that consistent because, especially in the position 1 and 2, it feels like a lot of these youngsters are taking over their jobs lately.
That's right.
And these like old timers got to play the old support role at some point, like the fears of old, right? So that makes it all the more impressive for me. Unlike his beard, which is disgusting. Is Insania taking some right-click damage. Matu trying to get some revenge with the Blade Fury, but DJ's just gonna TP out and cancel it. Nice little spray paint to just show that he outplayed his opponent.
Easy TP. Bot lane. What do we got going on down here? Zeiss, he's getting some last hits. He's just not going close. Maybe this is the play against a tough lane. Is just pick Coddle and don't go anywhere near. He's actually, dude, he's rushing the bots. And he only needs 1,000 more gold for it. Okay. He's going to have them pretty quickly.
So brown boots, 1 branch into bot.
Yeah, I'm curious what this looks like when he gets it. I'm very curious as the courier has to walk back to the tier 2 tower.
I mean, Bryle is surely checking this out, right? Well, I guess it's not a mid coddle, it's an off lane. But do you look at this and you're like, we need to punish this as fast as possible, knowing that he just has nothing in his inventory? It's like, okay, he must be going for boosted travel first.
I don't know. Maybe, I mean, they could think he's going for the earn rush, right? So I feel like it's hard to determine that he's doing this.
Yeah, I think it'd be a little easier to determine if it was a mid lane.
I wonder, well, like I said, I'm curious to see what this looks like. Like, what does he do when he gets the bot that he can't do without them? Does he go top and Matamba goes jungle, or does he go hold mid? They're doing some like weird wave cutting shenanigans down here, and Boxy's not really laning.
It's certainly greedy. It's similar to getting a Midas, right? The longer you have boots of travel, the more farm you're going to get, but it's not going to pay off as much early.
I love that Dubu stands there for a second.
Crippling Fear from Mickey. That's all I got to say about that.
Okay, all right. Just call out.
Can I do your job for a little bit? We have the snowball coming in the top lane, but it's actually on the creep, so DJ Again, outplayed. DJ's so good. This is one of my favorite players of all time. He has just been, I mean, similar to Matu, just consistently really high level. Because in SEA, they've had a lot of turnover over the last like 8-9 years. But he's always on like a tier 1 team, it feels like.
Yeah, he is.
He's just crazy good. Coil, mid lane, DJ with the tag team. You can see the Crippling Fear preventing Bra from going in any further. Mickey doesn't even have to bother going through that coil, so he's going to turn around with his ult, but think better of it now is the Snowball DJ attempting to TP out right in the face of Mickey.
He doesn't.
He's going to be successful, so he is just playing on another level right now.
Yeah,
no kills come out of that, but
no, it's 2-0. There's nothing happening. There's a lot happening, but nothing really resulting from it.
Yeah, let's talk about this Earthshaker's presence so far and what his purpose is.
Okay.
'Cause back in the day, and I'm sure it has not changed because the hero has not changed, Blink Dagger is the... Actually, I saw Seb not going Blink Dagger for a while. He was playing.
He went... He had an Ether Lens queued up, and I think he went Ether first, but then he went eventual Blink. And Agshard is... Some people are going for Agshard prior to getting the Blink.
Even after the pretty massive nerf.
Yeah, they are. They are.
Matu, Viper Strike goes right through the Blade Fury. He's going to be blocked in as well from DJ. Nice pickoff for Fnatic, but you have Mickey coming in now. Trying to take out Viper, but that's just another TP.
These TPs.
They don't have the stuns to stop them, especially after Void is already used.
Yeah, it is a pathetic Earthshaker or Void from Nightstalker mid. So, yeah, no Aftershock. So just the Fissure, level 2 at 7 minutes. I think this is
what we expect.
This is what is expected from Earthshaker. This is the problem people have with him, is that this play style of just being this like weak laning hero with boots running around with one spell is not really a thing anymore. Even Tinies you see skilling tree grab and going for regen and actually playing to like deny and win the lane. It's not about this boots run around low level stuff anymore. It feels like old fashioned, but we'll see if he can recover.
For Island Company looking to go in deep here. Matu, if they get him again, this would be a very big kill. He's going to Blade Fury out into safety. Obviously, Insania in a pretty tough spot as he will get dropped. Dubu, is this going to be another? No. The Enchant Totem finally comes out, and that is the first kill for Liquid.
Zai TP's top with his boots of travel that he got it.
Over.
8 minutes as an offlaner, and this to me, this screams, okay, laning phase is over. Like, the moment you get...
Coil miss from Bryle.
A little too fast.
Still would have been a difficult kill.
It would have, yeah. That's that level 3 in Hunter in the Night.
Phantasm popped a little bit early, and yeah, Mickey is doing a ton of damage right now, but not going to pursue any further now that the Chaos Bolt is available.
Afraid of the TPs, like TPs coming in there with the tomato stun in the tower.
Midas really is Midas meta right now. Gracious.
I feel like it's something about CK it feels more natural on than a Jug.
And Void.
And Void. I think the order for me would be CK, Void, Jug in terms of what's the least weird. Because like with CK, I mean, he can now farm with his ult. People are doing that. You couldn't do that before when the cooldown was much longer. But yeah, it feels like he really likes the attack speed, and he needed a way of farming. And you can't go Battle Fury on him. Mjolnir's not good either.
Yep. Just need stuff that works with your illusions, which Hand of Midas kind of does.
Yeah.
Attack speed. Oh, DJ, nice move with the Ice Shards, getting to the other side of the Fissure, which, I mean, before you get Blink on Earthshaker, that's kind of your bread and gravy. That's not having another stroke. Bread and butter. Bread and butter. We're in Texas. Yeah. Bread and gravy is a thing.
They do biscuits and I think it's biscuits and gravy.
Yeah, that is accurate.
You're like melding between a southern character and yourself.
Yeah,
and really losing it. Bread and gravy, I'll tell you what.
I don't know where I was going with that either anymore.
Who gives a shit?
Yeah, that's true. So pressure to this tier 1 tower now, but Zai with his boots of travel. Illuminate coming. Phantasm. Taking basically dies instantly.
He's getting an Orchid on Zai, and I can understand that.
Okay.
It does feel like it's kind of just the Hunter and the Knight right now that's doing all the disabling, and it's not going to be enough to kill a Puck, to kill a Tusk. Even CK, if he gets the Phantasm off, he can survive a lot of things because it dispels.
Got it.
Yeah, so Fnatic leaving the landing stage now with roughly 2k lead in their pockets.
Top tower is under
But
attack.
yeah, Boxy obviously has had basically no impact on this game, it feels like, and it's just the Earthshaker days. DJ does. He's in a little bit of trouble, though. Snowball looks like he's resigned to die to Matu's Blade Fury eventually. One more right click.
Radiant's middle
No,
tower
please tell me he
is
doesn't
under
somehow survive this.
There's
No
no
way.
He's walking on top
Okay.
of another spray paint. It's very fitting indeed.
You could spray paint when you're dead?
Yeah, of course. I don't know why, but
What?
that's
I
right.
didn't know that. All right.
Biggest benefit of spray painting.
That I need to put that on my chat wheel.
That's right.
All right.
So Liquid able to get a couple kills on the board now, but only on support, so nothing really to write home about. As you can see in the net worth, 3 of the top 4 on Fnatic's side. Matu's the only one doing I mean, I shouldn't say that. Zai is pretty farmed. They're not actually that far behind the Puck, so not too big of a discrepancy. It's really just the CK kind of separating from the pack at the moment. And the fact that he's this high in net worth and has Midas like recently purchased,
Scary.
he's gonna snowball real hard.
Radiant are
Yeah.
scanning.
And there's the other Midas.
There
So
we go.
Midas gaming continues.
Yeah, is Mika gonna get one? We'll see. You never
Radiant's
know.
top tower
not.
is under attack.
Oh no, Boxy. Oh no, as if his blink can't be delayed even
Yeah,
more.
punch into the air and back down into his grave. 3k lead for Fnatic. And I'm trying to understand the point. I mean, okay.
Dude.
Like laning stage Earthshaker is just, I don't know what you do. That's the problem.
Yeah.
But later in the game, it makes some sense.
With items, like you need to
Yeah.
get items. By the way, Dubu, speaking of getting items, has a full mech. He's just been farming this entire
Radiant's
time.
top
Yep.
tower
No
He's
is
like,
under attack.
so you guys have these useless heroes. I'm just gonna farm.
Yep.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Matu and
attack.
company
Tower
look to
has
be
fallen.
taken out the tier 1. No defense coming, so it should be a freebie for them. We'll be going Maelstrom next, and then
Radiant
likely
structures
into
are fortified.
Shard, Scotty, something to that effect. Maybe a Blink Dagger here or there.
Lots of drawings on the map. I don't know if those are PG. Oh, they are. Okay, it's just circles. I thought the circles were going to be connected to something that was not going to be very PG. So
Like what?
I think those doesn't matter. I think Tomato was drawing and saying, okay, here's where we are farming. Maybe they're saying we're cool with this, or we want more. We will see in the next few moments. If those circles were
Radiant's
angrily,
bottom tower
or
is under attack.
I think it's in
Radiant's
response to
bottom
this
tower
tower
has
dying.
fallen.
Is like, oh, you know, they took the tower, but we got this. Like we're farming.
If we can find Zai, he's worth a decent amount of money. Old man Pinata.
Oh, they
There
actually
we
got
go.
him.
The snowball inside the ice shards. Bryle hasn't used a spell yet on him, though. Maybe was not expecting the connection from DJ. But they do force a bunch of TPs, and I don't think they're going to be found.
Yeah, Bryle did have Coil up there. He just thought that it wasn't enough damage to finish him off, and doesn't want to commit into the TPs. So I don't know if that's what DJ was thinking, but it results in a really good play where they like force these TPs towards top. And now any move that Fnatic makes elsewhere is there's not going to be TPs coming in to punish it.
Yeah, Boxy taking advantage of that passive gold income to try to get his shard. Invis, okay, the coil comes out, crippling fear with the ult, and it gets popped, it looks like, from the coil itself as Mickey has to kind of maneuver to the other side of the cliff here as DJ and company are outnumbering most of Liquid. Nice grave comes out though. Boxy staying alive just a little bit longer, able to get some spells off this time. Bryle drops us, so that's a big kill for Liquid. As Matu has that healing ward up. Gonna get blocked out for now, and they're gonna try to pursue even further. Fnatic doing a really nice job of closing the gap here. Matu's still on the high ground with the ward still alive. That has been an absolute value healing ward for him. And DJ going in really deep here. Questionable choices, he's dropped shortly after. So ends up being a 2-for-1 as Earthshaker did drop.
Be honest with me here. Did you remember that there was a Viper in this game?
No.
I forgot that there was a Viper in this game. Not that Jabs is doing anything wrong by any means. He's very farmed. Look at his items. Dragon Lance, 2 Wraith Bands, plus Treads. Like, he's just been silently kind of farming this entire time. Yep. With that being said, though, that fight obviously going the way of Liquid. That super value healing ward. That didn't die. Also, Mickey, fancy footwork. He survives with that ability to fly across high grounds. Even had the coil break with the Reality Rift, but it just wasn't enough to kill him. He's a little too tanky with his stats.
A prize.
Yeah, so Fnatic slightly punished there. Liquid
Silence.
still kind of been on the back foot, it feels like. Spin comes out from Matu, he's punched into the air. Early grave from Insania. So you can see the Phantasm Illusions are out. The Chaos Bolt comes through, and Matu down and out. Looks like Jabs is going to be just fine. The old TP away strat seems to be working quite well for Fnatic.
So this should be the successful mid push, surely, without the carry being alive and a catapult. These strong Chen creeps.
Yeah, Mickey, no shard yet, so can't eat that delicious catapult. He really loves the taste of wood. Picks up the Satyr though. So will not be fully successful, in fact. Of course, the Boots of Travel helping out a little bit there. Mr. Zai is kind of all over the place. I think that's a finished Orchid on the way. Or he actually offers something else. Sania gets caught out by DJ, but the poison touch is there, and he can tell that some reinforcements might be on the way, and he'd be correct. He's halfway to his Blink Dagger for that Tusk. Nope, it was an Orchid.
Sania.
Yeah, they're gonna re-aggress, so
yeah, he's got a ward, so that's why he feels safe doing this. So he does see this. He walks up for the heal anyway.
Yeah.
He's positioning really far to the north.
Okay, they're gonna find Puck again. This Crippling Fear is one of the hardest counters to Puck in the game, and I'm wondering what the itemization is gonna be, because I mean, Wishblade feels like it's just needed on the hero.
Yeah, gives armor
When
too.
you go after that. Okay, we're gonna see the ult come out from Mickey. Gonna take out the Chen pretty quickly. A nice Illuminate. Ends up deleting him off the face of the map. But they're not gonna pursue for any further kills.
I would honestly queue up the Force Staff at this point on Puck. I know Quinn tends to do that on Puck. It's usually for him, it's Blink into Force, and I imagine that's probably what Brawl will do, but it does feel sometimes like when you go Blink into Force, there's a lot of times where you just have the Blink and the Night Stalker kills you before you get the Force, and then it feels too little too late.
Yeah, pretty hard matchup once you get to a certain stage of the game, but like you said, itemization can be targeted to try to counteract that. Boxy, he's almost there. Almost got that Blink Dagger.
One level in Aftershock, which you can do this now because the level 1 point has been increased a lot. The stun duration is really what matters. The damage is insignificant. It's got the same value as a level 2 point. People would go 2-1-2 before. So it does not shock me that this is the build on Earthshaker that people are doing.
Fnatic picked their first Roach. Tomatoes can make it to that Aegis, and he's going to be finishing up a Blink Dagger pretty shortly as well, so I think this might be go time for Fnatic, who had a larger lead earlier in the game. It's been brought back a bit by Liquid, who have been finding a little bit more of the pickoffs in the last few minutes. So Orchid obviously online for Zai. I think he's going for an Octarine Core. There's the silence to start things out, and that's going to be an easy pickoff onto DJ.
Yeah, the Orchid is definitely helping with these pickoffs because they can use Crippling Fear on one hero and then Orchid on DJ, who's going to be doing the saving. Like in the previous fight before this, we saw the like simultaneous initiation on both the Chen and the Tusk, and so like neither of them can save each other. That's why they have this like double silence. It's really nice.
This mid tower still survives, but I think finally at the 19.5 minute mark, Fnatic takes it out.
Oh, okay. There's the Force Staff. So Jabs gets one instead. So he'll have a Force Staff in case his Puck gets gone on. And presumably that's why Brawl is not going for a 4. Is he actually? Did he finish? Oh, he did finish a force. Just kidding. He's dead.
Oh, he might be dead. Oh, the Fissure's actually on the wrong side. A little bit awkward fight here is Ryle. He's going to get the coil to snap, or to stop that TP, I should say, and Zai's going to pay the ultimate price. Man, that Fissure actually ruined the gank, it feels like, for Liquid.
Well, it was kind of the knocking him back to the other side.
Mickey,
He's just
oh
dead.
My God. Tomato is huge.
It's that Midas attack speed, baby.
Armlet, Echo Saber, and then the attack speed of Treads and Midas.
And he did the trick where you Echo Saber hit, wait for the slow to cool down, and then hit again. So he had maximum slow. I saw a clip of Tomato being very impressed by that. I think he watched Yatoro do that. I believe it was Tomato. And so he did that little trick there to, even though he was silenced, he still had a bit of disable using that Echo Saber. So it's nice to see Tomato implementing the little things that he's very impressed by.
That's what pro players do.
That's it. That's right.
That's what separates them from the pack. So
and the good looks.
He is very good looking.
Yeah, it's actually disgusting.
Ends up extending the lead a little bit for Fnatic as Matu. He's going to get punched, so that's a cancellation of another TP. Feels like Fnatic are having all the luck with that. Liquid, not so much. Even an Omni slash used, but I feel like that was a death no matter what. So Matu caught out again. And his farm, I mean, he's still quite farmed despite that.
Remember when you could TP while Omniing?
I actually don't remember that.
I don't know if you could. I was just seeing if that was a thing.
I think you
could.
Could have been. Nice attempt here. Oh, Boxy actually gets the nicely timed enchant totem, but the force staff, like you said, essence ring as well. The coil actually expended just to keep the Night Stalker at bay. Actually jaunts to his illusory orb.
I'm pretty sure you could. Omni. TP.
I'm sure somebody will let us know somehow. JK. Oh, that's a yes from the observer.
Oh,
Thank you.
yeah. Okay, there we go. Very nice.
Better be careful with bringing up these old mechanics, because that's my specialty.
Is it? You didn't know that one?
That's true.
Dyer's top tower.
A lot more that came from.
Okay. Hit me with another one.
Hold that horse. I have a story about Earthshaker, but it's not a mechanic.
Your specialty.
Farming used to be so bad back in the day that you used to buy recipes. I forget what it was, like a bracer recipe?
Soul Ring recipe, I think.
No, it was before Soul Ring was even in the game.
Oh.
You buy a recipe for the cheapest item possible on Earthshaker because you're going to die very often and you're going to lose all your gold. That's how it worked back then, basically. So you'd have literally like 50 recipes just scattered amongst your fountain because eventually you'll have enough to sell to buy your Blink Dagger. That's actually how the game was played.
Maybe that needs to come back with how bad Earthshaker seems.
I mean, you can still do that. But
He's got his Blink, baby.
He's got it.
Here we go.
He's had it for a while, by the way.
Yeah. Well, we need to see this big Echo Slam.
It's only level 1.
Presumably waiting for the CK, this Aegis to go away. And if you can get an Echo Slam on these Chen creeps and the CK illusions, it will be effective, quite effective. It's got that hero damage. Yeah, it's just a lot of damage.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But now that the Aegis is expired, basically what they got out of it, all the outer towers in the top and middle lane are gone.
That's right.
Bottom still has the tier 1, so not sure how much they care about that lane in particular, but only time will tell. So Scotty looks to be next for Tomato, so he's getting real beefy. Smoke now from Liquid. Zai kind of showing himself here with the Illuminate. Doesn't really give away the smoke at all, though. But you can see that there's nobody really that near. It's just the Viper jabs in the bot lane.
Come on, pick up those bounties, baby. Pick up those juicy bounties.
All right, so that's 2 bounties, right?
Yeah.
How much gold is that? Will the lead go to 6K?
At 24 minutes, 2 bounties. That's 3 divided 21 is divisible by 24.
Yep.
That will be
72 gold each.
Okay.
72 times 5.
How do you know 72?
This observer just showed us.
Okay. I was going to do the math. No, it's going to be more than 72. Yeah, it'll be 72. That's right. Let's see.
72
times 5. That's 350. Okay, so 700 gold.
So It
So
depends on how close we are to the threshold of 7K.
Right. How accurate is this
Does it
bullshit? Is what you were thinking.
Yeah.
That's what you were thinking.
Yep, something like that.
Yeah,
But
that's
there is
right.
a bounty on the other side to counteract
Oh,
one
that's
of them.
gonna counteract
so I'm
that.
going to say 7K. Okay, 6K.
Oh, here we go.
All
All right. Okay.
But they haven't picked up the other
They have
bounty
not
yet
picked
to
up
go
the other
back
bounty,
to
that's
7K,
right.
and there
And
it is.
he's gonna bottle it. Oh, not back to
Still
7K.
6K. All right, that sounds like a 6.9K. Yeah, oh, yeah,
There it
back
is.
to 7.
Back to 7.
All right.
Radiant's bottom
Tier 2
tower
tower
is under attack.
is falling now. Matu has the Mjolnir, going for the Scotty next. Has his shard as well. So he definitely has the items to fight. The problem is the rest of his team,
Radiant's bottom tower
maybe
falls.
not so much. I was
No.
expecting, I'm not flaming, I was expecting Zai to be more farm than this, I'm not going to lie. Considering you got first item Boots of Travel, gives you a lot of farm over an extended period of time. I mean, he's up there, but he's on par with the Viper. I
Yeah.
feel like that should not happen.
Yeah. You know, I feel like Fnatic has had.
They have a lot of stacks probably with his Nether Toxin.
I think they've had full control of the map is the thing, whereas like Mickey and Zai have had to split farm a little bit more. Like every single core on Fnatic has, if they want to camp, they get it. That's what they've just had 75% of the map, so that's Zai's issue, and so he's showing up to a lot of fights, and you know. It happens. It's okay. But Man's been the guy that's just soaking up the farm. He's the what are those big machines that they use on farms?
Tractors?
No, not a tractor. They put them on tractors.
They put them on
Yeah,
tractors.
they like harvest all of the, like a harvester, but there's a word for it.
Soul Harvester.
No, not soul. He's not harvesting souls. He's not Shadow Fiend. It's not the devil. You know, I know you don't like his beard, but he's not literally a devil.
Yeah, I don't know what that's called, Jenkins. I'm sorry.
Somebody
I'm not a big
is-
farmer myself.
Somebody out there is a farming expert.
You know, there's farming simulations out there that have esports attached to them. Did you know that?
I don't care what you're saying. I'm looking up what it is.
Okay, very good.
Farm machine
You
gathers
relate with all the viewers as well.
crops. Farm machine that gathers crop. 8 letters. Crossword clue. There's a crossword puzzle. I'm just getting crosswords.
This is the
Combine. A combine.
Okay, I would never have gotten that one.
Yeah. All right. What was your question, idiot?
Don't remember. Don't care. Moving on. Thankfully, there's an unpause.
Oh, here we go.
Some of the worst content we've come up with in quite a while. Anytime tractor is brought up in a cast, you know it's gone real downhill.
Don't say that. We're in Texas, bro. Relax.
That's
You're gonna be an angry crowd outside.
Tractor's more northeast, I feel like.
Is
Like
it?
the Indianas of the
Okay.
world. Yeah, that's more farm territory. I mean, with this heat, do you think they can even have sustained farms in Texas?
Yeah, like pecans.
And
Yeah,
farms.
they farm pecans down here.
All right, so it just feels like Fnatic are strangling the map and extending their lead bit by bit. What does Liquid need to do to get back in this game?
Big Echo Slam. I think that's it. They need to probably kill one of the cores in it. Maybe. I mean, I think they need to kill Tomato. It would get them like surely back into the game. Like that puts the game to pretty much even off of that one kill. But he's harder. He's very hard to kill. 3,500 HP with the Scotty. I mean, even an Echo Slam. This hero just doesn't do the same damage that he used to. And I'm referring to the Earthshaker. Like, it's just been nerfed in terms of the echo damage over and over again. So
We got the illusion scouting things out behind the cover of smoke. So he actually used that after the smoke. So they're not smoked up at the moment.
Yep.
I
I think
to try to bait somebody potentially.
I think he doesn't want to use it in the fight either because
of Echo Slam.
the Echo Slam is there, and he knows if he's just a normal hero that doesn't get echoed on like 3 illusions, he'll be fine.
Okay, let's see. That's pretty smart. Liquid, seeing that Phantasm is out, will be smoking up to try to aggress themselves. They run into a Satyr, and Mickey just can't help himself. Just too delicious. Yum, 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 yum.
That's right.
Does he not have his shard? I guess he doesn't.
Nope.
It's a little surprising. Is he Echo Saber now? Okay.
He's going for it. Yeah, he goes back for the Echo. What if he goes for the Blink first or the
I wonder
Shard?
if he's going to go for Midas at 26
yeah.
minutes here.
There's multiple ways of eating those creeps.
So how much do you think that this Earthshaker pick is because LGD is picking it with success?
I
If they hadn't picked it with anybody
No.
else,
This is like a scrim thing. I mean, this is just like the Storm Spirit from the previous tournament. Everybody was shitting on it when Bulbo was picking it, and then it becomes top tier hero, even in like the finals, other than like Enigma. Yeah, it's a meme, but it means that it's probably working in scrims. You know, we're watching from this outside spectator point of view. It looks bad in the games that we happen to have seen it, but it's probably going very well in scrims, I would imagine.
Yeah, well, based on my limited time with the team, there's sometimes you still pull stuff out that did not work in scrims, because you know logically this is a good pick. You might not have confidence in it, but sometimes you pick it anyway.
You're basically saying mistakes are made. You do. Sometimes you do.
I don't know if that's a mistake. Like, maybe you played it poorly in scrims and you know how to fix it, but you just haven't had time to correct it necessarily.
Or you think you know how to fix it, and you
Right.
you actually haven't had enough
This
time
is where
to correct
hubris
it.
comes in. Like,
Yeah.
you can be overconfident in both ways, right? You're doing really well with the hero, or the opposite, really bad. As Mickey cover of smoke now, DJ doing a good job of positioning himself behind this tree. He's going to get fissured, though. Orchid going to keep him in place. He's not going to be able to use any spells, but gets Force Staff and Hand of God for safety, but it's not enough. So Fnatic without DJ for 40 seconds. Phantasm already used. And I'm trying to remember, have we seen Echo Slam yet? Maybe like really early?
I don't think so.
I mean,
yeah.
obviously, this is not like it's abnormal to hold on to
No, this is
Echo
very,
Slam for this
very
long.
normal. This is why people have been saying Earthshaker has one spell. It's very difficult to connect even the Enchant Totem on somebody without other setup, which feels very scuffed, because Earthshaker is supposed to be your setup guy. If they gave him like move speed when he fissured or
If
something,
they gave him an Ags by default,
that
would be pretty good.
That would work out for him.
I wonder how you could balance around that. Like that his Enchant Totem gives you mobility.
I feel like you're creating another Zeus scenario.
Yeah,
though,
no, that's exactly what I thought of. Yeah.
And I
But
don't
he
know.
needs it.
I don't know if people like how Zeus is, even though people would have said Zeus needed it prior.
Yeah, I'm fine with Zeus. Healing ward, okay. Roche bashing the crap out of Matu. He's at half HP, and the healing ward is still half duration left, so he's fine. Only a little bit of damage applied to the Roche in the meantime. But this next fight, if Liquid loses this and Fnatic takes Roche, I have a hard time seeing a comeback into the game without a monster Echo Slam. But that's kind of the name of the game here. Fnatic can't really take Roche if they don't know where the Earthshaker is, because that Echo Slam will ruin them. But we have a BKB, both CK and Puck. Wow.
I like it a lot. I think he needs one. He's playing into Orchid, into Nightstalker Silence, and to Earthshaker. We talked about the only comeback is the monstrous Echo Slam. You can't hit that on 2 BKB targets, 3 BKB cores. Although he's got to put it in his actual inventory.
That'll be the start. That's when you can actually use the
Okay,
items.
it's in there.
Manta on Matu now, as this could turn into a pretty damn big fight, but they're gonna find the Echo. Oh my goodness, Boxy deleted. But as you can see, the coil not really used to full effect. Zane's gonna have to grave himself. No buyback onto the Earthshaker this time around. That Tusk is gonna drop first for Fnatic. He's gonna buy back into the game as Mickey just getting so much damage from the CK, who's gonna turn his sights instead onto Matu, who dies. 74 seconds of no Juggernaut. Mickey getting chased by Bryle in the meantime. Double kill for him, and this should be a freebie Roche. And the fact that they found the Earthshaker before the fight even really began just kind of snowballed in the favor of Fnatic.
Yeah, they don't even really need the BKBs to prevent the Echo if the guy with the Echo is dead.
Yeah.
Earthshaker is the single most important hero in this game if Liquid wants to come back. And I mean, this is how it usually goes for Earthshaker games. And I don't mean in this day and age, I mean just generally, like Earthshaker is one of the best counter initiators in the game. It's like him, Enigma. Those are like the 2 really big ones. Yeah, got the Ag Shard.
Oh, that's not surprising. The fact that the Shard comes on the Viper so you can actually push a lot faster.
The Ag Scepter?
The Ag Scepter is queued up for Jet. Okay, never mind. I was going to say, that is a weird
He's like,
pickup.
this is stupid. I want to win this game.
That would be a weird pickup. There we see the Poison Touch, Poison Attack applying to the towers now. Fissure, that's the most impact the Earthshaker's had this game. Just slightly inconveniencing Fnatic to right-clicking this tower. And Tamada will continue on. Aegis.
No, we just gotta wait 2
Quite
minutes
a bit
for
of
the
time.
cooldown on Fissure. I'll have one spell up again soon.
All right. I mean, it feels bad because he needs like a smoke or something to set up to get a good angle.
This is like to me, this is the problem with Earthshaker. It's that by the time you have the blink and the opportunity to actually hit those big echoes, you're dealing with like a bunch of 3,000 HP BKB cores. You know what I mean? Like this, the timing just doesn't work on this patch. It feels like.
I mean, I think it wouldn't be that big of a deal as long as he did something in lane. Like if Earthshaker was able to help win that lane, that would propel him to have a decent game at least.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
But he just like, and it's not Boxy's fault. This hero just feels useless until you get Blink. And then now that he has Blink, it's been so long.
It's taken so long, the enemy team doesn't give a shit that he has a Blink dagger.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's...
Has the shard, though. I guess he had that before.
Yeah.
Gives him some extra oomph, I guess.
5 seconds. That'll be good.
Very sad for a hero with such a rich history, too.
Yeah, he's
really fallen.
Definitely due for some buffs. Probably won't get them though because he's being picked so much in the major.
I'm sure if they look at the game.
I know, but
in context.
I think Valve, and probably rightly so, trust this, the pros.
Yeah, we got the jump in from Tomato. 4-second stun, forced out to the other side, but Insania is fine. You can see Mickey already popping that crippling fear. Trying to go on top of Viper. Nice shards keeping the rest of Liquid on the other side. Mickey still with that ult activated. You can see Fnatic a little bit hesitant. They can just try to wait that out and try to go for the reinitiation. So they're just biding their time, despite having another couple minutes on this Aegis. Just going to take over the triangle.
Yeah, Arrow gets drawn down mid.
Yep, and this is, I believe, is that a heart or is that going to be an overwhelming blink for Tomato?
I think an overwhelming blink. It's time to pick up that item.
Okay.
I feel like Scotty Heart overwhelming blink is some unnecessary double downing on HP.
All right, will we see an Echo Slam this game? Will we see? I think we'll see it. I don't know if it'll be good though. Tomato, I mean, for Liquid, oh, Boxy's just dead. Oh no. 45 seconds, does have buyback though, so this could surprise them. Because they probably don't remember that Earthshaker's in the game. In fact, there's 2 sets of racks now down in favor of Fnatic. And Liquid just being contained in their base. It just feels like they can't do anything. So it has been kind of another shellacking, but not the one that we thought. We thought that this would be a 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, the early game.
This is like a strangulation shellacking.
Yeah, it is.
That could be a new tier.
No, we're not. We've had
it's like a side tier
there's
there.
Too many tiers. I'm down to add a side tier, actually. That sounds like a good
That's
time.
like the branch off, you know.
Yeah, shellacking tree.
It's not a traditional shellacking. It just felt like slow and endless.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, just pressure building up and never really.
No relief.
No relief. No.
40 seconds on the Aegis, so I guess Tomato and company not ready to go high ground quite yet.
Yeah, just building up that pressure.
So, do you think they need to wait for the third rush?
Probably not.
Do you think they will wait for the third rush?
No, I don't think so. I don't think they will. I think probably Liquid will come out of base on like Zai or I don't know, Insania going to ward. Somebody will die and Fnatic will go high ground. I don't think this is gonna make it to the next rush. Yeah, and Liquid doesn't even want to wait. They know the state that this game is in. Yeah. They were just waiting for the Aegis, but they know if they just wait, they'll eventually lose anyway.
Boxy, we got this. Wrapping around. There's the ult from Mickey, giving a lot of vision, but you can see the smoke on the side of Fnatic now. They're going to see Dubu. Blade Fury to start. There's the Fissure. There's a spell from Earthshaker, but he's brought down again. Buys back into the game. Tomato doing a nice job of focusing him down. Now he's going to be trying to focus Matu, who gets a full duration Omni Slash, but it seems to do absolutely nothing
Oh,
to
no.
Tomato. Boxy, will you get the Echo Slam off at any point? Has his blink getting canceled repeatedly, looking for the enchant totem. He's stuck in these trees. Snowball is there, and Boxy's going to drop again without the Echo Slam. 70 seconds, no buyback, and this could do it. I was wrong. I thought we would see at least one, even if it was on nobody. Just the feeling of hitting that R key
I just want to
as
hear it.
GG's come out. This was an ugly, ugly game for Liquid. Gracious me, oh my.
It took him a while, but it did feel like a shellac. It did feel like one.
This is a side quest shellacking. This is a tree branch strangulation I don't know. We'll just call it.
Just
what's the shellacking on this?
I don't.
All right, we're gonna go to break. Production's actually sick and tired of. We'll go to a break and get our last series underway soon. Break.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play, with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Hello, welcome to the final series of day number 3 for the big bad shellacking stream that is me and Jenkins. Welcome again.
Is
to the
it
stream?
Me? Welcome me?
Welcome to the stream. you.
Great to be here. I'm wondering, is it our bias of being the Shellacking Council that's leading to us thinking that these are shellackings, or are these true shellackings?
No, these are definitely shellackings. Now, we did see, and I know there's some word out there that we have a game to look at. We will be getting to our Team Spirit versus Boom soon, okay?
Yeah.
There apparently was a 12-minute game, which we will need to investigate, because this could be, normally it wouldn't matter.
No.
This could be the first ever umbrella Gaben's umbrella shellacking ever.
That's true.
But we have to investigate to make sure.
We do. I think it was RNG that they called GG. Might be some Dota Cinema content coming out tonight on that great Dota Cinema channel.
Well, we don't come out with any content unless you come out with it first on your stream.
That's right.
Then we take it and make a YouTube video out of it. And man, we're making lots of money.
That's right.
Thank you. That
that's right.
YouTube money, boy, oh boy.
Yeah, check it out on Dota Cinema, but first on the r/new on this Dota 2 subreddit. It will be there first.
That's right. So we can start looking at our teams now that we've gotten that shellacking talking out of the way. We got FBZ over here with Jackie, my boy.
Any smilers?
No.
Not smiling.
Not so much.
Tonight.
Mr. Yopaj. So Tim's with Boom Esports. And going against the champions of the last TI that we've already cast.
Oh, I thought the other team was going to
go
up
I
there.
thought it was going to be back to back.
I didn't know it was going to go to us.
But Boom right now, they're 5-5 in their group. Team Spirit 6-4,
Yeah.
so very close.
Yeah.
Boom are tied for 4th. So remember, top 4 go to upper bracket. That's a big deal. They're tied with Navi for 4th.
Yeah.
Spirit are tied for 2nd for the upper bracket with, I can't remember who.
I do want to say, by the way, even though they were frowning in that opening, Boom guys are some of the nicest guys in all of Dota. And I mean, sort of Team Spirit, a bunch of clowns. They did the anime run at the Animajor. Absolutely legendary team at this point. The absolute dark horses of Dota 2. I think Toronto Tokyo, man, he's looking real suave.
Yeah, he cut his hair a while back and kind of miss it.
Clean.
Not going to lie.
I like it. I like his new look.
I don't know. He had a very unique, what was it, white hair at TI?
Yeah. He looks
But he changed it to like blue later on.
Yeah. Now to me he looks like a university not like the professor, but like the assistant professor, because he's like too young to be a professor, right? But he's like the guy that was like a child genius and is coming. What's up with that? What are you doing?
No, go ahead, please. I'm just listening.
He looks great. He just looks professional now. I like how he looks.
Okay. We're in the draft. Let's take a look at what we have here. So, Boom, that's a team we haven't yet got to
No,
cast.
we haven't. They've not been on the old B stream, at least
10
not
seconds
under our...
I'm actually going to look at who they have
5 seconds
lost to
remaining.
and beat thus far while we wait for the numbers here.
Radiant team
So,
back.
for Boom, as I said, they're 5-5 right now, tied for 4th with Navi. And they went 1-1 with Tundra, 2-0 EG. That was, I believe, on day 1 when EG looked like garbage.
Yeah.
2-0 Navi, so that's pretty impressive.
Spirits turn to bad.
So interesting, like the dichotomy here, because 0-2 against Beast Coast of all teams, which I would say is one of the weaker teams in this group, and 0-2 against Entity, who have looked quite good.
Yeah, depending on the game, if they get their Chen, if they get their push strat, Entity
10
looks
seconds
very
remaining.
strong. Yeah, I mean it's been a weird major so far. I don't know. The group
5
stage seems
seconds
like
remaining.
other than LGD, any team can take. Well, even LGD just dropped a game to Sonic, so it feels like any team could take a game off of any team, and it might even be in shellacking form. And your theory,
that game with Sonics, by the way, that was a very important one for them.
Yeah, it was. It was. Your theory was because the patch has been out for so long.
I just was bullshit.
You were bullshitting? Okay, I was going to ask you to elaborate on that.
No, there's no elaboration.
There's no elaboration.
Usually it happens after
Radiant
a patch
team
because
back.
there's so much unknown.
That's true, actually.
But
might have the opposite effect.
I think if I had to try to back up my BS argument, it's
Team
because
spirits
things are
turn
so
to
figured
pick.
out that, and you've talked about the Radiant Dire situation, maybe there's something in, like, it's just a coin flip as to which side people are super comfortable on.
Yeah, let's pay attention to this one because Spirit's on Dire.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, let's start
10
keeping track of the
seconds
stats
remaining.
now.
Wait, they've Dire and second pick. I think
5
people
seconds remaining.
usually
Radiant
prefer
team
second
pick.
pick these days because Boom, of course, is going to have to pick twice right now, and then Spirit gets the double, or they get the... I've actually heard of teams... they get the response pick. I've heard of teams literally restarting scrims because this happens, and they think it's unrealistic.
10 seconds
What
remaining.
happened? You get Dire.
You get Dire and second pick. But that
5
does
seconds
depend on the
remaining.
mentality of the team.
Why would people prefer second pick?
Because on the first and second draft phase, you get the response, right? Am I crazy? So Spirit gets they get the response pick to the first 2 that's coming out, and then on the second one they don't, but they do respond to one
Radiant
thing.
team pick.
And then
Spirit.
Boom gets their like blocking. They pick something and then they ban a bunch of heroes to block.
I guess it depends on how highly you rate final pick overall.
Yeah, which I know a lot of teams are not thinking is really that sick anymore. Because like name a cheese final pick hero
10 seconds
that's not
remaining.
Batrider. That's good.
Broodmother.
No,
seconds
nobody cares about
remaining.
Brood. Nobody cares about Meepo.
Meepo.
Nobody cares about Tinker. Nobody cares about
Team
Huskar.
Spirits
It feels like there's very few
back.
gotchas in Dota these days. Even a Timber, we saw it picked into 3 strength heroes. Obviously, it wasn't the last pick, but he Saberlight fed on Timber, even though he was the game was,
How different would Dota be if you picked at the same time as
10
your opponent?
seconds
Similar,
remaining.
like let's pretend it's like all pick, except it's one pick at a time. If you both
5
pick the same
seconds
hero, it gets
remaining.
banned. How different would it be? And do you think that would be good for the game?
would it be good for the game? There's a lot to think about. Okay, there's
You
a
can just give a knee-jerk reaction.
knee-jerk.
Usually people's reaction to anything I say is that's stupid.
Knee-jerk.
I think that would be a lot of fun, though.
I think there's fun ways that you could change the
Radiant
draft. I like
team back.
banning heroes your enemy team can't pick, but you can pick, for example. Or I think it's either you or Slacks that had the idea that game 1, all the heroes that get picked or banned are out, and game 2 has
That's-
to be a totally different set of heroes.
That's elimination mode.
I like that.
Yeah, I love it too.
I think that's
10
fun.
seconds
Best of
remaining.
fives become amazing.
But it would be very hard for the competitive players
seconds
who are
remaining.
already, it's pretty the game's already pretty complicated. Although this draft is not, for the most part, Dazzle, Tiny, very common heroes right now. Dawnbreaker as well, but Rubik, Boom is like one of the only teams
Spirits
that
turn to
favors Rubik, and I feel like with this hero, you have to have an exceptional Rubik player to make it work. If you're not doing sick stuff with the spell steals, it just feels like a huge liability in fights.
As
feeds.
it should be. It would be imbalanced if you could get away with the hero
10
being good
seconds remaining.
without a good spell steal.
I'm not making any claims whether it's balanced or imbalanced. Probably it's a
5
little bit.
seconds
I
remaining.
guess I am. It's a little bit under. It could be buffed a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, okay.
But Tim's completely carried Boom in the ESL Malaysia qualifiers with Rubik. His Rubik performance was insane. They won both games that he was on Rubik. And it was like
Radiant
just
team
insane
back.
spell steal after insane spell steal. So it's cool to see that they're continuing to really value this hero in the first phase.
And it's kind of a block pick to a degree. Not that Team Spirit is going to pick Rubik, but there's a lot of heroes you don't want to pick into Rubik necessarily unless you feel really confident. Like
10 seconds.
I mean, Viper,
remaining.
I know that sounds weird. Viper's, that's a very easy steal, Viper Strike.
Yeah.
Burrow Strike.
Earthshaker as
Sand
well,
King.
of course. You don't want to pick Earthshaker
Well, that's
into Rubik.
several reasons you don't want to pick Earthshaker, but sure. Then all the big black holes, the Tidehunter Ravages. I mean, a lot of the heroes I'm listing are not very popular right now, but maybe that has to do with why Rubik is not popular right now.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Tiny is actually one of the nicest heroes to steal spells from as Rubik. You get Avalanche, except like Avalanche is such an insane stun, especially when you have the debuff amplification that Rubik has. But then also, Avalanche cast range is like terrible for it's decent for Tiny, but for Rubik it's insane. Like this spell
Turn to
feels
ban.
totally busted on Rubik.
Well, and if you get tossed, you just telekinese to yourself and then toss them even farther back.
Yeah,
Could be crazy.
some TI-10 fountain skewering action right there, basically.
Yep.
Yeah, I like this. This is just the one.
10
I don't
seconds
think
remaining.
also. I don't think they've not been getting Rubik. Boom.
5
I guess
seconds remaining.
I would imagine teams have probably been banning it against. No, they haven't. This is just the one series they're valuing Rubik. Maybe they've looked at Team Spirit's drafts and they're just like, dude, every single thing that these players are first phasing is countered by Rubik. I know that's often the way a lot of teams think. They look at the openers and they're like, okay, this one hero solves all of these. Let's just value it this series.
Okay. Still a ban to go for each side until we get to the second phase. Do you know if they prefer Dawnbreaker support or core?
They're
Radiant's
mostly
team
running on
back.
an FBZ in the offlane.
Okay.
So
then they're going to need some sort of setup that's a little bit better than telekinesis.
yeah.
For the Dawnbreaker ult.
I like it as an offlaner this game. I mean, in general, I like it as an offlaner because I feel like it's that middle ground where you can have a hero farming in the
10 seconds
like spaces
remaining.
on the map that you don't want to carry farming. You can
5
take the dangerous
seconds
farm and then just ult in. But then also she does very well with farm, so I feel like it's the middle ground for her. But also, Rubik's a pretty weak laner, and Dawnbreaker is an incredibly good laner. And so you pair a Rubik with Dawnbreaker, it solves Rubik's issues, and then lets you have Rubik in a game where you have Rubik against Dazzle, the Shallow Grave,
Radiant team
Steal,
pick.
you have Rubik against Tiny, you steal Avalanche. Like, you can basically enable Rubik as a pick by having a Dawnbreaker as a 3.
But flexibility-wise, obviously the Dawnbreaker could still play support.
Yeah.
Team Spirit, Tiny, a bit flex
10
as well,
seconds remaining.
but not a huge amount of flexibility yet overall in
5
the draft.
seconds remaining.
Kind of cool to see like certain teams really prioritize that. A lot of them are NA based, I feel like, that they go for like almost to the extreme flexibility, which
Team
kind of bites you in
Spirit's
the ass.
turn
But
to pick.
Wind Ranger at your
Wind
service.
Ranger.
Wind
Okay.
Ranger, huh.
So is this a Seb support type, or are we actually going to see a core Wind Ranger like a mid?
Huh. I mean,
Very strange. to be this early.
technically, you could also run an
10
offlane Wind
seconds
Ranger
remaining.
against Dazzle, because you can just press Wind Run when Dazzle puts the Q on
5
you,
seconds
and
remaining.
you're never gonna. That's very rarely gonna connect and be a kill.
And you
with
might
the-
as well
with
be
the Wind
4
Runner.
at that point then.
Yeah, but you know the Rubik. I mean, yeah, they could run the Wind as like a 5 in the offlane. Have Skem play this. But-
Definitely a bit odd.
Yeah, Wind is a strange hero. Not something I would have expected, but.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
Because Zeus is, yeah, I mean, Zeus is still in the pool, but it does feel like Rubik Zeus would have been quite strange. Dazzle Zeus is a little, like that probably won't end up being the support duo. I imagine now there's going to be Dazzle Tiny with like a mid Zeus. Dazzle Tiny as a support.
10
That
seconds
seems like, you know, you got stuns, you've got good, decent laning. Tiny could roam to the safe lane and get a
5
kill with
seconds
Dazzle, toss
remaining.
back. Toss back into the Dazzle queue. That sounds pretty good. Okay. So looking for a carry or an offlaner here for
Radiant
Spirit.
team pick.
Faceless Void.
Go to Void.
All right. The old Hanamitis Faceless Void.
Hell yeah.
I would prefer to see the Maelstrom Mask of Madness myself, but we'll see what Yatoro wants to go. Maybe he's learned his lesson from the Lifestealer game earlier today.
10
I mean,
seconds
is there
remaining.
any way that we could ever see an offlane Void again?
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe. I feel like in this game, probably not. It's a solid Void game. I think it should do well against Dawnbreaker and lane. It's good against, you know, Wind. You
Team
can
Spirit's
chrono her
turn
and
to bat.
kill her. Oh, okay, that's the hardest counter to. That is the hardest laning counter to Faceless Void in the game. You go boar max, and once you have like level 2, level 3 in the boar, it is not possible for a Void to stay in lane against you.
10
So
seconds
maybe
remaining.
Spirit will do some lane shenanigans. Or otherwise, like, you
5
really have to
seconds
outplay
remaining.
Beastmaster in lane to. I mean, I guess there's Dazzle against the boar, so you can always like
Yeah.
run down the boar with the Dazzle Q. So
Radiant
that definitely
team
does help,
back.
which is yeah, that's
Should mention
Something.
that mechanic, I believe, that did change. Chronosphere, if you Solar Guardian on top, you used to get stunned before you arrived.
Team Spirit's
Now
turn to bat.
you actually get stuck in the chrono.
Oh,
so it's
okay,
like a full
yeah.
duration Dawnbreaker ult, which makes me think that this is going to be. I mean, I don't know if they play this as a 1 or a 2 ever, but if you can get an Aghanim Scepter against Faceless Void, that's a lot of heal, onto the Chronosphere and a lot of evasion, which is going to force him to get an
10
MKB.
seconds
So it's
remaining.
actually, I like Dawnbreaker against Faceless Void after the laning stage.
5
If you're able
seconds
to
remaining.
itemize.
I do just wonder if it does end up being. I mean, maybe that makes it more of a good 5 because like a 5 would want to
Radiant
build
team
Ags, but then a
back.
5's not going to get the farm for Ags. But I don't know if a carry Dawn would ever want to get
That's true.
an Aghanim Scepter. That's
Off
the only.
that Roshan,
yeah.
off that corpse.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
true. If it was a 3, it would make more sense, but obviously Beastmaster is going to be the 3. If you could do 4 and get a little greedy with the farm, then perhaps. Yeah, we've seen Holy Locket
10
Ags on
seconds
position
remaining.
4 Dawn. That means Windrunner is going to be your mid
5 seconds
in
remaining.
that case.
Yeah, we're still not entirely sure just because Dawn and Wind can both go.
But from
Any-
Team Spirit
any-
side, it does feel like Collapse's hero is going to be this last one.
Yeah, it seems like it. It seems like it with the mid Zeus, Faceless Void, pretty nice setup for like Nimbus and all of Zeus spells. He's going to do a ton of damage into the Chrono from long range. So for Collapse, Mars is banned. Okay, that would have been extremely good. Let's see.
10 seconds
What beefy
remaining.
boy can Collapse play? Magnus is not really a hero these days.
5
Pango's
seconds remaining.
all right for the game. It's not. I mean, you can just jump instantly after Rubik, or so Rubik can't steal. They don't have much time to
Radiant
think about it.
team pick.
Oh,
Wow.
my boy. Hell yeah.
Okay.
That is awesome. I don't know if it's a good pick, but that is awesome to see. One of the coolest heroes in Dota. Holy jeez. Laning-wise
10
against,
seconds
if
remaining.
Dawnbreaker or if they can match up against Beastmaster, could be pretty decent as well.
5 seconds
That's
remaining.
very cool.
Axe Zeus is a very good lane. Axe Dazzle is a very good lane. They could, okay, actually, yeah, it could be still mid tiny with the Zeus as a 4. I feel like that makes me think it probably will be a tiny mid because you want to put the Axe with one of these 2 ranged heroes to just dominate the lane.
Oh, you don't like the toss into Berserker's Call so much?
No, I think Axe is fine connecting on some. Like you just throw Battle Hunger and it's like, what are you gonna do? Not touch creeps, right? Like Storm Spirit.
Okay, so that's going to be the mid. So is this a carry Dawnbreaker? Yep,
Okay.
looks like it. So support Windranger. Then this is a crazy draft.
This is
really
a cool draft. Yeah, I
Yeah.
like this.
Okay, and of course, Axe could have been taking it away from Boom because it does counter the shallow grave there.
It
Mr.
does.
Jenkins.
That's right.
Because they're very afraid of Boom picking a hero that probably hasn't been picked in a year almost.
Damn, they went Tim's on Windranger.
Does that surprise you?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, that surprises me. That means it's a Skem Rubik, which he has been playing in this
I mean,
in
do you
this
want
tournament.
more farm on Rubik?
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see. What does he have to steal? Axe Call.
5
Zeus
seconds
spells are pretty
remaining.
decent. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't have a great read on Windranger as a hero, as like a 4/5. I don't really play it that much. I don't know why you would necessarily want more farm on it. I would assume because you think like I mean, I feel like if you're going the Blink build, it's pretty much the same sort of initiation that like a Rubik will have. I mean, the steals are not that great after the first 2 picks. I feel like the Rubik steals got like worse and worse. Like stealing Chrono is not very impactful. Zeus spells are okay. Axe spells are okay. There's nothing like God tier to steal in this game.
Which shouldn't be a big surprise considering that it was a first pick Rubik.
But I think also it's because Windranger versus Dazzle in lane will do very well because of the wind run that we talked about. You're going to win that trade as Windrunner because you're just never going to get multiple stacks of the Dazzle Q.
All right, so we get to see some Collapse Axe.
Yes, we do.
My goodness. It has felt like a very long time since we've seen this big juicy boy. I don't even know what you would build on him. I mean, Blink is always going to be a thing, but is Blade Mail even an item these days?
I've seen Earn as a first item to just like turn a good lane into a shellacked lane. I've seen that.
Okay.
I've seen the skipping of Blade Mail.
Mira,
as
by
we
the
see
way.
Mira, there he is.
Yep.
We're probably going to go and take a look at Collapse here because he will be playing.
Yep, there we go.
I'm going to be skipping that.
Okay, very good.
Nice look at the stage where these players will be playing
Very soon.
in a few days from now.
Well, depending on if they get eliminated, but these two seem to be safe from
Probably
elimination.
we're going to see them there. Yeah. Especially if they have the cojones to pick Act. That's looking good for their energy levels.
Indeed.
Good for them. Yeah, he's got a Ring of Protection. I think even if you don't go for Urn, you probably still get a Ring of Protection just because Axe has very low armor, but good base regen. That's an S tier body, we would say.
Yes, it is. It's one of the best.
310 move speed, incredibly good stat gains. Unfortunately, his Berserker's Call gives a lot less armor than it used to, which is quite sad. It was nerfed to 30 and then 25. It used to give 40. So it can feel like if you don't have a Vanguard, like Beastmaster summons will rip through you. So Vanguard is an absolute must, which is fine because it was before as well.
So Vanguard, well, earn Vanguard, Blink. No Blink.
I think, or just Vanguard. Like the Urn
begins.
it depends how the lane is going.
Okay. Well, we got a battle for the runes, and see what it ends up being here is Collapse already has that level of battle hunger available to get that extra move speed and harass. Such a hard hero to get away from. Attempted body blocks from Jack, but Skem will be first blooded. Big bad axe. So very nicely done from Team Spirit. As in terms of the rune situation, 3 of them actually. Wait, is that right? Yeah, 3 of them went to Team Spirit as well. So.
Yeah. Good start. And there's lane shenanigans happening. I see how it is. Okay, wait a minute. Let me think about this. So they showed Axe bot getting the first blood while Yatoro was walking bot. So that way Yatoro doesn't have to play into the Beastmaster lane, which we talked about is probably the best lane and the best hero in the game against Void in lane with the boar. That's pretty cool. They did that first blood action as like a distraction. It was a distraction action.
Distraction action.
Yeah, that was nice. Axe versus Beast, you're gonna dumpster.
Not just
a
any
Beastmaster.
axe, a Kallax.
That's right. Into I can't think. FBs.
FBZ.
I'm not Lacoste.
It's not a great Toronto Tokyo is going to be facing off against Yopaj in the mid lane, the old tiny Storm Spirit. Wait, is Storm a hero without any kind of mana battery? We see it with Io occasionally, with Coddle as well.
Yeah, people are picking it. It's kind of slowly coming back. It doesn't feel like you can really do the long zips anymore. As Miposhka, for some reason, is mid and sniping Courier.
Yeah, and he's taking a lot of damage to pop that Fairy Fire Avalanche from Toronto Tokyo as well. Looks like he's going to be able to take the Water Rune on both sides for Team Spirit. So Yopaj still with a couple charges on his bottle, so it'll be fine.
Has been killed. Radiant are scanning.
This is cool. Just like slowly rotating towards mid on Dazzle. Because Yatoro is perfectly fine free farming bot because of the lane rotation that they've done. I don't see how a Dawn does anything to a Face Void, really.
Miposhka. He's getting some cover. Thanks to Yatoro. He's actually trying to bait this in. Actually kind of feeds himself. And Skem's not even going to die here. A little bit of a questionable decision there from Miposhka. But Yatoro can go back to the old farming.
He's not farming that well because he has been left alone, yeah, but he's solo XP.
That is true.
Collapse is just...
Yeah, it's not going to be an Urn, at least not yet. So Collapse, early Ring of Health is what he has his sights set on.
Yeah, you need the Vanguard versus Beastmaster. Otherwise, you're going to die to the Dom and the summons. He's also just battle-hungering the boar, which it makes sense. It's worth so much.
Do you get call at 4?
You can go, like, 1-2-2. But and go for that second point at level 4 if you think you can get kills or if it's important to kill the boar. So he's holding it. He doesn't. Okay, so he does commit to the battle hunger. That's to kill the boar and go for kills. I mean, he's not farming in this lane. He wants to kill people.
So basically playing the safe lane Axe, but
Yep.
unfortunately the shard has changed from the great days of old. I miss dearly, where the attack proc counter helix.
I missed that too.
That was unfortunately is now a damage mitigation thing as Toronto Toki gets the Avitas onto Yopaj, who's not able to get the power to help out in any capacity here. So Yopaj very low. As again, a 4-minute water runes. You have to be careful here. Tims will take the one from the north. The telekinesis scam. Okay, it's going to be denied. But this is a poison touch. You got to be a little bit careful. Obviously, telekinesis down for 20 seconds. Yeah, yes, it is
Yeah.
TP.
Scam he didn't want a TP, but Miposhka forced him to there. No boots, so he'll
Man,
be slowly.
that's an early Vanguard. 4.5-minute Vanguard for Collapse.
Yeah, that's quite early. He saved a lot of gold for that.
Battle Hunger, using those creeps to his advantage here. Nice blocks as well, getting a couple Helix procs as a result, make it 3. Obviously, no call yet, but you expect level 5 for that to come. He wants to go for more. Okay, Battle Hunger, he wants to go deep, but he does kill a creep. FBZ, nice shackle from Tim's, gonna keep this gank at bay, but the Thunderbolt from Mira puts it to an end. And Collapse trying to keep his buddy safe here. Mira just TP's out.
That was beautiful axe play. That was just nice. Doesn't even need the call. 3 points.
Look at the
and
damage
spin.
he's taken from Tim's. It's like he's not even getting hit, literally.
Yeah.
I can't even tell his health's going down.
It is quite pathetic from Tim's.
Good lord.
He can be left totally alone up here
Yeah, I
now and
think so.
Collapse. You don't need to be anywhere near him. Spirit can just focus their supports on stacking jungle.
He went
the other
3 in
lanes.
counter Helix, by the way.
Yeah,
so.
he did. He's farming.
Okay.
So this is a very greedy build, but it
But
is.
he's dominating already, so.
Yeah, he's dominating, and
Mira and Toronto Tokyo find poor Tim's on that Wind Ranger. He's taken out for now.
Mira's free to do as he pleases because
Radiant's
Collapse is so
turret
huge
Oh,
top.
nice rear kill. Just delivered right to my mouth.
Yeah, there you go.
Delicious. I
Man.
did a first person again for you. Scam onto the high ground, but trying to deny himself on the creeps, and it does happen. Congratulations to you. Collapse though, gonna get ganked by Yopaj. And I believe I don't know if he has electric vortex on Yopaj, but he does. The no TP action gonna be coming here, but the Thunderbolt comes from Mira. Are you serious? Gracious me, oh my. I mean, they do find Collapse in the end, but Yopaj is the big kill, the mid lane storm.
Collapse was trying so hard to get Culling Blade there. He was so excited to maybe get that.
Yeah.
But still, getting the kill for the Storm rotation, that is the only hero currently that can deal with Axe. And presumably that's the reason why they picked it, is because when Axe cutting the creep wave, usually it's going to be bottom. You can rotate in and get a kill on him, and even though he has a Vanguard, your overload procs will often be enough to take him down. With the DD too, that should have gone amazing. But just narrowly Mira comes in and snipes the kill.
Yep. And I think he did have raindrops for that, but much more tanky now. We can see the roar into the zip by Yopaj with the Solar Guardian follow. Collapse, taking a ton of damage. Will likely fall. Trying to turn this around, but perpetually slowed by these boars. Getting kited. And that's going to lead to a kill for Yopaj himself. But Toronto Tokyo has come to play as well, so they get, at the very least, Team Spirit some sort of a trade, offlane for offlane. But obviously, Axe is the one that has been completely dominating this game. So a higher value kill there.
I do like this move a lot from Boot. They're bringing all of their cores because you have to at this point. How are you going to collapse without doing this? Like, it feels like one of those games where this Axe is going to completely snowball if he's not dealt with. And obviously the single Storm rotation did not work, and so you have to bring in the care at that point, even though it's a 3-core rotation. It leads to Rubik farming elsewhere.
Boy, if Collapse can find this this stack of ancients on the side of Boom, he's gonna get himself a nice, pretty penny.
Yeah.
But he does have a stack of his takeout. Finally has Berserker's Call, by the way.
Go take their stacks, then take his stacks, and go back. There'll be more stacks for him. Yeah.
It doesn't look like they have
He's
vision
going in.
here. Yep,
He's
walking
walking
though.
in, bro.
All right, that's gonna be the hard camp. And I'm sure he's going to scout out the Ancients. Oh, goodness, you've done this for me? All for me?
Oh, it's Christmas. Oh, they're going to stack it themselves. Are you kidding me?
Tim's being spotted out. Battle Hunger. Oh, the call's not coming because the Shackle shot slows down Collapse. But you can see the Battle Hunger is doing a lot of work here. That'd be the first chop of the game for Collapse. Permanent armor the rest of the game, and that is a triple stack, I believe. But not wanting to stick around any further, it seems.
Wants to go push the wave first. I think that's more than reasonable. Yatoro.
He's gonna get away for now. Electric Vortex into the Starbreaker, but the Chronosphere comes from Yatoro, and notations from Team Spirit have come in numbers. Down goes the Storm Spirit, and Yatoro looks to be more than fine. Jackie gonna have to walk the opposite side. Very awkward path here for him. Obviously ult in, I believe from base.
Got TP, he's just trying to get to a safe location.
So he's gonna get away, but it's gonna be a long walk back without that. Wait, I could have sworn he ulted in. He has his ult still. Maybe my mistake. Just having another mini stroke here. Is FBD gonna get off his roar, and there's the Dawnbreaker ult. So now he's officially used it. Collapse in a 1 versus 3. Starbreaker's gonna be disrupted by that Berserker's call.
Okay.
And he DP's out in the midst of all of that. And an avalanche tossed by Tokyo. Allow him to get the Illusion Rune. So kind of a failed opportunity there for Boom. Collapse barely gets out. Now has phase boots, so extra armor for him. Move speed as well. And he's still going Urn, apparently. Interesting.
Yeah, let's go for a late Urn. I don't know if he'll complete it, though. Maybe he will, actually, because he went phase boots, too, so that means he's trying to run around with, like, max battle hunger. He might even go extra points in it and just try to fight pre-blink. This is cool. I mean, this is what Seb does. I think Seb usually goes Urn first and then does this, but I saw him do like a max battle hunger build with phase boots.
Dire's structures are fortified.
It's a lot of damage, honestly.
Shackle shot connects from Tim's in the top lane, but Collapses here with the call. Thunderbolt to follow. Nice body blocks as well. Looking for another dunk and another stack. Okay.
Oh.
Unfortunate proc of the counter helix. This beer is getting chased by a pine cone.
I don't know what they did on this patch, but it feels like that happens a lot now. That you just don't get the dunk off. And I maybe a reason for it is because the dunk is such a long cooldown. By the way, he does have 3 points of battle hunger. But the dunk is such a long cooldown now that, like, to waste it feels really bad. So people are a lot more, like, reserved in using it. And then you see the spin, and it's like, okay, he didn't get the dunk off. I think that's the problem. People are afraid to use it because if you use it, you're just done not getting any permanent stacks for the next, like, 2 minutes.
Yeah. Interesting. Yopaj is going for a quick Orchid on the Storm Spirit. Kind of an older school build from what I remember.
Yeah, against Void, Zeus, Dazzle. Seems really good. All of these heroes are excellent to jump in silence.
Collapse is about to get ganked here by said Yopaj and company. In the midst of taking out these stacks, but...
He's pretty tanky, man. I don't know.
They redirect, and they're going to Thunder God's Wrath just to see where they are. Now they have good picture.
He sees where they are, and Collapse is still just juggling there.
He's fine.
That's really funny.
It's a big boy.
4 points in battle hunger, man. 5-second cooldown. 25 DPS. Amplified, of course, by his armor, which he's got a lot of.
Oh, nice deny from Yopaj. No battle hunger for him. And we have a Chronosphere in the bot lane. Scam actually stealing Time Walk. Telekinesis as well. And what else does he steal here? He's got the Shadow Wave, and here comes the Dawnbreaker. Oh, the big turnaround potentially. Yatoro does get stunned. A lot of the HP comes back thanks to the Time Walk, though. But Yatoro still gets punished for his insolence in this bot lane. That just shows the global presence that Boom does have at their disposal. Toronto Tokyo and Collapse, though, coming for Retribution. Yopaj still with enough mana to zip away, so the focus is just going to be on the Dawnbreaker, which
got
gets
the dunk.
dunked. Collapse with the second stack of the game.
Boom just has 2 incredibly good Rubik players on their lineup.
Yeah, Yopaj have to use a good hefty amount of mana to try to get away here. Thunderbolt getting him quite low. He does find the distance. Collapse still not with a blink dagger. But he's getting close. Only 700 away.
He is going for it. I thought maybe there was some potential for completing the Spirit Vessel and just playing to like run around, but no, it's he's gonna go for the blink. They don't necessarily need it. What is Tiny building? He's going for the Echo Saber build because he's got an axe building blink. So it's like one of these heroes needs to build the blink dagger essentially, and it makes more sense for an axe to do it because like, is he really gonna complete the vessel? I don't think he needs more damage at this point. They've got plenty.
Dire's top tower
just waiting, like Centaur and Axe and these heroes can just stand there and kill creeps. It just feels so good. Love it.
Yeah, this is the dream game when you can just like run at any camp you want on Axe and farm it. Like he's the carry.
Oh boy, nice juicy ancient stack for him too. We got the zip in from Yopaj though, looking for the kill onto Mira. Nice grave comes out from Aposhka, and Collapse wants to try to counteract this, but you find the Zeus. Yatoro does not have Chronosphere, but still going the high ground route. Focus now is on Skem, Avalanche, and Toss. So the trade for supports. And once this blink comes from Collapse, this Storm's gonna have to be a bit careful. Gonna have the really quick fingers on that Orchid that's soon to come.
Huh, and Collapse, he TP'd top to farm the wave rather than to farm the Ancients for his blink. So he's gonna leave the stack for his carry player, or maybe just some later. No, he's gonna leave it for his carry, which Dazzle can help take this.
It's still a bit long of a take.
It is, yeah. Void's not the best hero at taking that.
Blink Dagger up though for Collapse. Let's see how active he wants to get. Maelstrom online as well for the Void, so...
I lied, he is farming it. He left one creep to Yatoro.
Well, I think Yatoro tried starting, and he's like, you should take it, Collapse.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
So looking for that...
He actually is queuing up, I mean, BKB is no big surprise, but the Shard. So, very interesting. So the damage mitigation against like a Dawnbreaker, I mean, is it, what kind of damage mitigation is it actually?
Physical, I think. I think, yeah, it's just to
Total
Axe, though.
Attack damage.
It's just to Axe.
The Tokyo was initiated on. You can see the Dawnbreaker ult coming in. Collapse with a good call onto two heroes. So Toronto Tokyo is the one taking the damage. Looks like the TP is canceled, but the Grave keeping him alive just a little bit longer. Either way, it's a 1-for-1 to start this fight as Collapse again getting kited. Power Shot doing a considerable amount of damage. Do they have any follow-up? The Storm's coming in, zipping around, and they will take out the very high-value Axe kill. And Yatoro taunting his way to the other side, still has that Chrono, but not able to find a good avenue to use it.
Well, yeah, that's the downside to Axe, is that he's very farmed, very tanky, but he doesn't really do that much damage. He called two people there that went kind of as good as it could go. He got like both the backline supports, but the Dawnbreaker ult came in and Boom just focused other heroes first and then killed Collapse later. And that's why people get Blade Mail on Axe, is because it feels like you can hit these really sick calls and then kind of nothing happens. I suppose he just needs some follow-up. Like Toronto Tokyo needs to be closer for the Avatos.
Why not go for Blade Mail though? Too many small items, maybe?
BKB counters it, and everybody's building BKB. I think is a, it's very easy to like BKB an Axe call. It's pretty like projected.
Dire are scanning.
You can also like a lot of the time see him about to jump you before he jumps you, and then you
get
just
the
BKB.
old Shadow Blade on top of that.
Yeah, that's a lot of little 2,000 gold items.
Yeah.
Also, because he maxed Battle Hunger, it's a shorter call. He does have level 3 because he's skipping talents, but 0.4 seconds is noticeable when you're dealing with a hero like Storm Spirit.
FBZ's got the helm of the Overlord, going for the Shard next for some extra CC with the Hawks.
Almost Vessel on Tim's. Actually, I think he has the Vessel coming on career yet.
Toronto Tokyo gets the double damage,
Radiant are
but
scanning.
we can see Yopaj getting that Orchid now. So finally online. Again, kind of an older school build for Storm Spirit, but this is one that can really snowball for this hero. And the BKBs are going to be ever so important. Actually, it aligns perfectly with the Dawnbreaker BKB.
Yeah, Yatoro has nothing.
Pretty strong timing from Boom.
He has nothing to take this off. Like, no hero on Spirit has any way of taking this off right now, the Orchid, and they won't for quite some time either.
Feels like they need to kind of dodge team fights until they can get the BKBs, but we can see they're grouping up.
It's a long way away, though. That's really long.
Tim's. He's going to get called to start things out, but there's a nice telekinesis. But the dunk will likely follow. No, he gets the Essence Ring off along with the Shackle, and Jackie comes in with the Dawnbreaker ult, and the Starbreaker is enough for Collapse to drop. So 5v4 advantage for Fnatic. Boom Esports. Some of them were ex-Fnatic, of course. Let's see if they can continue on here. Toronto Tokyo getting dropped. A nice steal on the Avalanche, and another beautiful Shackle as Miposhka does get off the grave, but FBZ with the Roar. And the telekinesis again. Man, they have so much control at their disposal. And there we see the Orchid now being applied to the Dazzle. And that is a big team fight win for Boom.
I think you're right. I think this is a dodge timing from Spirit. There's no clear way that they can really fight. It's like they have to hit some really sick chrono, probably on Yopaj, but I don't even know if that's enough because there's the Dawnbreaker ult. But with that fight, Boom, they take Roche, and even when you get to the BKB timings, if you're playing into a gold lead and Roshan's in map control, you know, maybe it's not enough. Also, Storm got the Fairy's Trinket, by the way. Very important item for him. Genuinely, it's the only source of mana cost reduction in the game.
How are we still talking about this item 2 years later?
I know.
It's crazy.
It's very good. It's a very good item. So he's very happy that he got that. I actually think Storm's power goes up by quite a lot when you get that. At least 5%.
5%, huh?
Maybe you can say 10% because the spell amp is also on that. It's like you don't drop this item until tier 3 items come out.
Yep. And we have another smoke. So Boom obviously seeing the fact that Team Spirit has no answer for all of this control that they have. Miposhka, he's going to tank the gank essentially, but the Orchid is applied to Collapse, and here comes the Dawnbreaker ult to follow. An easy pick-off again for Boom. They're going to get the Dazzle on top. So still with the Aegis advantage on the best hero in the entire game with Aegis, the Storm. And it feels like Boom had a real opportunity to kind of blow this wide open. Already a 5K lead. There's no reason to think they can't stretch this a little bit more.
I think they could consider getting a gem and just like dewarding the entire map. Maybe it's a little bit of a grief because it's like the one way Spirit could come back to the game, but pretty soon, like this is feeling like all the momentum is in Boom's favor right now. And Spirit to come back. Has Collapse queued up a blade mail? No, he's still going for a BKB. It really feels like they lack damage to kill anybody in these stuns. I guess Yatoro maybe.
Boy, Yatoro, oh, he's got the shard. Yopaj already out of mana. Nice attempt from him. They did take that tier 1 tower bottom, no defense at all.
Dude, old Storm would have just chased and killed Yatoro there, for sure.
For sure, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Are you kidding me? He used to have so much mana.
Toronto Tokyo with the double damage. It looks like Skem and company want to potentially pursue this, but Toronto Tokyo gets his tree, gets the avalanche toss, and is like, okay. What we can do with that is a nice call comes in from Collapse. This would be a pretty big kill. This is just the Aegis, though, and he's not even going to get that, and Toronto Tokyo is the focus of Boom. The dunk comes, Collapse with the TP, but the Shackle cancels it. Actually, that was the Hawk, I believe, the dive bomb. And Collapse ends up dying to the triple kill of FBZ. Even Yatoro not caught out just in time with the TP.
Dude, that was a nice bait by Skem. Like, you see him walking up to the high ground as a Rubik. Like, what is he doing? This is crazy. But then you realize it's because his team is there, and it's a Tiny. If they commit to him and they kill him, he knows that his team is just going to kill Tiny afterwards. Especially with Storm. Like, Storm can just zip in and catch anybody. So he doesn't value his own life because the trade is going to be horrible for Spirit if they do go in. And it was. They lose 2 cores for that. And a tier 2.
Yeah, they keep getting every objective they want. Storm without an Aegis any longer, but they got pretty damn good value out of that.
Yeah, they did.
This is going to be another tier 2 likely to fall. See if there's any defense for Team Spirit coming. Doesn't look like it. You see the ancient granite golem. Like, how can we ever destroy this thing?
Yeah.
Very fearsome creature.
The only way to destroy rock is with water over millions of years, and I don't think they have that time.
The erosion is just out of control. They do have Void, though. He manipulates time.
That's true. If they had
where's the water coming from?
Morphling is not in this game.
Maybe if they take a fight in the river, it could go a little bit better for them.
So yeah, Yatoro needs to hit a chrono in the river.
Dive bomb onto Yatoro, but the save on the Dazzle. I don't think it's going to matter, though. They have the stun lock. Look at how much stun they have. Time walk, though, back to half HP. But FBZ, nice Avatos from Toronto, Tokyo, preventing that Primal Roar coming out. Another grave. This one was stolen, I believe, from Skem. So that's going to keep FBZ alive, and Collapse just dies. But looks like the dive bomb ends up finishing somebody off, so it's a 1-for-1 for both position 3s on each side. And another Toronto, Tokyo. It's going to see another Ags come out on Tiny. Have not seen a winning lineup do this yet.
Regeneration.
Seems to be always when you're on the back foot.
Really? Never
ever.
I feel like we have.
Not this tournament. Impossible.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yatoro did not have the chrono for that fight. Otherwise, that may have gone a lot better for Spirit. It already went very well for them, given the deficit that they're at.
The amount of stun they have on Boom is crazy.
It is, and they're doing great backline jumping every single time, jumping Poshka. So he can't save people with the shallow grave, but now Skem has it. So the same thing needs to happen for Spirit as well. They gotta jump Skem. Otherwise, he will be saving them.
Indeed. Has his Aether Lens, making his range crazy. Blink Dagger next as well. FBZ, AC is on the mind, and relatively close to BKB on Storm.
He's gonna finish his pipe, actually.
Oh, okay.
Against Zeus. I mean, even the time dilation has been pretty effective in the fights.
Yep. And collapses BKB a recipe away, but they do have the big one onto Toronto, or onto Yatoro. So he's been getting caught off. I mean, he did escape the initial onslaught.
Yeah.
Thanks to that grave.
So now they have to roar him, but then there is still the dazzle that that can save. So yeah, this basically means that Yatoro can just jump in and start hitting, and then uses chrono like much later into the fight. So he's like double the amount of time to hit people.
Boom's lead has kind of been at a standstill for a bit now at 7K. Collapsing Company looking to try to get a jump here, but the vision is in favor of Boom, especially with the help of the Beastmaster, who can just initiate from both range with his Hawks.
Yeah, it's kind of insane actually. When people are standing on vision, you just literally hawk them from across the map. It's really funny. It eventually gets there and then stuns them.
Dazzle.
Very powerful. It's the delay factor.
It's kind of like an instant stun because the Hawks are invisible. And it's usually used to start a fight, so there's often not like a sentry or any sort of detection there. It's
Nimbus.
Radiant are scanning.
I'm surprised he was able to farm that.
Yeah, does he have a Philly Stone? He's got a Philly Stone. That's how he got it. He's got that Philly.
Makes
Big ball
sense.
Philly.
Very fortunate for him.
Yeah.
Yatoro is going to take the Elven Tunic. Shackle is going to connect, but he already got his time walk off, so the distance can't be made up from the side of Boom. At the reset, as FBZ just continued to take out this jungle's creeps. That's not English. Jungle creeps here.
Too many E noises. FBZ, jungle creeps.
So you do like Tiny Ags? I mean, it makes sense with the Chronosphere. Obviously, he's going to need a Daedalus, or else it's not really going to do that much damage.
Yeah, it's just the build that people are doing. I mean, Thompson, I guess you could say popularized this. It, probably Thompson. Because he's playing pubs, but so many people are watching his stream and respecting him as a player. So it's like, I feel like a lot of people saw him do that in pubs and they tried it in pro matches. So I guess you could say that pro match people popularize it in pro matches. But yeah, it's just like the latest build on Tiny. Especially on mid, because you get the tree grab talents so late now.
From Shackle, Dawnbreaker ult coming in. Do they have all the lockdown before he can get off the BKB? But the Grave is there, and he should be able to time walk a lot of this damage out, and he's back to full HP, basically. But she jumped in, but he's getting counteracted.
Oh, stolen Nimbus
was stolen and died within the stolen Nimbus. Nice pick off from Boom. Able to take out Yatoro. They did for the BKB at the very least, so talked about the nerfs to that item. Means he's not going to have that BKB for quite a while. But the fearsome Aghanim Scepter is on Tiny now.
Yeah, that's right. You are right. It is very low damage until you get like the break points. I think are like level 18. Once you get level 3 grow, it's actually pretty big. Lots of bonus damage. Whoa, he does not BKB.
Shackle, he does not, but the Grave again. And the time walk. Can he get it off in time? The dive bomb is keeping that bait. The roar on top of it. And down goes Yatoro. 70 seconds of no faceless void. And again, just the amount of stuns that they have on this team is absurd. And they're doing a great job of layering as well.
I gotta say, that was very greedy of him, flying up in mid lane against a Storm like that with no BKB. He must have thought with the Dazzle save that it would be enough to keep him safe, but it's like you said, the stun lock from Boom, there's so many disables, especially with the Rubik steals that are happening too.
Yeah. That Nimbus is a real juicy one for sure.
Yeah. This should be a pretty free Roshan for Boom because of that pickoff.
Jackie has that Dessa to make this go even faster, so Shard will come about. I expect Jackie to take it. Obviously, FBZ already has his. Yopaj.
Does Jackie not have?
No.
Oh yeah.
It's a pretty important
free
one to
Shard?
have.
That sounds dope.
There you go. So Starbreaker, going to give you the old magic immunity and free movement.
All right, that's an S tier Ag Shard, right?
Stupendous.
Yeah, I think so.
Especially in this patch with BKB being nerfed, having some other source of magic immunity is amazing.
Yeah. No doubt about it. And then you get to that 25 talent, you get the double Starbreaker charge.
It's insane. It's actually close.
You can see Team Spirit, when they're when they're fearing this dragon, not a good sign for them. Telekinesis from ridiculous range. Dawnbreaker coming in, but Collapse with that BKB is going to avoid most of it. But the blink out from Jackie.
It's an arcane room.
Bay, indeed. Yopaj jumps in, focusing on Collapse. Not going to get the kill outright. Trying to force out the BKBs, but he's not going to fall for it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right, I mean, Spirit's probably pretty happy with that. That's an arcane room used. Bunch of BKBs. I mean, did Jackie Boys use his BKB or is just no? He just used his Zag Shard and then he blinked out. Right. Nice little blink from him. Otherwise, maybe he does have to commit the BKB. So Boom can probably still push.
And now they've extended this lead to 14K. Still with the Aegis.
Dire's bottom
Still
tower
with
is
time
under
on their
attack.
side. Yopaj, if he gets an Aghanim Scepter, this
Dire's
that
bottom
is
tower
an S tier
has
Aghanim
fallen.
Scepter, by the way.
Yeah, that's a good
That
one.
is a top 10. I have like 20 of them in the top 10, but that is a top 10 for sure.
One very underrated thing about the Ags on Storm is you can't Lincoln's it when you get the Ags.
Yep, that's right.
That's a big one.
Now he's got a regen rune.
Okay. Bit of an arcane into regen scenario. I mean, we have total root control. This does happen, but that's a dream scenario for Storm. Next up will be the DD.
Yep, of course. I think the arcane will come next time, actually, again.
Okay.
That's my guess. Nimbus just being an annoying presence here, but Spirit just kind of locked in their base, which means this lead is just going to continue to expand for Boom.
Now Boom is just farming every single jungle camp on the map. We saw Liquid in a similar situation today. They actually smoked out and did a Hail Mary as soon as the Aegis was done. It feels like if they smoke out now for Spirit,
Radiant are
they're
scanning.
fighting into an Aegis, and even if they get a good jump, it probably won't work.
Collapse is going for a blade melt. Very late.
Okay, he's
blade
going for a
melt.
late blade melt. Yeah, they need the damage. They really do. I mean, they're 15k gold behind. That's the best time to turn the enemy's damage against them.
True. Oh, nice avalanche into the toss. That is an Aegis just wasted, essentially. Jackie Boy comes in. Gets off the nice Starbreak onto Yutaro, but there's the Chronosphere. Do they have any saves, any stolen Graves? Not yet, but Yopaj lives throughout the Chronosphere. They're going to try to turn this around to Yutaro, but the Grave again, there with the Time Walk. Everybody is super healthy, other than potentially this Tiny. You see Void not really wanting to go any further, so they're going to have to leave toward Toronto Tokyo to his own devices. And yeah, another stun lock, canceling the TPs. So 2 dead in favor of Boom. Let's see if they try to transition this any further. Mage Slayer on Jackie. Okay.
Yeah, that's a disassemble Echo Saber into Mage Slayer. Usually you disassemble Echo Saber into BKB and then Mage Slayer, but I think he actually had the Echo Saber after the BKB as well, if I'm not mistaken. Either way, you always get a Mage Slayer eventually. Built into Bloodthorn, so.
Dive bombs. Very annoying to deal with. Collapse, and there's the Nimbus to follow up his initiation. Jackie, though, gets off the beautiful Starbreaker and collapses dead. 50 seconds, no buyback, and Boom can take a set of racks.
That fight could have gone better for Spirit, the previous one we saw with Chrono, but Jackie boys, he slammed him and got a bash. That's a basher. It wasn't a stun from Starbreaker. He just bashed him on one of the swings. So Yutoro's like, what the hell, man? I could have chronoed earlier. Killed the Storm.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They're
attack.
gonna continue on here. They got the Triceratops at the ready. And there is the tree volley for the initiation from Yopaj onto Zeus with the Orca, but a nice grave. They're gonna have to walk all the way back to base, into the fountain itself. Thunder God's Wrath is used. Gonna take out this Storm Spirit, but Yopaj is gonna live. And a full reset now for Boom.
Where's that Arcane Rune at, baby?
Yeah, what's the
Where's that Arcane Rune?
Nothing.
Oh, the rune is...
Never know. Focus fire. Do they have the stun lock? Oh, the telekinesis into the Starbreaker.
And the bash.
Beautifully done. Down goes Yutoro. 80 seconds, no buyback. So Boom can just go down the lane again.
Is Tim's memeing with this quick buy? He's got a Wraith band? Did he mean to put Wraith Pact in there?
Just a moment. Actually deleted it.
Deleted the Wraith band.
Okay.
Okay, Eon Disc. Rubik.
Dyer's top tower
Not
is
going to
under
purchase
attack.
anything.
No, the
this game is
game's
over.
gonna be over.
50 seconds of no Yutoro. Toronto, Tokyo, not able to withstand, not able to do that much damage here. Collapse with the initiation. Could be a last-ditch effort from Spirit, but the nice Force Staff's keeping Jackie Boy very healthy. Has to double Starbreaker to get out of the arms of the Nimbus, and that's going to be a dead Miposhka. Buys back instantly. Range Rax is the only thing they've gotten in this top lane. They will take out the Nimbus, which is kind of preventing them from freely coming up this cliff. Boy, they're really having trouble killing that thing. And I think that Team Spirit are going to have to give up this melee Rax as well. So the defense of the last lane in mid, now that Yutoro's coming back with Chrono.
This is the defense of the Barrack.
Barrack.
That's right.
But technically it's still 2. Range
The
and
range
lane.
doesn't count as a Barrack.
Okay.
It's pathetic.
Onto Tokyo. Nimbus help. Okay. They find a pickoff onto Skem.
Oh, he dropped a gem.
Yep. Not too shabby. They're going to need a lot more of that.
Dyer's middle
Crystallis
tower
online
has
now for the
fallen.
Tiny, so Tree Volley's going to do something now.
Those 37-minute items. Both teams want to get those. Very impactful.
Hey,
Stormcrafter's
did
a
get
nice
a
one.
Titan Sliver as well onto Tony. One of the best items to get.
Yeah, that's the best hero in the game for Titan Sliver, especially with this build. Almost has the full Daedalus too. And yeah, one problem with this Tiny build is that there doesn't really feel like a great time to slot in BKB because you do need the Daedalus so quickly after the Ags, which is why Toronto Tokyo has died a few times because he doesn't really have anything to escape. But I feel like you have to do this. Like in this state especially, I like that he's just going full on damage. He's not like, I'm gonna survive. It's like, who gives a shit if you survive if you're just gonna lose afterwards anyway, right? Oh, there's an Arcane.
Easy. Okay, so Daedalus, like you said, fully online now for the Tree Volley. So this actually stop the memeing. This is actually a really good spell now.
Yeah.
This will do a lot of damage, but the problem is they haven't been able to stun lock to the degree that Boom have. And Boom have been force staffing pretty nicely out of like these little AoEs.
They've got Chrono.
They need the Chrono though.
It should work. Yeah, they have the tools. Spirit has the tools. Just whether they use them right.
Oh, Mira. Faking the Thunder Gods. Tim's is going to show himself. Free volley coming. There's the initiation. Eon Disc procced immediately from Tim's.
Spirit a bit off the...
And Scam.
They're,
Two Eon Discs procced.
Yeah, they get the Eon Discs. That's the, Zeus classic. Just proc those. Maybe that's like not even a good item against Zeus, actually, now that I think about it. Can't you just ult and they instantly proc every time?
How much damage do you have to take? You have to get to a certain threshold of
Well,
your
these,
HP.
yeah, well, for these supports, it's 70... It's when you fall below 70%, so 30% of their HP. So it's like... So for Windrunner, it's like 750 damage.
No, ult's not doing that much.
I mean, it's 425 damage plus 9% of their current health.
Yeah, but it's also reduced, right?
I've
By
been
25%.
That's true.
Roche is
Radiant's
respawning.
middle tower is under attack.
I mean, I think on top of the shard for Zeus, it
Dire's
definitely
middle
helps.
tower is
I
under
mean, you
attack.
definitely can't, like, you obviously have to get this against Faceless Void. I'm not saying it's bad here. I'm just theory crafting. Against
Team
Zeus, it's
Spirit,
worse.
this feels like a last-ditch effort. They
Dire's
have to
middle
get
tower
this next
is under
Roche.
attack.
They're going to find Scam. Avatos deleted. Now, does Boom still want to fight is the question. FPZ's going to be bound. He can pop the BKB, but there's the Chronosphere. Dawnbreaker ult right on top, healing him to such a high degree. Tree Volley not really doing that much here. Trying to focus on FPZ is Yatoro, as Collapse already super low, but a nice grave keeping him alive just that much longer. Gets off the last call, but it's not going to be enough to survive. Does have buyback though, will use it. FPZ getting out with the Glimmer Cape. And Jackie trying to reposition, but Toronto Tokyo is all over the place. The Avatos with the Tree Volley. Yopaj just a little bit late on the Electric Vortex with the Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, he's gonna
force the
BKB.
TP, but the Thunderbolt takes him out.
Radiant's
And that is a
middle
big
tower
fight
is
for
under
Team
attack.
Spirit, which should lead to this tier 1 at 40 minutes, but more importantly, the next Roche.
Radiant's middle
All right,
tower
the
has fallen.
Tree Volley's actually kind of owning. He's doing big boy damage. Getting a lot of gold too. He can get a next item soon. He's about 2,500 gold. They're gonna have Roche. Aghanim Scepter on Roche too.
Oh boy.
Oh wow.
That's a faceless void axe.
I think so. I think so.
Yeah. You could go for good juju, but likely to give it to the core here.
Well,
I want to see an axe, honestly.
I want to see good juju, bro.
Sean has fallen to the dark.
It's faceless void. I mean,
It's-
this one's cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's just incredibly good. Yatoro's got the most net worth, so may as well buff that up by giving him an axe.
Indeed. All right, so this, I think, has just turned into a game.
This is a game, for sure.
It wasn't a game until
No.
that fight.
No, boy, Tiny kind of needs to be dealt with, I almost feel like. Because if the Chrono, I mean, I guess if the Chrono
Radiant's middle
doesn't
tower
come
is
out,
under attack.
it's a lot harder to hit the tree tosses. And there's a lot that's being expended to, if the Chrono does come out, to like protect the people in the Chrono. Like the Dawnbreaker ult was into the Chrono, but then Dawn dies because he's in the Chrono then. And so it's, yeah, I guess Yatoro needs to die first or Tiny needs to die first. But then there's the Dazzle. We got a game, man.
Does he need shard on Tiny? The fact that he doesn't have it this late of the game is...
No.
I mean, I know that he's throwing trees. So
It's Shard, when you do this build, is just for sieging, and I don't think they're going to be doing sieging anytime soon. And if they are, it'll be because Boom is completely dead, and he won't need the Shard.
Yopaj smoked up right now. Getting some sentries out there. So Cheese on Collapse, and this is a really good game for Cheese because these Graves have been on point. So they're going to be super low and then unstunned, even though there is a lot of stuns to get through for Boom.
Yeah.
But it should be pretty value. I mean, is there a Spirit Vessel? I think there was, right? So if that's applied, that's going to be maybe not as great.
But there's
0 charges.
He has BKB though on Collapse, so it's kind of mitigates that. You're gonna like BKB after the grave and pop the cheese and then jump back in with the BKB.
Okay.
So it's cheese is impactful for sure. it's feeling like the late game of Team Spirit is really coming together between.
Yeah, their late game is scary.
It is. It is. Like Zeus, Tiny, and Void are the big 3 heroes. With Dazzle obviously saving the big 3 heroes. Collapse. He's a stun. He's kind of a stun at this point. A good one, but just a call.
Dire's middle tower.
That blade.
That blade mail, baby. That blade mail.
The BKBs are going down. Right. Blade mail gets more value. BKBs are not as good. Taro has to backtrack talent. 20% backtrack. Pretty damn good. Procs that Eon disc.
So that did proc it.
What?
Was it the Zeus ult that procced it?
Radiant's middle
It
tower
was the
is under
Void.
attack.
It might have been. I mean, Zeus might have done something too, but.
Oh, he's up there.
Yeah, Taro, not scared. Just working on these creeps. Scam on the cliff. They don't see it. And now it feels like Spirit are almost at an advantage. I feel like obviously this Aegis has a lot to do with it, but.
Oh boy, that's a big boy.
Oh
That's
yeah.
a big one.
Tree Volley is about to delete the whole team.
Radiant's middle
Yatoro,
tower is
I mean, they
under
are
attack.
kind of dependent on a decent chrono. The last one only hit
Radiant
1, but it didn't seem to
structures
matter,
are
so maybe I'm wrong. But
Mira's got an Octarine Core
Radiant's
as a
middle
support
tower is
Zeus.
under attack.
Man, that Philly Stone
Radiant's
put
middle
in work
tower
this
has
game.
is it still on?
No, he's got the Timeless Relic now.
yeah.
Of course, you got to take that. No, he's okay. Now this with the Kaya, he's doing a lot of damage.
Yep.
That's a lot of damage.
The ult probably does
Dire's
proc
middle
Eon.
tower
It
is
probably
under
does with the
attack.
Kaya, and the Relic, of course.
And a shot.
Stupendous.
Damn,
Ooh, we're going to see a Wind Waker here pretty soon.
that's
I'm going to have a little mini aneurysm when that's used because I won't remember the name when the fight comes.
that will be the 3rd one this game.
A little concerning, but that's fine. Just we'll blame it on that carrot cake earlier.
Let your doctor figure that one out.
Yeah. Abyssal Blade now up for Jackie. And Collapse working on a refresher, so this is kind of an older school build for Axe.
I like it. I
All
like it.
control. And there it is, the Thunder Gods.
Oh, there we go.
It needed the Nimbus.
The ult didn't, but the Nimbus did. Super worth using the ult and Nimbus for that, I think, because it's such a long cooldown now with the nerfs to it. Yatoro, he's up.
He is. He has Lincolns. Did FBZ use Roar there? What was that? Either way, we're going to see a big tree volley, but the Force Staff's keeping him at bay. A beautiful electric vortex onto 3, but the Chrono finds 2, but the Hurricane actually brings Storm Spirit out, and Yield Punch lives! Are you serious? Unbelievable. With the stolen Chrono now, Yatoro can still move inside, so he's still working on Jackie and whatnot, but the buybacks come through for both Collapse and the Wind Ranger. Nimbus is there. Okay, we got a lot of damage coming from Toronto. Tokyo finally pops that BKB. Dawnbreaker dead. Buyback available though, FBZ able to TP out. Oh, that was close with that Aghanim Scepter on Yatoro. Would have bashed him. Oh my god, that Hurricane.
That was an insane
was
play.
sick.
The Hurricane. That was FBZ that did that, so shout outs to him.
Oh
It wasn't just like the
goodness.
random neutral that did that, although they sometimes do. And then the stolen Chrono too, it actually kind of... That was decent for Yatoro.
Yeah, that helps.
He just kept bashing away. He was having a good time with that. FBZ does now have the Eon disc. He can assemble that whenever he feels like it, so getting gone on for him, not so bad anymore. There was a few, like the Rubik lifts that in that fight were very impactful too, because a bunch of tree tosses or tree volleys were like about to kill a hero and they would just lift them out. I think there was a lift out of like a call too or something like that. It was yeah, that was nice. That was really nice from Boom. Even though it actually does not end up going their way. I am shocked it did not go their way with how they played that fight.
Yeah.
That really worries me for them. I want to see the Rubik lift because I feel like there's a few of them. Yeah, there's the first lift. And then the the saves this game.
Oh.
The Hurricane out.
Why does Hurricane work through that?
No.
I mean, Force Staff doesn't. Wait, is this live?
This is live. This is
All right, Dazzle's dead. All right. Oh, we got a double damage
good
again.
lord.
Toronto, Tokyo.
Good game.
I mean, what can he even add to this?
Look at his damage. That's 1,000.
He has 1,000
He has
damage.
1,000.
And he has crit. Okay,
Oh,
Dawnbreaker
here we
on
go.
coming in. Eontis is there. Tree Volley is canceled thanks to Electric Vortex. And a huge Starbreaker from Jackie. And Boom are actually destroying this fight. Toronto, Tokyo with the BKB. He two-shots the Storm. Are you serious? But he does fall in the end. And the buyback is available for the Storm Spirit if he wants to expend it. Mira has the jump, but he's going to be brought down as well. A huge team fight for Boom. Unreal. The Tree Volley, I feel like got like 2 procs off before it was canceled with the Electric Vortex.
It did. Yeah, that was, that felt like it was going to be sick for me. But Yutoro getting caught out first, or sorry, that felt like it was going to be sick for Spirit, but Yutoro getting caught out first is the real issue there. The Chrono's so important to set these fights up.
Yeah, Jackie, they want to continue on. The buybacks are there other than for the Faceless Void, and that is a dieback for Mira. So this is going to be a 3v5 at best for Team Spirit, although the Storm Spirit has yet to buy back because they don't really need them. Biding their time. Fortification's already been popped. They should be able to get Megas. And obviously Team Spirit's strategy right now is to try and wait for the Void to respawn.
They're fine with playing against Mega Creeps. They have Void Ags, so they can clear the creeps. They have Zeus. I think that's the call. Tiny as well. He's got the shard now, so they can cleave.
They know this is a dieback on Zeus, though. Storm's going to be up. That's like 40, 50 seconds that you know that you don't have to deal with it. So that does open a window. And they know that I guess the Chrono is back.
I think Boom is, I feel like they're going to back off because it's a late Roche. So they don't realize that waiting the 60 seconds, it's like they're gonna wait for Roche, which allows Spirit to have this respawn. And Zeus is very important right now.
Oh, we have the Roar. Solar Guardian coming as well. This will be such a big kill for Boom, and they're gonna find him. Toronto, Tokyo, dieback. That is unfortunate for Team Spirit. And that ward giving good vision for Boom to take advantage. And now they can try to go for Throne. Chronosphere is available. The axe is also up, but this is a tall order for Spirit to try to defend. Toronto took, or Yutoro I should say, jumping in. Lincoln's is procced already, but the Billies are already taking massive damage, and they have the control, but a nice save for the time being. Collapse trying to create as much space as he can for the Void to get out. Yutoro trying to heal up as much as he can, but you can see, even with the Chronosphere, they're just beating down the Ancient, and Boom Esports take game 1 in Man, we have had a lot of shit Dota today. I'm not going to lie. This was not one of those games.
No, that was
this
good.
was a god
That was
game.
good. That's the dream. That's the dream. Yeah, that was cool. I mean, I was hoping for the comeback just so we could see the Tree Volley actually work and have some like crazy impact. But Boom, you could feel that they knew that one was close to falling off the edge of the cliff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they're like, okay, we got to focus up, guys. Like let's just focus this Tiny. Let's kill the Void. Like let's just team fight better so they can't get this like BS Chrono into Tree Volley off. And they did it. It was I mean, that was a good game. That was good.
I know it feels bad. Obviously, looking back, a lot of decisions could be made that are going to potentially turn this match on the other side. But the fact that he didn't BKB and then Tree Volley, I know it feels bad to do that, but it's actually what you probably have to do against a Storm with
probably.
Ags. It's crazy.
They kept interrupting it. They did keep interrupting it. So yeah, it does feel bad. The BKB doesn't seem to really fit in that build. It's like high risk, high reward.
Yeah.
But God, is it fun to watch.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it. Okay, that's just game number 1, and we'll talk about in the next game what the implications of this victory for Boom means, if anything, because this game 2 can just even it up, obviously, for Team Spirit. But we'll be back after this quick break to wrap up the day.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 2 and the final game for Stream B today between Boom Esports and Team Spirit with finally an entertaining game.
It's a good one
For today.
It was a good one.
Game number 1. Hopefully game 2 can match it. We're in the draft already, but I want to talk a bit about the implications, of course, because I did promise the strain that we would talk about that. So with that win, Boom and Team Spirit are now tied in their groups
10 seconds
at
remaining.
6 and 5. And that is a tie technically
5 seconds remaining.
for, I guess it's second place, but I mean, Entity has one less loss right now, but haven't been playing, so we can't catch up on that. Either way, very big implications for staying in upper bracket because those top 4 are very important to go, you know, get that extra life to work with. You get the +1 mushroom or whatever it is in Super Mario.
From 0, that's an infinity% increase in your lives.
That's right.
Yep. That'd be +1 actually.
So
10
back
seconds
to the
remaining.
draft, ignoring everything you say. We got Razor, Snapfire,
5
Ember,
seconds
Wyvern
remaining.
bans. I don't even remember what we had in game number 1, but I feel like Ember was not on there. Maybe for the second phase.
These are the same bands minus the Snapfire, which lets the Viper through.
Okay.
So Boom gets the Viper. Marcy is still in the pool. So Team Spirit, they're thinking, do we go Tiny plus Marcy? Otherwise, Boom is probably going to get Tiny Marcy.
Radiant team.
Or Viper Marcy.
Tiny Dazzle, Viper, Marcy.
That would be, I believe, the play. Unless Boom is, there's some next level situation going on here. Dazzle has looked pretty good against Marcy.
10
I will
seconds
say that.
remaining.
It's looked good.
Face the light.
Dawnbreak,
they go
the other
Dawnbreak.
little lady. Okay.
Into Tiny. Tiny is considered one of the better heroes versus Dawnbreaker because you do have the AoE stun to throw on the ground when she ults in, but more importantly, you have 2 ways to interrupt her Starbreaker very easily.
10 seconds.
However,
remaining.
it's not like Wyvern. It's not like a complete hard counter by any means.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, I mean, do we think that these are actually 2 cores, or is Dawnbreaker going to be that
Team
support
Spirit's
this time?
Turn to ban.
I mean, Jackie had a pretty damn good game.
Yeah, it's flex. Like it just depends on how the rest of the draft goes. They probably don't even know either. They're just like, oh, we can do it for either and see some future picks.
Okay, so Juggernaut
10
taken out,
seconds remaining.
and it's so weird to see a Juggernaut
5
ban, actually.
seconds
This
remaining.
hero was ignored for so many months prior to the DPC.
Yeah.
Even within the DPC, it felt like one of those carries you pick up after everything else is banned. But now, getting a
did.
little love.
Yeah, this like Midas Maelstrom playing around the spin build seems to have brought the hero back. It's like you get the Midas, so you know you're gonna have a lot of net worth late game, and you go for the spin build, so you're doing like magical damage. It's not really dependent on these like early items. It makes sense that it's coming back. Other bans that we see in this phase, like
Radiant
usually
team
Batrider,
ban.
Puck actually making it through, which is a little bit atypical in this tournament, in this meta. But it feels like there's so many heroes you have to first phase ban now that this is kind of happening, the Puck getting through. Or at least like one OP hero getting through, like Zeus as well is ignored just because there's
10
like
seconds
new
remaining.
meta heroes that people are going for. Like Dazzle, for example, went from second phase and now we're
5
seeing it get
seconds
first phased.
remaining.
Yep. So what other OP heroes are there then?
Zeus, like I said, TA was banned in the second phase.
That's not on the same level. Let's be
No,
real.
it's not on the same level as Zeus.
Puck, Zeus. We see the
Tiny,
Tiny
Wyvern.
already. Wyvern, Viper, Razor.
Marcy still in the pool
True.
for either side. It's probably pretty good with
Team
Dazzle if you're gonna
Spirits turn to ban.
run the Tiny as a core. It does like make it obvious what
Yeah.
position that hero is going to be in.
Taking out the
probably
Mars,
mid.
so that could have been a Toronto, Tokyo, or Collapse, of course. So just getting rid of that flex option for Team Spirit.
And
10
Boom
seconds
banned out the
remaining.
Monkey King in the last game, but I don't see
5
them doing that
seconds
when they have a
remaining.
Viper now, because I feel like Viper just like dumpsters a Monkey King. You could just find whatever lane the monkey is in and throw the Viper against it.
Yep.
So they're going to have a free ban here. Let's see.
Any chance we're going to see another Faceless Void? Actually did not look too bad, but it was a slow ramp-up, and they were down by 15K as a result of the slow ramp-up.
Both teams like it, so we could see it again.
All right, the TA that you mentioned, that was banned last draft as well. So one more ban apiece before we get to the second phase here.
TA can feel like one of the strongest like second phase carries in the game. I mean, there's the occasional team that like first phases it. It's a little crazy to do that, but second phase, you just see a whole draft where there's nothing really good at like peeling off refraction. And
wow.
They banned Lifestealer.
What? Did they not watch the game prior to this?
There's some scrim shenanigans going on here, dude. I'm telling you.
Wow.
I'm telling you. Or maybe they're just looking at the drafts and they're like, oh, that would actually be pretty good against our heroes. Because it's one of those things people pick against Viper and lanes. You take off the poison stacks. Never goes well, actually, for the Lifestealer. The Lifestealer always loses that lane anyway.
Terrible matchup. Viper Strike goes through Rage as well, but you can obviously just infest somebody. But using infest like that, I mean, I don't know. I want Lifestealer to be good, believe you me, but it has not, and it's not just that one game. It has felt very underwhelming.
It's a tier 5 body. That's why.
Yeah, just need some stat gains.
Before it's probably
Imagine Lifestealer in Dawnbreaker's body.
That'd be good.
That would be good.
That'd probably be good. Or Dazzles.
Yeah, the ranged Ghoul Frenzy. Good stuff. All right, Pangolier. First time we get to see that today.
They banned the Bloodseeker.
Yep, absolutely needed. So some things that Pangos don't like to see. There's a few heroes that, can disrupt the ult. There's Wyvern, which that's a hero we didn't mention. Okay, that's banned.
It's
that's
banned.
10 seconds
Grip
remaining.
from Bane. What else is there? Obviously, the Bloodseeker you mentioned.
5 seconds remaining.
Boom can still get Marcy Viper if they want. I guess the Dazzle dissuades it a little bit. I'm interested to hear from, like, I wish we could interview some of these teams right now and ask them, like, is Dazzle really that good against Marcy that you're not willing to pick it?
Get to see an Invoker, and there's the Marcy.
Second phase Marcy. And Invoker, pretty good against Pango. Well, yeah, I mean, you can like cold snap him and maybe get you can cold snap him to stop the roll, but it is really hard to mana drain a Pango if you go for Quasso X because all of his abilities have you don't have to turn in order to press his abilities, and they've like 0 cast points. So
you'll eventually get shard anyway, right?
And you're gonna get shard
too.
too.
The roll up will just dispel the cold snap.
Yeah.
It does feel like a pretty good Pango game.
It does so far, yeah, and I don't think Marcy's like particularly sick at ganking in mid either. It's better than like Marcy versus Puck for sure, but Pango can swashbuckle away if they catch him after a swash.
Oh my!
Oh, this is gonna be a good game. This is gonna be a good game.
Enigma 4th picked, and we're assuming that's a 3. Is this a mid Pango?
I think so. I mean, it could be collapse Pango, which would mean it would be like a Mira Enigma.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, there's some flex for
something
sure.
like that. But yeah, no, Toronto Tokyo has been playing it a lot lately, and I feel like Enigma's best role is 3 position, and they late picked it, which means there's no good counter to the black hole right now. I imagine even though, it's Marcy with Viper.
Team Spirits,
I'm thinking there's a Rubik ban that's going to come here from Spirit, unless they think that like a Rubik would ruin the draft for some reason, that this like Dawn can't go core. But I think Dawn core would be perfectly fine here.
You think a last pick Rubik, huh?
Yeah, you got to ban it, right? You have Enigma. It just seems
10 seconds
you can't let that
remaining.
through. Maybe even a Warlock ban too.
Would a Clockwork be good
5
for
seconds
Boom?
remaining.
If you're going to go for support anyway.
The reason I think
Radiant
Clock is pretty
team
decent is because you can also disrupt the Pango roll with the cogs, which is really nice.
True.
But I feel like Clock is one of the harder Enigma counters to play because you have to actually get the angle on the hook shot. Whereas Warlock, you just like drop the rock and
10 seconds remaining.
it's just so easy. It's
True.
global range. I mean, there's obviously the silencer
5
that's really
seconds
good against it.
remaining.
But
So Boom trying to take away all these
Team
position ones
Spirits,
for
time to ban.
Yatoro. So no Void.
You gotta ban
PL.
Warlock. You gotta ban Warlock. Like Skem plays it too. It just seems obvious.
So what do we think Yatoro is going to go for in this game? Position 1. They have...
10 seconds remaining.
I feel like they have a good mix of physical and magic right now for
5
Boom.
seconds remaining.
Viper
Probably most of
Marcy
it
in
is
lane.
magic.
Sniper actually seems pretty dope for him.
Radiant team
Yeah, you got a
pick.
bunch of frontliners. Oh, there's the Bane counter. So Grip obviously would work against the Black Hole with a BKB or Pango roll. Yeah, Warlock ult sounds decent. Pretty long cooldown though.
Could also
10
be
seconds
Skem just
remaining.
casually playing the Viper and they could pick a
5 seconds remaining.
off laner or carry here. That's also potential. He has played the Viper.
Yeah, they have plenty of time for this last pick, but Team Spirit can always respond here. But from Team Spirit, any carries come to mind that look good this game? I thought Void would have looked good, but that's obviously been banned. The double bubble, an old school strat.
Like I said, I do really like Sniper.
Other than Sniper.
feel like there's
Get
not-
Sniper. I know you love Sniper. What about Pudge, huh? Why don't you say Pudge? That's your 2 combos anyway. Sniper. Pudge.
Garbage. Complete garbage. You would feed a Viper Marcy. Pudge is... That's like my least favorite support to play against as Pudge is Marcy. It's so hard. You get thrown into somewhere, you're just so fat and slow, and you just die after your flesh heap.
Range carry.
Ranged carry, yeah, or like you could try to PL against it, but
Been banned.
okay, yeah, that's. I mean, you can dispel like the Viper stuff, and it's hard for Marcy to catch a PL. But I do actually think like that's another one of those baits where the Viper would do very well against it in lane.
Okay.
Let's see, so Boom, yeah, they're thinking a lot about this
Team
pick.
Spirits,
Once again, they can
turn to
flex,
pick.
and they go for a
Chen.
Chen. Last pick Chen. So it is a Dawnbreaker core then. Viper, Invoker, Dawnbreaker are the cores. Presumably. I mean, it could still be Marcy core, which is a lot less common.
You know, I know we're not going to see this. I just
10
want to mention it.
seconds
I miss
remaining.
position 1 Venge in like these push strats. That would be super cool. It's going to be the TB. I was going to mention this, but I didn't think it would be good against the Viper. It's a lot of magic damage, and they have the catch with Marcy. Might have a rough laning stage, but we'll see.
You know, Terrorblade actually has one of the highest win rates in the game on Dota buff against Viper. It's
Really?
just one of those things where on Dota buff, obviously that's aggregated over all pubs, and so most pubs will
Look at that mount, by the way.
go to the late game. Oh my, the Rat
That's a
King.
rat.
The Rat King. It's the king of rats.
You
though.
like the crocodile or the rat more?
I think I like the rat more. I like the goofy stuff. Crocodile looks cool. That looks hilarious.
What about the gorilla?
Harambe is number 1.
Still number 1. Okay.
But TB against Viper, you just have all this damage over time on Viper, and it is. TB
Why
just
is nobody? I'm
turns
sorry.
and
I'm
sunders.
not. Why have they not made a hippo?
10
Think
seconds
about it.
remaining.
I see back to the Chen mounts.
Hippo. That's such an unusual animal.
Yeah,
5 seconds
that's right.
remaining.
It's actually the deadliest animal in the world.
Mosquitoes.
Deadlier than that.
No,
They're carnivorous.
so are mosquitoes.
Nothing can beat in a 1v1 battle can beat a hippo.
In a 1v1.
Yeah. I think a mosquito would die to a hippo.
I think you're right. Yeah. If it's a 1v1 battle of who can flee.
Hippos are actually faster than you think.
Oh yeah.
Can you think of another animal that would beat a hippo in a 1v1?
In a 1v1.
Yeah.
I think jaguars are S tier.
You're kidding me. Hippos they could literally kill them with their shit. Have you seen?
Like with their anus.
Yeah, when they shit, they like swirl it with their tails, and it gets all over the place. It's damaging. It's like a ranged attack.
Really?
projectile. Yeah.
They have projectiles.
Yeah, it actually
Like
is.
a catapult.
But I'm telling you, hippos are dangerous, man. They're cuddly, but dangerous. Sorry, what were you saying before that?
I don't remember. Who cares?
This is what you get with the B stream here. Tomorrow we will be on the A stream, so we can't do this anymore.
We'll get in trouble.
Yeah, that's just how it goes.
That's all right.
Wish we could live on the B stream forever.
I just want to live here.
Oh, that's a nice set. I've never seen that headpiece before. Very interesting. Oh, All right, production's telling us the A stream has ended, so they're coming to the B stream soon.
Time,
So this
yeah.
will be an A stream technically soon.
Professional.
Prepare for battle.
That's unfortunate.
All right. So we got a smoke on both sides. The Hippolis Chen riding the Rat instead, the Rat King. What is that in reference to?
Do you know what a Rat King actually is?
I think you explained this once, and I don't remember what you said.
Day
I
9
wasn't
told me
listening.
this the other day, actually.
Okay.
Day 9, and it's when a rat's tails in the sewers get stuck together because of all the feces in the sewer. They get stuck together. It's permanently. They mold together, and
Their tails mold
yeah,
together.
and their group of rats is called a Rat King, and they'll even eat each other. They'll even eat each other, and
Just to get the tails off?
yeah, and just because they're hungry and they feel like it. Rats are horrific creatures.
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been really cool.
Good attempt.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah,
Good
that
attempt.
that was like a cool.
Was that in the fog? Is that what you're trying to do?
He was trying to do it from the fog. Yeah, he was trying to do it from the fog.
Is that possible?
It is. Yeah, it works on fog. You can like toss a Monkey King off of trees without seeing.
Well,
him.
yeah, Monkey King makes sense because they're right on top of you, but,
Yeah, but
the
you can't see him.
ranges-
The range is huge. The gather range on it is actually quite large.
Okay, that would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
So again, a lot of implications here. This is kind of like,
Begins.
if you want to think about it as like a mini tiebreaker between these two teams because they have the exact same score line now in terms of wins, losses. And trying to survive in that top 4. That's what everybody wants, obviously, to avoid the bottom of the bracket to get eliminated. But also, if you're doing well, which both of these teams are, to get the top 4 to be able to get to the upper bracket for the playoffs.
Extra life. You get that mushroom.
The mushroom, I would say, is delicious, but it's the most disgusting thing on earth, so I'm not going to go with that. I'd be disappointed in myself. All right, talk to me about Yopaj's Invoker. You talked about how Cold Snap, I mean, I agree, it is quite good against Pango until he gets the shard, which, historically speaking, people have been kind of prioritizing relatively early.
Yep.
Literally the 15-minute mark. He's probably going to go Diffusal, I would assume, as well. But yeah, Invoker, how does this hero feel these days? Because we don't get to see it all too often.
Well, he's going Quas Wex this game, which I think makes sense. Like if you
Does anybody go Exort?
Yeah.
Anybody?
Yeah, sometimes.
Really?
Yeah, with Banes and Voids, like different kinds of setup. Yeah, Quas Exort's actually kind of, it's pretty common. There's even like a Drums Treads build. People are running around fighting Quas Exort. But yeah, no, I think Wex makes a lot of sense. You're playing into TB, you're playing into Enigma, even a Pango with Diffusal. These are extremely strong late game heroes. Your carry is Dawn, your offlane is Viper, and he's fine, it looks like. Yep, but you don't want to go late game against this. Boom wants to take an early lead, and that's what they're playing for.
Yep. And in terms of the build, I assume Spirit Vessel Midas is still very normal for the Quas Wex
Yeah, I think so.
variation.
Yeah, so you can flex to...
Miposhka, he's going to get first blooded by Tims on the Marcy. You're seeing the prowess of the Viper Marcy lane. Obviously, Yatoro, he is a ranged hero for a certain amount of time, but to help his teammates there is the Rat King Skem. Actually, Rat King sounds like an insult based on the story that you...
It's quite disgusting, yeah.
At least it's disgusting.
It is, yeah.
So Rat King is the group. It's not like one individual.
No, it's the group. It's the group.
This King insinuates it's one individual. Miposhka gets off a nice shadow wave. Right clicks from Yatoro, but again, he's still in melee form. Miposhka's definitely dead, but the trade will come for FBZ. And Yatoro gonna get Hightail back to get this easy farm. Those juicy range creeps available.
Oh yeah, 100 gold.
That's
right
nice.
there. I think this lane for Spirit, they're very happy with how it's going. If they're trading their 5 position for a Terrorblade free farming versus a Viper, that's the dream, because that's like the one point where Viper actually dumps on a TB. For the rest of the game, TB versus Viper is so miserable for the Viper.
Got a Mango Pop, another toss, but missed target here. That would have been a lot of damage with those Eidolons already duplicating.
I wonder if he was actually trying to toss that creep, because it's such a good creep.
That's true.
Because it was the lightning creep, right?
The zapper.
Yeah. I feel like that was intentional.
Okay. But he still has the Troll High Priest, or whatever the hell it's called, with the very, very interesting break mechanic against Enigma.
He can
And
break.
Tiny. He can break Grow, but
And it's assumption extra.
If only you could break Rowan, he just
That
turns
would
small.
be so good against Tiny. Miposhka getting right-clicked by FBZ. Tim's is going to find his distance as Miposhka is just dead. So Viper just having himself a game already. I mean, CS-wise, 11-5, so maybe not the best, but he is, at the very least, getting these kills.
Yeah, his net worth is good on Viper. But once again, if you're Spirit, I think this is... I almost feel like against Marcy Viper, this is just the strongest lane in all of Dota right now. If you're playing against Marcy Viper, somebody's got to die, and you'd rather it not be your carry. I don't see how else you deal with it other than like tri-laning it.
Right. There's just literally nothing they can do. And they're just resigned to this, but the rebound dispose. And I'm not sure if Miposhka has his grave. I doubt it this early, so he's just going to drop to the damage over time from FBZ. Trying to turn this around again onto Miposhka. Tim's getting quite low, though. Has to pop that Fairy Fire, but FBZ's going to get a couple right clicks as a result. In the trees, Miposhka goes. Gets off that Shadow Wave, trying to get some vision. And the rebound is there. Double kill for FBZ, and this lane is already out of control in favor of Boom.
Yeah, this is where TB goes in jungles. Unfortunately, there's not really a good support to take the top lane. All right, at least he thinks about jungling because, good lord, if he keeps coming back up here, the lane's not even in a good position. He's got to pull it back. Looks like he's going to jungle. He's getting followed though. That's annoying.
Yeah, we got an Urn now online for FBZ, so that, I mean, does that mean Invoker's not going for one? Question mark?
Let's see.
He also has
He also has one.
Okay.
All right.
Is that a miscommunication, or is that...
That is.
Okay.
Because if you want mana regen on Viper, I think you just go Bassi.
Yeah, I think it's more important for the Spirit Vessel to be on the Invoker for sure. That's
Probably
like
true.
one of the most cookie cutter builds in the game.
Viper very rarely upgrades it, so.
Well, good news is he can sell it for 50% if he'd like at some point this game. But maybe he just used it for mana regen. The problem is, like, if you're in the same area as the Invoker, you're not really going to be able to choose who gets the charges, and you want it on Invoker.
They can just stay away from each other.
Yep, that is the plan.
Avoid each other like they're the bubonic plague.
Yeah, sure. Speaking of rats. Yopaj is going to get rolled on here by Toronto Tokyo. TP's coming, though. Really? He's not going to stick around. So forcing the TP. Very low cooldown on the Rolling Thunder, so actually a pretty nice play from Spirit as Viper had to come in.
Dire's bottom tower.
I think without Viper, that's likely a kill.
Radiant structures are
Maybe.
fortified.
Maybe. I don't know if
it is under the tier 1, so it's a bit risky.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's any detection there. I mean, I guess he can like chain the bounce, maybe get lucky on the calculations. But you know, FBZ rotates the mid. He can just head straight back up to top. And in Boom, they've rotated their Marcy out of top lane. TB is jungle. Dazzle's taking the lane, so they don't need to keep two heroes up here.
Yeah, the fact that Yatoro has any kind of farm right now is pretty damn impressive. There's the toss back into the Eidolons. Jackie in a lot of trouble. Avalanche keeps him in place. And the right clicks are just enough. And actually Collapse gets the credit for that one.
Oh, now they're looking. Okay. This TB jungle.
Yep, but they're going to find Miposhka instead. Cold Snap is there, disposed back into the fray. And the EMP Miposhka is just going to die to the Tornado.
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I think they were trying to connect on the Dazzle to get Urn charges. Of course, there's already one on Viper has Urn charge. But
Collapse?
This is weird.
Yeah,
this is
odd.
quite
Do they
odd.
know he's here? Oh, it looks like Team Spirit are the ones on the pursuit. Jackie boy, he's in a lot of trouble. Toronto Tokyo able to connect once, and there's the black hole, and that is going to lead to 2 kills for Team Spirit. Very nicely done. Actually, the roll continues, so Skem might be in a bit of trouble. The toss will be enough with that last right click from Toronto Tokyo, and Team Spirit coming back with a vengeance after that top lane looked kind of bad at first, but this bottom lane looking real good.
Yeah, that's a 3-fer down there. They got Urn charges too. Oh yeah, I mean that's exactly why. TB is so good against Viper going late game. Like any point other than the laning stage, you just do so much physical damage, and there's no way for Viper to kill the illusions. It's just unreasonable, and you can Sunder as well if Viper does turn and get a lot of damage on you. It is such a strong counter.
So they get the kill on the Viper, and now the tier 1 tower bot. So Team Spirit looking pretty damn good Dazzle, Naposhka, he's been dying a decent amount, but if that's all they can find, then I might not even find it. Toronto Tokyo is here, but the tornado just in time from Yopaj.
Yopaj also stays in range to get the urn charge. He's stuck around there. So he's still got 2 charges on that.
Man, it's crazy how popular Tiny has been for almost 2 years now.
It's been a long time.
I mean, he's played every position, too. That's the cool thing.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not so much off lane, but all the others we've definitely seen.
I like that he's rotating positions. I think
cool.
I think that's kind of cool. Is that it would be one of those upsetting heroes to be in the meta for too long if it was always carry.
Yeah.
I think the Tiny carry iteration was the most toxic version of it.
Most toxic, you
Yeah,
say?
like it felt the worst to play against. Just some guy running around 15 minutes, 2,500 HP. You can't kill him.
Oh, you mean with once they added the shard?
With the shard, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I personally, I know a lot of people will not agree with me. I miss the days where Aghanims gave you that tree. I actually like that variation of Tiny quite a bit.
Radiant are scanning.
The old IO Tiny just backdooring buildings and whatnot.
Oh,
good, clean
that
stuff.
one. Yeah, that was very unclean, actually. That was not good, clean Dota. That was disgusting.
I don't know. I just remember OG making their first run at the Frankfurt Major with a no-tail carry Tiny. That was really cool.
Yeah, when they realized you can just kill the enemy thrown through backdoor with the Zero.
That's right. Of course, Alchemist is very big back in that day as well.
Yeah.
And Tim's running away from this little pathetic illusion here.
Nothing really to be afraid of. He ran into his Viper
But,
for
I mean,
some assistance.
now that we're exiting the landing stage, you can see Team Spirit with a decent gold lead. Obviously, some of that comes with the buildings, but it does feel like they're in kind of control of this game. I mean, we talked about the Marcy Viper combo in that top lane, but you can see the network for the TB doing quite well. That's a hero I feel like you need to kind of stunt the beginning of his game so he can't kind of snowball out of control.
Yeah, you definitely do, especially because like I look at Boom's lineup and I just don't see a hero that can like outmatch a Terrorblade in late game. What's Invoker gonna do? What's a Dawnbreaker carry gonna do? You're dealing with the hero who has like the highest armor in the game on TB. How are you gonna kill him? And with the Enigma too, he's got a full vessel now. Like the early game's going really well for him.
We got the roll in Toronto Tokyo, but the cold snap Grave is going to save him for the time being. Can he get off his ult? But the Starbreaker continues to stun. Nice turnaround here from Boom. The Poshka is next. Does require all 5 of Boom to get here, but still a pretty big kill.
They get the mid tower, which is important, but definitely a blunder to lose your mid laner like that.
One thing they can do late game against the TB is once Invoker gets a ton of farm, he's going to see the initiation onto Collapse. He does have Black Hole. Gets sundered from afar. Yatoro being a good, clean position 1 teammate here. His Mira looks to be fine and no casualties. But once you get that Cataclysm, the problem is they don't really have setup for it, right? Even the Dawnbreaker ult, they don't have any setup for these big AoEs to come. Rolling Thunder gets FBZ. See, Team Spirit almost don't want to even commit to this. They're still staying on the other side of the river, so Toronto Tokyo just having fun.
Yeah, their TB doesn't have meta. He just used Sunder. I mean, that's exactly why he used the Sunder, is because his meta was wearing off. So Spirit, they're not really looking to fight right now. It's not really at the point where Enigma does that much damage either. His Midnight Pulse. They need Tiny Blink as well.
I mean, how does late game Dawnbreaker really match up against TB? Doesn't feel like it's a good hero against
I don't think
TB.
well against TB because Dawnbreaker plays long fights and gets multiple Starbreakers off, right? Heals herself, heals her team with the ult, and TB obviously he's the king of that, right? He has Sunder. In late game, he also has low cooldown on Sunder if you go for the talent. If you're talking like hyper late game, so I think Dawn with an advantage with like a Deso can look probably good against TB, but not if they're even. And I don't think they should be even either. TB can totally outfarm a Dawnbreaker because of his illusions. He can outfarm most heroes.
So Team Spirit feel pretty good just to farm away. Collapse working on the Blink Dagger, has a Spirit Vessel already. And yeah, he's top net worth in the entire game right now. hasn't really had to do too much. It just felt like that bottom lane, they got a couple kills, and they just kind of left him there, and he's been free farming ever since.
It's 4-0-0.
Yeah.
He's huge. With Dagger coming next for him, there's...
I mean, Enigma is one of the scariest heroes in the game to get off to a good start because we talk about how good he is late game. If you can get those items earlier, then it's just going to add insult to injury. Here's the smoke from Boom into the triangle. They're not going to find anybody initially, but they will potentially see Toronto in mid.
They have triple Centaur stun.
Yep, they sure do. Toronto, there's the dispose into the triple Centaur stun. Nicely done. Tornado is not quite enough, so last right click from Tims. Yeah, very fortunate creeps. And he's got the rally to help take the tower. Very nice.
This is a scary Chen army, to be honest.
That's what we call the Rat King.
Yeah.
There.
That's quite disturbing. That's
Tier 1 tower for Boom.
With Marcy, this is even scarier, actually. It's funny because, like, I think Toronto Tokyo expected the tornado to finish him off there because he didn't even try to use the spells afterwards. He's just, I'm dead. But maybe he could have swashbuckled away, which would have been really funny. What happened with the urn situation, by the way? Did FPC still have
Taro getting initiated on Cold Snap's going to keep him in place. Dawnbreaker ult as well. He is Grave from the Poshka, but this is a lot of damage to go through. Tornado's going to clip 2, and that's enough to take out the TB. Toronto Tokyo dies on the other side as well. So Boom executing very nicely, despite not having the better late game, trying to take advantage of what they have now. Poshka, rebound, but the Avalanche puts him in place. No dispose to come this time from Tims. So Collapse gets a little bit of revenge here. And that kill actually gives him the Blink Dagger. So we see FBZ still has his urn. Doesn't look like he's going for Spirit Vessel. And Jackie... Wait, was that Jackie we're looking at? Or not Jackie,
Yopaj also is not going for Spirit Vessel.
Okay, so they both have lost hope on the... the Spirit Vessel purchase. I mean, this game is not even that good.
They've both had decent amounts of charges in the Spirit Vessel. I feel like they're not always together. There's sometimes where, like, the Viper's being played to or the Invoker's being played to. Now, obviously, this was not intentional. This was clearly a mistake. But it is funny that sometimes you can get away with something like this because the heroes just don't play around each other that much.
But how important would the Spirit Vessel even be this game, considering there's not really any big regen? I mean, it's Shadow Wave. No. That's about it.
It's like
the Spirit Vessel for Team Spirit makes a lot more sense against the Dawnbreaker, against the Chen and whatnot.
Yeah, I think it's really just a proc Cold Snap for the most part.
Yeah.
For Invoker. And then early mana regen for Viper.
He's not going. He's going Witchblade, looks like. Tornado. Try to save Tims here. And Toronto Tokyo gets Cold Snap, but the swashbuckle from afar. Still working on that Diffusal Blade for Toronto Tokyo. Nice little combo.
Is it Witchblade for Yopaj, or is it... That was Orchid. He's got a full Orchid.
Oh, he's going Orchid. My
yeah.
bad. Okay.
So that's...
Oh, that's pretty quick.
It'll kill the TB until he's got Manta, actually.
So you're going to see all the creeps get destroyed here from Team Spirit, and that... Nothing to scoff. That was 3 Centaurs.
That's depressing.
Those are nice.
That's very depressing for a Chen. It takes a long time to get 3 of the same creep.
Yep.
Wait for a whole jungle respawn multiple times.
Basically a pretty even game, but obviously we do favor Team Spirit the later this game does go, so if they can keep it even, I think they'll actually be happy with that. As now a Manta on Yotaro. Bounty denied by the Alpha Wolf.
Tower is under attack.
Collapse is really excited to use his fresh, juicy blink on somebody. Ideally on a core.
Oh, Jackie. Oh, we have the Vault use on the Horsey. Back into Collapse with the toss. And they don't even bother using that black hole at all because they have all the control they need. You can see the hand of Gaben not even doing that much because of the Spirit Vessel. Felt like it gave him about 50 HP. Either way, big kill for Team Spirit. Still have the black hole. Not sure if they've seen the blink, but I would assume, I mean, he's had it for a while, so probably.
He does, the BKB will be
nice. The neutral on him. Getting an extra lifesteal there. That's good stuff.
Good. Yeah, extra 7 int. That's great. It's always depressing when there's like just nothing. Like all of your other heroes have like the perfect neutral item for them. You don't want to take it from them. You're just like, okay, I guess I'll take this.
It's better than back in the day when there wasn't even a 5th neutral item, right?
Yeah, that's true. I'll take any garbage.
Yatoro going for the pretty standard build. Manta into Dragonlance and then Scotty. I mean, the question is, will he go for an earlier BKB, depending on how this game goes, but right now it doesn't feel like he needs it. Obviously, the Orchid could change his mind from Yopaj. In fact, what is Toronto Tokyo trying to say that? Because even if he gets Shard, he can't use it for Silenced. Maybe a Lotus Orb?
Maybe BKB. I've seen a lot of Pangos do that.
Okay. God, that feels terrible.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It looks good in the games where they get it, though. Like, you just run in, you just right-click the hell out of people with your Diffusal blade. Like, I feel like it's better when you have Diffusal and you're going for this, like, Basher kind of late-game Pango build. But he is going for the Shard and BKB afterwards.
Well said, Jenkins.
Playing it safe. As they go for a smoke, they're trying to connect something with the collapse black hole, but Boom is really respecting it, not getting caught out. Other than like the initial pickoff, they're not grouping up for any holes here.
Yep, a lot of holes to go around. I mean, have we seen one yet?
We saw one, yeah, bottom lane.
Bottom lane early on, like right when he hit 6.
Yeah.
Radiant's
Okay.
courier has
Well,
been
Boom
killed.
in the pit.
Radiant's bottom
Not
tower
sure if they actually
is
want to
under
go for
attack.
it. Obviously, these Eidolons kind of being a little bit annoying, but it looks like they will be in the
I
pit
think
now.
Jackie Boys was seen on a ward, if I'm not mistaken. Is this did this mid ward catch him?
This is a freebie.
It barely didn't. Yeah, they don't know this is happening actually. Because the smoke, the Eidolons scouted out and saw nothing in there.
Yeah. So that was actually a very fortuitous smoke.
It's funny because if the Eidolons weren't there to scout, then they wouldn't have this false sense of security
Yeah,
that Roche
now they're
isn't being
now
taken.
they're scouting it. Now they know, but
Too late.
Too late. But might be able to get the tier 2 tower. There's TP coming in from FBZ, showing himself Mira. No Blink Dagger yet. That wave will almost get it for him. But Team Spirit not even able to get any sort of a trade, as Jackie now has the Aegis in tow.
Oh, here we go.
Rolling Thunder, Toronto Tokyo looking for FBZ. He knows he's in the area, not going to connect initially, but there's the Avatos. Dawnbreaker L coming in. Pretty good job in healing FBZ. He's going to be fine for the time being. And Toronto Tokyo
Dire's courier has been
not able to really connect on anybody afterwards. Yatoro will live. BKB was expended though onto Jackie, and the tier 2 goes for Team Spirit. So FBZ, the only casualty in this, could have been a lot worse. But the outpost now opened up as a result of the tier 2.
Yeah, they really wanted to get that trade of, or not the trade, they wanted to not have the trade of Roshan for the bottom tier 2 tower there, which is a very typical trade that we see happen. They wanted to hold the tower, but unfortunately FBZ on Viper does not have his BKB yet, so he's kind of impossible to save there. There's a DD bot. Who picked that up? Okay, Toronto Tokyo has a DD. Probably would have been better on Yatoro, but he already TP'd towards top to push that side of the map out.
Pretty useless with Swashbuckle. Not great.
Yep. He will have a BKB though. Well, not in time to use that, but I do think with this build he can get a few right clicks off. That's more of like a pick off thing rather than I'm gonna actually use this in a team fight to do something.
Yeah.
But a support can't go and sit in the lane against him. You just kill them with the DD.
3K lead for Team Spirit. Got a little army here. This time it's a little bit better diversity, not 4 Centaurs.
It's because all the Centaurs died last time. He's like, I'm not waiting for the jungle to respawn again. I'm just going to take
Centaur,
everything.
Tomato with chicken and a pine cone. I'm not sure what the pine cone tastes like exactly, but it doesn't sound too appetizing.
Probably nut.
Can't be any worse than a tomato.
Except that seed shot, so.
Jackie, gonna take out the tier 2. They're just fortified.
Radiant's
Team
courier
Spirit
has been
don't look to be coming anytime soon.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower
That's a
is
freebie
under attack.
for Boom.
Dire's
Still
top
at 2.5
tower
minutes with the
fallen.
Aegis. We'll see how much else they can get out of it. Still, both buildings on the bottom lane are intact. So, not sure if they're going to go in that lane, but the tier 2 mid could be the
Radiant's courier
focus.
has been killed.
As the Mage Slayer already online for Jackie. And we'll be building the Desolator next. So prioritizing the relatively early BKB again.
And I think Viper, I think FBZ did disassemble, so he does not have a Dragon Lance. for 800 gold, which I think he's going to go back for. Just too good on Viper. But he's got the BKB. So doesn't feel as worthless anymore. There's a point on Viper where it feels like a 2 to 5 minute window, depending on how strong you are, where it feels like you just don't have the strength that you had from the laning stage onward. Because you don't have the BKB, you just die, even though you're a tanky boy.
Yeah, so Boom looking to take a fight with while this Aegis still has some time left. And we're going to have the dispose instantly onto the Tony. And he is mega dead. So nice pick off, but again, it's just a support.
Making their way into the triangle. Presumably get some wards down. We've got one on
Dire's
Tim's.
bottom tower is under attack.
BKB.
Oh, that's a big item. That's a big boy item. They've got nothing. Nothing to deal with this.
Eventually, they'll need a basher, or I mean, even that's not great.
No, I mean,
like you have to be super close to get that Starbreaker off, which. What can you itemize?
Abyssal Blade, Ether Lens.
Dire's bottom tower
Abyssal
is
Blade,
under
Aether
attack.
Lens.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be for a Marcy.
Yeah, that's right. Wind Waker. Wind Waker is a way to
Radiant's
deal with it as
top
well.
tower is under attack.
You just save the guy. Pretty good setup here.
Yep, got the Orchid, Cold Snap combo with the Dawnbreaker ult. That is a dead Poshka.
Yatoro's out.
Just gonna
Nope,
fake TP.
he's back.
He's got his Scotty, enough for that at least, so that could be go time for him, although, I mean, I'd be shocked if BKB's not the next item on this
Radiant's
list.
middle tower.
You think that's a little greedy that he didn't go for that?
I don't know. Maybe he feels like there's not enough disable.
He's going Hurricane
Yeah, Hurricane
Pike.
Pike.
All right, he's gonna change this shit.
Maybe Silver Edge after the Pike.
Okay. Let's see. Quite greedy. Of course, this is the same guy that built Midas on Lifestealer. And his Avalanche toss back into Yatoro. As a dead Tims. And they stop. Or they should be able to get this outpost back.
Middle tower is under attack.
Things have kind of gotten to a standstill. We see supports die every now and then, but no real team fight. Obviously, if you're Boom, just trying to avoid this black hole at all costs.
Yeah, he has not had to use it for a long time.
Yep. Smoke is going to break. Skem, he's going to be the casualty. The sacrifice, if you will. And now with having to worry about that Aegis, I think Team Spirit is quite confident. Meta pop by Yatoro.
Radiant structures are fortified.
See if they continue on despite this fortification slowing them down slightly.
Problem with killing a Chen is, like, yes, he's an important hero to take out of a fight because the heals are important, but
Radiant's middle
such a
tower is
low
under
cooldown
attack.
on his death.
Yeah, plus, if all his creeps are alive, he still has something to do. It's
That's
a little
true.
mini game.
Yeah, and he is having that mini game on
middle
up top
tower
lane,
has
pushing that out.
All right. Looks like they want to maybe poke the high ground. Not sure how much they want to commit, though.
Maybe some toss-out action. They want to use this ward.
Yeah.
Oh, they're going to wait for Skem to de-ward it, maybe. Nope. De-warding it with...
Forge Spirits for the win.
Yep.
All right, so back to the... I wouldn't call it a stalemate necessarily, but...
They both buy a gem at the exact same time. That's funny. Huh. I think for two different reasons. It's like... Spirit feels like they have a lead in the momentum, and Boom is just like avoiding them, so they want to take away all the vision so that they can't keep avoiding them. And for Boom, I suppose it's just like a comeback
Dire's
gem.
bottom tower
Got
is
the
under
old
attack.
juicy shard coming for the Enigma, I believe.
Yeah.
Pull action. Of course, he hasn't used Black Hole since very early in the game.
No, he has not. I believe since the Vessel pickup, he's not used it.
Okay. And Skem with his army, still keeping the diversity at a nice level. Yatoro's going to show himself in the mid lane.
That's a good ward. I mean, they do have a gem, so Dazzle makes his way over there. They'll see that they're standing on vision, or they were.
Mira looking for an opening. He's going to get the Avatos back onto FBZ. He's already half HP, but pops that BKB. He's just going to get right-clicked down into oblivion. Not even hand of Gabe, it can save you. Dispose back onto Yatoro, but he's just going to get the long-range Sunder. Midnight Pulse to follow as Tim's trying to get to the high ground. You can see Rolling Thunder from Toronto Tokyo going the opposite direction. Toss back again from Mira. Tim's very low on HP, has the Unleash activated, and the rebound. Oh! Okay, that was a little misclick potentially, but won't pay with his life. So in the end, one death.
And the creeps.
The creeps do die. So death to that poor creep army.
Acorn goes down.
Acorn? Is it an acorn?
That's right.
I think it's a pine
cone.
isn't it?
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
No, it is a pine cone. You're right. As Roche is respawning off of that, so Spirit, because of this, they're in the area, and they do want to fight. So there's some good positioning from them. They're happy to be here.
Yeah, but the later this goes, the more we favor Spirit, at least on paper, and the lead is growing ever so slowly in their favor as well. Sunstrike on the rune spot.
In case there's the DD, of course. In front of Roche, the classic.
Yeah, but Roche is up, and it's the second one, so that's a free shard for somebody. And the question is, who would it go to? Does Toronto Tokyo have his?
Pretty terrible. He's got his. Yeah, Tiny doesn't want his. Probably Maposhka.
Collapse already has his.
Yeah, get that 2-second hex. I mean, that's an insane shard. That's like half the reason Dazzle is strong right now, I think.
I'd be surprised if Toro takes the Demon Deal, though, as this second rush will be going to them cleanly.
He is taking it. No,
shard. It's like, I don't want it. Demon Zeal bad. Demon Zeal, he does take it. Okay. So, I mean, how much of this is for farming, would you say, versus being able to fight in melee form?
Demon Zeal? Oh, yeah. I feel like it's like Alk Shard, where it's not. It's just a little bit more
of the same.
Of the same, yeah. It's just a slight buff. Like, ideally, you'd get it on some other hero, but it does amplify your net worth, obviously, because it's attack speed and move speed. So. The higher net worth you are, and he's absolutely monstrous, the better it is to give the shard away. Like you could argue you just don't want to give it to 5 position because of that, even though it is a very good shard.
Top tower is under attack.
I wonder if there's any regrets on the Enigma shard. Could have had a freebie.
Because he could have had it. Yeah, probably. In Maposhka, it looks like he doesn't want his shard. He's not even buying when he's getting a 4-staff, because the way that he's playing is that he's kind of just a shallow grave bot, and it's the TB Dazzle combo. If he's a shallow grave bot and he just stays there and doesn't walk in and try to hex people, he's going to get
Tornado EMP to try to stop this high ground push, as they've already gotten the tower to half HP. That's without even a meta being popped. And speaking of the devil, literally, the demon, maybe, more accurate.
Yeah, use that Demon Seal, bro. Let's go.
Yeah.
Get that Demon Seal going.
Probably going to forget to click it, because probably never buys it. Alright, tower getting pretty low, but you can tell with that smoke that Boom might want to fight here, as the rest of Team Spirit are playing really far back. And there's a fortification. Tornado. EMP, but the 4-staff again out of range. And now Yataro's meta is getting a little bit low, so Spirit will just back away.
Did force out the fortification, so when meta's up, there will be a little bit more time left on the Aegis. And they can go for another push and just kind of get a stranglehold on the map for the next few minutes.
Butterfly. Ooh.
Yeah, it's a juicy
Taro Butterfly. Okay. If he ends up trying to keep that, but there's the initiation. Tiny's going to be just fine. Taro not really wanting to fight without the meta.
The Demon
Thunder
Seal
expended. That's true. The Demon Seal is something to fear indeed. Focusing on the creeps, along with the Wraith Pack, but a nice Avatos onto 2 with a huge swashbuckle to follow. Yataro trying to finish off this poor Marcy, and they finally do so, but it's the cost of the Enigma. So 1-for-1 in Toronto Tokyo. Oh, the bash from Jackie. A very timely bash. And that is a big fight for Boom.
Collapse bot back. He's smoking there. He's trying to get into this fight.
And we'll see if he can close the gap. Doesn't look like it. And now he's basically out of gold. But he's got that Philly Stone.
Yeah.
So no worries for him. Likely back to farming.
Boom pings that he bought back and that they just need to back out, which is 100% the right move. This gives them a big window into the game. If they can get a pick off on Collapse and take away his black hole, which Boom has been so afraid of, it actually means they can win the fight and then take a couple of towers and the game can look totally different.
And with only a minute and a half left with this Aegis, we'll see how much Team Spirit can get out of it. I mean, obviously 30 seconds of that is just waiting for Toronto Tokyo to come back, but Yeah, I was going to say. I mean, Butterfly's pretty close, though, so that's actually going to align potentially, but you're cutting it a bit close on time. That is going to be quite good with that evasion coming out against the Viper Dawn.
And Boom really wants to invade while Toronto Tokyo's dead.
Yep, but now he's up. And ult being used from Mira. He's actually going to blink before that Spirit Vessel can apply a little bit of damage. Dazzle getting quite low on the backside, though, as Yopaj just drops. So wrong place, wrong time for him as Collapse gets off the Midnight Pulse, not even needing the Black Hole here. And Mira taking out the Creep Army again. So Team Spirit, they lose Dazzle, but they get a very value kill in the Invoker.
Yeah, and they get the gem back too, killing the Marcy, kill the whole Chen army. Their bot, they still have Aegis for a little bit.
Yeah, it's not enough for them to really.
Probably not enough to pressure high ground. Although they might try to poke just to make sure that all Boomer are in their base and not venturing out.
Boomer.
That's right. That's good. That's good.
The old Boomer not in his base no more. Tell you
That's
what.
right.
All right, Toro. Into the meta form he goes. He wants to commit a little bit as the Aegis now pops, but can just focus on the buildings, knowing that there's no fortification to work with because they used it earlier. That is a dead tier 3. Focusing on the melee racks to start. That is dead easily. The melee racks looks like they're going to give it up, obviously with the Invoker not being up for another 7 seconds, and the initiation kind of fails here, but Jackie's all alone right now. Tries to Dawnbreaker ult to the other side. He's going to be successful. The last right click's not going to be enough from Yatoro, as the tree comes from as well. So kind of a failed initiation overall from Boom, but they get the Enigma. That's the big kill. So that means Team Spirit now have to be on the back foot. Beautiful disposed Toronto Tokyo gets off the BKB. Attempting to TP out again, and he will do so successfully this time.
So
and Mira gets out as well. Yatoro in the tree line. Good to go.
Now that that's done, that was amazing from Yatoro. He pre-Hurricane piked the Marcy, which is what botched the initiation. She jumped in to dispose him and immediately got Hurricane piked out, which made that look really bad for Boom. Sure, Collapse goes down, obviously, but it's for a barracks, and that's his dieback, so he's getting that off cooldown. Like that was just some nice mechanics from Spirit there, and that was like a pretty risky push from them, I would say, because Invoker was respawning.
These are some pathetic creeps he's taking over.
Yeah, what can you do?
Really don't have any beggars can't be choosers, I guess, but you got the Kobold, you got the shitty Centaur. And I mean, the Satyr's okay. I mean, even I'd say the Satyr's bad at this stage of the game.
It's bad. It's bad. 5 health.
There's the Tomato. All right, that's something.
Tomato's pretty bad too.
I mean, it's better than all the other.
Death Throw. It has Death Throw.
Yeah, Death Throw is important. You just got to suicide it. Avalanche toss back. It's actually connecting on the 3 heroes. Toronto Tokyo with the Rolling Thunder, but they lose the Tiny right off the bat. Trace Pack is there. Viper Strike onto Toronto Tokyo. I think the disengage is here for the rest of Team Spirit. Although Boom's still fearing the black hole that we've yet to see in quite a while.
It's like the Earthshaker from earlier, except winning.
He did get it off once.
Yeah,
so
that's
that
true.
counts. The
That's true.
Echo Slam count was at 0. That Arcana is never going to get leveled up if you keep
No, it's not.
in that fashion.
Also on account of the private lobby. That
All right,
also
nobody needed to know that. I feel like that should work.
It should. Pro matches should work. I agree with that. That'd be a fun change. Imagine people farming like Arcana stuff in a pro match. That's the ultimate BM.
I mean, that's a way to sell cosmetics, though, so it's a win-win.
It's true. Yeah. Don't see why not.
All right, you can see the items on. Itaro's items are disgusting right now. He's going for a Satanic, which might just replace his boots, in all honesty. But yeah, he's getting close to that threshold where you can't really do much. I mean, the Ag's being consumed at some point. I think Ags is extremely good on this hero. Obviously not something you want to buy until you have nothing else, but the fear is huge, and it gives you a little extra time on the meta.
Yeah, like a second meta is super nice. I really like that component to it. You can just meta for a fight, enemy team runs away, and then you have it up for, you know, the tower push afterwards.
Of course, usually coupled up with like some sort of a blink, but he doesn't really have room for a blink this game. Obviously, have the Enigma and Tiny for that, and obviously the mobility from Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, he's just got to be a turret. I don't think he needs to be this like blinking, backline jumping assassin guy. can just run at buildings and they win the game. He just sits there hitting buildings, and Collapse sits behind and like doesn't hole, and they win. That's as long as he doesn't press it and miss it, right? You know, they're gonna win the game.
But there is an opening for Boom. They've been focusing Collapse quite a bit. Try to take that option out of the table, the black hole that is. Greaves! That's been a hot minute since I've seen that bad boy. Hell yeah. My boy. Love them Greaves, tell you what.
Regeneration.
What is he purging? The low health aura is always good.
Radiant's
I mean,
top
Greaves
tower
is
under
a
attack.
Malefice can be annoying.
Malefice, Dazzle Q, Terrorblade
Lucky
Q.
shot.
Yeah, Chen, you gotta purge that Lucky shot.
Toronto Tokyo with the Rolling Thunder. There's a speed boost thanks to the rebound, but the Avatos, actually back into the river. Interesting play. That might just botch this initiation from the side of Team Spirit. I don't think Toronto Tokyo is going to go any further, but he does take out that poor Kobold, who takes that last sip from the golden cup before he disappears into the river forever.
Last thing he tasted was his own blood. He choked on it.
That's right. Maybe that's what's in the cup. Oh, he got a replacement. So that's his brother, Kobold number 2. Oh, another Avatos, this time into the correct direction. Skem is dead. 10 Greaves wouldn't save you from that one.
Just drop the gem. I think they probably have another one off cooldown at this point, but still, more than
Dire are scanning.
1,800 gold swing for that.
How much do you want to focus to try to kill these pathetic Greaves? They're going to be replaced anyway.
TV Illusion's not even bothering. Oh, here we go.
Eidolon's one. Okay. Poor Kobold again. Man, this guy can't catch a break.
You have to watch his brother die first and then his
Right. I'm pretty sure it's a clone, technically. Oh, is that a basher on Toronto?
Yeah, that was a long range bash.
Yeah, that's nice. Oh, Witchbane's a great item for Pango. Oh, okay, never mind. He has Mindbreaker. Yeah, that's all you need. The classic. Although I think in terms of damage, the other one does more. But Mindbreaker with that silence is pretty damn valuable. And into the Roche Pit, Spirit goes. The question is, can Boom try to contest? It's going to go super fast. It's going to get scouted out by the Sunstrike. But you can see that Boom are quite scattered. What's on this Roche? Is this the old... No.
Refresher,
Exactly.
which this is probably the best hero in the game for it.
Immortality.
So,
Enigma?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It's like
I mean, if
Enigma
they have to, they
Tide.
could also put it on the TB for the double meta, but
Nah.
obviously Enigma Black Hole is... I mean, if you're going to fear him already, ×2, even better. Timps.
Okay, well, Toronto, at least he forces them out of bot, out of this split pushing scenario. This is pushing Boom into their base, where it's pretty easy for a TB to siege, so missed the roll, but they can wait for that and then easily push high ground. They can probably even push high ground without it. Still got his BKB.
Yeah.
And an Aegis, actually. So
I just noticed that he's the one that picked up the Aegis.
this is true. Not
Taro
TB.
just has so many items, like, I can't drop any of these, no.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, he's a transformation hero, as we like to point out, so
Yeah.
he's not going to have meta if he respawns. But he is the sieging hero as well, so he feels pretty confident he's not going to die.
Yeah, that is a bit risky, but they do have a lot of initiators in the back. So Yataro takes out the tier 3 in the mid.
Jackie Boys, he's looking for
Yeah,
the long wrap.
Collapse, but they find Jackie Boy, and there is Collapse with his first black hole since minute 6, it feels like. That is a dead Dawnbreaker. Does have buyback, though, but of course we talked about Collapse having the Refresher Shard. So Yatoro is going to take advantage of this for another Rax. So that, wait, did they not get top earlier? I guess not. Wait, did they get bottom?
They got bottom.
They got bottom. So trying to go for the Megas now. Have to be careful, though. This buyback is available for Jackie. He's gonna have to use it here pretty soon. There's a fortification. Do they even have time now? Oh, the sheep
that's the
stick.
Hex.
There's the initiation onto Collapse. He needs to stay alive, and he will, but the Starbreaker onto 2. He gets deleted. Does have buyback, though. He'll expend it immediately. Toronto, Tokyo, they've already killed 2, but that's the buyback's coming in. This will be a dieback on the Jackie. He's all alone right now, completely surrounded. Double kill for Yatoro. Dieback Jackie. And another Avatos, man. Mira has been all over the place this game on this Tiny. Skem just stuck in the trees. No Kobold to save him this time. And looks like he's going to drop as a result. And there's the last black hole of the game in all likelihood. Collapse finding everything. A rampage for Yatoro. Double rampage, in fact. Could go for a triple. Let's see how greedy he is. But the GGs come out beforehand, and Team Spirit tie it 1-1. They split it.
Okay, so we're back to the regular formula for today. Lots of 1-1 series, but yeah, Spirit, they played incredibly well. Like, Collapse was so patient, holding his black hole the entire time, and you could tell that Boom was not the type of team that was going to give them a big hole. And you could see that in the last fight where they jump him in the back with the sheep stick and the buyback. Like, you can tell that they had respect for Collapse Enigma, but in the end, they're too far behind. Yatoro was too massive to be dealt with.
So massive, he didn't even want the Aegis. No point in having that Aegis at his disposal. So this kind of breaks the tie between these teams, if you want to call it that, for now. So Team Spirit up 1 game technically over Boom. This puts them in a pretty good position to get top 2 in the group. Of course, still have another day or so for groups to finish that out. But yeah, very entertaining day today. Yeah. That brings us to the end of the day, in fact. You've been taking off your clothes ever so slowly. Can you take off the bandana next? And then tomorrow when we cast, you can take off your shirt in front of millions of people. Sure, that'll be very entertaining for all. So, with that, let's bid everybody. What is wrong?
Get us out of here. Get us out.
Goodbye, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.